And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Wargaming.net League European Season 1. My name is Ryan Murphy. Joining me once again is still Mojo. How are you today, Mojo?
Oh, pretty good. It was the last second. I almost didn't make it to the stage.
Mojo was quickly getting everything ready just before the show went live, so we're just sitting ready to go for you guys. So, we have some really crucial matches today, one not so crucial matches today. Now, let's actually bring up the standings right now to look at the league before we jump into actually today's schedule, because the league standings are quite important. Mojo, what's going on here in the middle of the league?
Well, we still have this cluster of the teams that are fighting each other. We still have unsold status of Rage Quit, Rusty Roster, Knekkebrud and Kazna at the moment. Yesterday we had quite a turmoil with Out of Range winning over Oops and over Gohard, sorry, and Swift winning over Oops. So at the moment, actually, we are not even certain that the borderline imaginary one of 12 points will be enough to keep anyone alive. So these teams should better work on their points, because some of them only have one match left, some have two, depending if someone delayed the matches or not. And, well, nothing is sold. There is still at least 5 teams that can go out at any moment.
Things could have potentially been settled on Friday when we had Out of Range versus Swift, but that one went to a tiebreaker, which meant no team came away with the 3 points. What actually happened is Out of Range beat Swift 5-4, which meant Out of Range, who were the lower placed team, picked up 2 points, Swift picked up 1 point, and a win for either one of them at that stage would have completely made them safe. Now they've both since picked up wins. We saw Swift beat Oops yesterday 5-3, which was completely unexpected. And then we saw Out of Range effectively demolish Gohard 5-2. It was quite
It's not only that, we've seen a really hard game by Out of Range. First one between them and Utopia, where Utopia barely won them 5-3. And I think it's really unfortunate that actually Out of Range didn't get some points there at that moment, because they deserved it. It's a completely new team that we haven't seen entire season, like not by players, but by play. They've been completely playing bad entire season till now, and this is their new phase. So I really hope they will be able to stay, because at the moment we are not certain what amount of points will let
what's
players
safe now, yeah.
Yes, between 13 and 14 should be 100%, but since there is a lot of tiebreaker losses and wins, that really can move that boundary a bit left and right.
Okay, so normally we would have 4 matches on a Sunday, but due to a reschedule, we only actually have 3 matches today. So let's actually bring up the schedule and show you guys what we have lined up. Now, Utopia Oops is top of the table. It can go either way. I mean, Utopia are sitting second, 25 points. Oops are sitting fourth on 16 points. But however that match goes is not going to really affect the league. The other 2 matches, Mojo, they have quite a huge impact, don't they?
Yes, this is a part of those 4 teams we've been saying. So Rage Quit and Knekkebrud, direct contenders to stay or drop out. So this is do or die for these guys. After that, they will have only one chance to maybe stay in the league. In the last match of the season they will have. And same goes for Kazna Crew versus Rusty Roster.
Okay, so the first match of the day being Rage Quit Knekkebrud. Now, Rage Quit Mojo are a team that are doing okay, but not doing okay consistently.
Well, Rage Quit is kind of a team that they surprised us in the start of the season with some really aggressive plays. Even the last win they had was kind of shaky, and it was a marathon battle between them and Rusty Roster. I cannot even start naming which one of these teams made more mistakes in that match. It was a display of, well, who will make less horrible mistakes in some moments and not so great plays, because there was not that many of the great plays we could see. And that will be a big problem for them now, because actually Knekkebrud is not great by points, but by the last play they did, they looked much better. But as we've seen in the season so far, it really doesn't mean anything. We've seen Oops one then play, and they play against Gohard brilliant, and then totally flunk it against Swift next day.
Yeah,
so
it was really unusual.
Really don't know.
I mean, Swift and Out of Range certainly stepped up yesterday. Now, here on Rage Quit, they're a team that has quite a large pool of players, so sometimes you see multiple players drop in and out of the team. But it's one of these teams that doesn't really have a standout 1 or 2 players that you can say, he's going to step up, he's going to carry. I mean, you've mentioned before, for example, Cactus.
Yes, Cactus is someone who was standing out in the first part of the season, but he's had some rough matches lately. We've noticed they have like tier 9 players, like in number 1 skill, pure skill, and so on. But all in all, of all of these players, you cannot say, okay, this guy is a really brilliant player in every game. Like some games, some of them play better, some games others. It's really going up and down all over the place. And I mean, it reflects on their current standings, which is rank 8 with 11 points.
Yeah.
So it's nothing surprising there.
Yep. So they're sitting rank 8 on 11 points. Nakabroad, their opponents, are sitting 10th on 9 points. So it's everything to play for right now. Both of these teams really kind of desperate, need the points to avoid the chop. One's just above it, one's just below it. So they really need to step on up.
Yeah, they've been also playing different play styles. So Knekkebrud and them, it's going to be interesting matchup between some thoughtful kind of action between Knekkebrud and Ragequid, who sometimes just goes full YOLO.
Yep. So Daki had a little chat with Micmac earlier on to talk about last week's performances and looking ahead to this weekend. So let's see how that conversation went.
So Micmac, your matches now, they are against direct contenders for that second phase, I would say. How stressed is the team knowing that you guys might not make it, but still have the possibility to do so?
Our main goal is to get the points as much as we can, do all the best, feel a little pressure because we have to do a move, we have to get the points. So I think the more pressure is on our side.
How is the morale right now in the team? How motivated are you guys?
We are motivated that when we win these matches, we are going to stay for the next season. So this is the best motivator, or the morale we are talking about between our players, and we want to stay as long as we can in this gold league because we are having fun a lot. We are playing. We are being in top 12, the best teams in the whole region. So it's a big achievement for us.
What do you think has been the best thing about being in the Gold League so far for you?
To be honest, I really like playing against one of the best players in the whole league from the previous seasons. Playing against Kazna or Ling. These players are absolutely fantastic, talking about their skills. But looking at their movement on the map, it's incredible when you are watching. When you are watching on the stream, it looks completely different when you are taking part and you play during the match. So it's amazing.
And Micmac, who do you think will not survive this first phase? Who are the teams that you think will not make it through, other than Legend, obviously?
To be honest, I don't know. I think that our range have the very tough matches against ahead. I'm thinking about our range, and these three teams, we, Rashquid, Knackenbrut, and who else? And also there are Sirosa. I think these two teams are going to fight who is going down.
I agree. Now, Micmac, your match here, it is going to be against KB, a direct contender for that second phase. And again, same story. You both really need the points. It's going to be a close match.
Yeah, definitely. But as I said before, it's no place to make any mistake. Everyone has to be focused, and this is what you have to do. That's it. You have to be focused and ready for anything.
Thank you, Micmac, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So interesting conversation there from Daki and Micmac. Micmac saying one of the highlights for him playing in the league is playing against the bigger teams like Ding and Kazna.
Well, that's okay, but that's no one's goal at the end. Like when you join the Gold League, you actually want to beat them, not just to be there and be part of the team and play.
But it was interesting what he was saying, how watching the games and seeing what happens is one thing to watch it and say like, oh, they're doing this, they should just counter it. But when you're actually in the game yourself and it's happening to you, it's a completely different situation.
Well, these guys are going to have to muster up everything they have for the next match because it's like either them or KB. That's how I see it.
Yeah, it's pretty much do or die. I mean, when Daki asked him who do you think is going to be the 4 teams that dropped, he mentioned Out of Range, who probably saved themselves yesterday with that.
That was recorded before.
Yeah, before the
games.
entire weekend results were done. The interview was done. So I mean, Out of Range surprised everyone yesterday with the match against
Us
Gohard.
included.
Yes, definitely. And he also mentioned how he thought there's knack abroad, but he was quite honest in saying that his team as well potentially could be one of those 4.
Yes, there is no way around it, and now they need to win if they want to stay.
Okay, so their opponents, Mojo, Nakabrod. What can you tell me about Nakabrod?
Well, KB led by Hellfish, pretty interesting team on moments. Like sometimes they have really sneaky tactics and some plays that are memorable, and you can really kind of have fun watching it. And on some moments they are just making such an utter mistakes, especially in team coordination, how to rotate and cover each other. That is really even unreal. I don't know how else to say it. They've thrown so many matches they should win that even they are probably aware of it. And as we say, current scoreboard, where they sit, it's very visible. Like they're on rank 10, and no one would expect that for a Gold League team.
Yeah. So let's bring up the team sheet for Nakabrod. Now, you were saying about Nakabrod's position there. Their position is not one that's an undeserved one. They've been playing that kind of bad, to be honest. I mean, bad's not really what we want to say, but just lots of mistakes that shouldn't be happening from a team who were here last season. I mean, they were fighting relegation last season, weren't they, Mojo?
Yes, but now last 2 matches they played were a tiebreaker and both were losses. Now the thing that sticks out is they had a problem beating Legend. The Legend, who has nothing to win anymore, actually brought them to tiebreaker and won it. And then they played against Kazna. They had, I think, 4-2 score, and they still managed to lose it. Kazna won 3 games in a row, like 3 games in a row, and won a tiebreaker. So that's really bad for them. But overall, I had a better impression when they were playing against Kazna, though they were making some horrible mistakes in the start. They managed to pull out. Also, they brought a new player, Jung.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a heavy tank player, and he did really decent for a person who never actually played any part of these leagues. So quite outstanding for him, and I'm really looking forward to see how will he perform today. Was that a fluke, or it's just that casual guy?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, hopefully Nakabrod can. This is always difficult. You want to say hopefully one team can do much better, but at the same time, you don't really want to say in a situation like this you want any one team to win over other. I mean, it can be anyone's game right now. I'm happy for any team to survive in the league. They all deserve it if they can win their matches, but they need to win their matches. Doing the performance like we said yesterday, the strong performance coming in at the end is all well and good.
I've always heard a lot of teams say something like excuses, oh, if they only won this was so close, or that. Yeah, but at the end of the day, everyone gets what they deserve. Exactly, no more, no less. Luck factor happens in any game, and you can say something about being unlucky if you get a DC from one guy, if he loses internet or his PC crashes mid the game and you cannot restart the match. But everything else is all up to the team. How much you practice, how cohesive you are, how well did you choose your lineup, and that's about that.
Okay, so Daki had a chat to Hellfish from Nakabrod earlier on this week, so let's have a look at how that conversation went.
Hellfish, I don't think this is where you want to be in the beginning of the season. Now it's crunch time for KB. It's do or die at this point. Like, you guys need at least 4 points.
Indeed, we're gonna need those 12 points to make it into the top 8 after the first part of the season. And yeah, it's about every single point we can possibly pick up. So we are going to fight. I already told you this in the last interview. If there's even the slightest chance that we can make it, we will give our best, we will fight tooth and nail, and we're gonna go for those points.
Take my energy, KB. Now, Hellfish, who do you think is going to be the bottom 4 in your opinion? at the end of the stage?
Well, the only thing I can really say is hopefully not us. I mean, Legend obviously, but all the other teams that are right now in the bottom four could possibly still make it. So it is just about those last couple of match days, and we have a lot of fights between those bottom teams on the last couple of match days. And yeah, everyone could still possibly make it, and I can just hope it's not us that will end up on place 9 or something in the end.
I mean, I'd be hoping the same in your position. Hellfish, we touched on it last time already, and you said it yourself. Some rounds you guys play really well, then the next round it's all burning down pretty much. What is causing this? Because it's very weird to see a team go from one high end to a low end.
Well, quite often you have a sort of snowball effect in a game. If you get an early kill, then you already have a big advantage, and from that you can just move forward and keep going and build your advantage. The other way around, if one player does a mistake and dies or gets caught in a really bad position, loses HP early on, then the snowball effect works for your enemy. So what we as a team have to do is avoid getting into a bad position from where we can't recover. We basically have to get the advantage early on, not just in the match, but also in the round itself. Get an early advantage and then avoid making a critical mistake. And that has been our biggest problem, this consistency, this avoidance of critical mistakes. In many rounds, you saw one or two of our players doing next to no damage. That of course also includes me. I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to blame anything on the rest of my team here. The thing is, if you have one or two players doing next to nothing, it is basically impossible for the remaining 5 or 6 to carry the match. We have seen only very few of those rounds where one player doing 4,000 damage or more could really tip the scales in the end. They happen, but you can't rely on that. Everyone in the team has to really pull his weight.
Indeed, that's very true, Hellfish. That is very true. Now, let's get into your matchup here. It's going to be against Rage Quit, and this is the battle of the bottom, if I may call it like that. You need to knock them out of the race by taking 3 points.
Indeed, we have to. And while it is maybe a battle at the bottom, that still doesn't mean we have an easy match ahead of us. Because Rage Quit has been known for doing quite innovative, sometimes silly, but always really interesting tactics. I actually quite enjoy watching their matches. They're kind of my favorite team in that regard. So we will have to be very careful to not get caught out by one of these tactics.
And thank you, Hellfish, and best of luck with your match.
Thanks, we will need it.
So Hellfish there saying how Rage Quit, known for some interesting tactics. Interesting, well, rush tactics is something they're quite familiar with sometimes, aren't they?
It's mainly rotations combined with some traps all over the map. So far, we haven't seen Rage Quit in some stiff fight where everyone is clinging for his HP that they will prevail like that. Someone of them usually cracks then.
Yeah, they kind of just go all out a lot of the time with the
If they
tactics.
manage to do a good rotation, you got a hand, and they have cojones, so they will push.
Yeah, they'll go for it. They have the cojones.
So they can do it.
Definitely. It's some interesting play sometimes from Rage Quit. You're just thinking they're not going to, surely, oh god, they're going for it. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a quick match. So it's always something good with Rage Quit. Generally, we can get quick matches if it doesn't go to tiebreakers. Another interesting thing Hellfish was saying is that sometimes with what's happening with the team is it's just a bit of a snowball effect. They're losing somebody early, or a critical mistake is really costing them, and then it's just sticking with them. They're not able to get over it and move on.
Sometimes it's really a problem, but we watched the match they had against Kazna, where in one moment when they totally flunked the climb on mines and they lost one entire bachat and half of another, and I was like, okay, there is absolutely even not a theoretical way to lose this if you were Kazna, and if it happens, I will really stand corrected, but it happened, and actually they took the match back. I was like sitting like this.
That was in the was it the next one where you had Zan and Leon fall down into the circle. Just as Daki was saying, like, oh, you can go through this, but you need to go fast, because if you go slow, and just as he said that, ooh, he slid down into it backwards.
Yeah, we are really good at voodoo cursing, and that's our alternative job
Yeah.
here. We
He's-
just
he's
make those
ab-
before the work
Yeah.
and say, oh, you're gonna fail today.
He's absolutely safe so long as he doesn't do this, and then that exact thing usually happens. So caster curses rule, ladies and
So no
gentlemen.
naming before the games
No
now.
naming, no mention about player names, no highlighting players as much as we can, because it usually always goes against us, especially if they're on our fantasy teams. So our first map of the day is going to be on Ghost Town, Mojo. Now,
Ghost
Let's
Town is going to be a really interesting map because in a lot of occasions so far it's proven to be a breakdown map. A lot of teams actually are able to take a 2-0 here. It's really surprising, but it happens quite often because not all the teams master all the, let's say, focus fire needed and rotation that's required for this map. This map is specially built for esports. It was designed for it. And it's really high conflict map. You always see big fights here.
okay, so we have the lineups here on the screen. So we have Rage Quit in defense. We have Ghost Town attack. Nakabrod on the attack. Now Nakabrod going with 5 different variants. Well, 3 different variants of all loaders, but 5 in total, Mojo, and then only 2 single shooters. Now, does this seem like a cap 1 tactic to you from them?
Well, KB with i7 is always an option to go for the cap. If they don't want to, they can even use the tier 9 budget for that to cover him. But defense of Rage Quit looks really highly conflict, like 2 T10s and more or less everyone else Clipper except that FV Heavy who can just hug the corner for decap. So there is a lot of potential here in both of them to choose what they want to do. But interesting thing here is that KB actually has 12% defense here.
Okay, so let's jump into action as we go into map number 1, Rage Quit versus Nakabrod on Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
And here we go. So, Rage Quit defending, Nakabrod attacking. Mojo, what are we seeing from the start here?
Well, a standard rotation, 1 budget is going to spot left here. We see Raven going there, and Xane is trying to take the defilate on B0. That's quite a normal opening. They're filling out their terrain, so they would see can they push the cap or will they fight. On the other hand, Rage Quit pretty seems determined to start the fight right now.
So Young just getting a little scout there over the hill and get himself spotted as he backs off. They have 3 tanks coming in from Rage Quit, going to try and push him out. As Pure Skill gets shot in the side, straight away taking 2 hits. As number 1 Skill also takes a hit, poking their head round the corner. Rage Quit, that's not a gun lane you want to be driving into, lads. You've not got very much cover there. Pure Skill getting absolutely demolished there. He's almost down 3/4 of his health as Gremic and number 1 Skills can get shots back in when he can. Hellfish doing great covering fire
The
there to cover
interesting
out
part
Young.
is what is going on now on the other flank, because there we have a lot of Clippers from Rage Quit, and they will start a fight now with KB that can be out of the shells by now. Young is already dead here. And there will be a massive rotations here.
Zani Leon able to get the kill there as he comes around the corner, but Gremic and number 1 Skills are going to turn their guns onto him. Zan's going to get pushed out of the way. He's going to get his clips off, but he's going to get caught out now. So this is basically a sacrifice for him. He's going to get 1 shot off. He's on 1 shot himself as there he goes down, dropping down. So Rage Quit have dropped the tank. They've lost Pure Skill. Now Nakabrod have lost 2 tanks. They've lost Young. They've lost Zani Leon. Right now, everything's in, I would say, Rage Quit's favour because they have the extra gun in the battle, but it's really down to can they focus the fire. As they can, Tarantula's now the next one dropped for Nakabrod. So Nakabrod down 3 tanks. They only have 4 guns in the game.
This is a really chaotic display here. Unfortunately, we didn't see a fight on this flank, and that proved to be a deciding one. More or less, Rage Quit put up Pure Skill and these guys here on upper part as a bait. So most of the Nakabrod forces would clip out on them for damage they can and cannot do because they are on higher ground, so there will be a lot of shells bounced. And when that happened, the Clippers of Rage Quit actually pushed the flank, and that was the real strike.
So there's Gremix facing off against Hellfish there. Hellfish is able to see him out, but It's actually swinging back almost into Knackerbrod's favour right now, but Rage Quit are able to now to focus their guns on the remaining tanks. Hellfish only has 149 health left in his T57 Heavy, and he's on a reload. Raven in the back chat is down to 400 health. He just got another shot into him there. Now he's down to 38 health. He's been focused at the moment from Cactus. He's dropped. This has gone to Rage Quit, Mojo. What happened here with Knackerbrod?
As I said already, Knackebrod took the bait. They positioned at I7, so he would soak up the damage if someone pushes, so they would do the crossfire. That's fine. But at that moment, majority of Rage Quit actually pushed around with Clippers, and they were the real force to fight. So they then had no real opposition because most of the guys of the Knackebrod were already in the reload, and they could do free damage. That's how they took out Young, so Knackebrod had no anchor anymore that would kind of like position, and everyone would be situated around him. Also, Xane, I didn't like that move. He came in their back alone with a butshot. I mean, there were not 3 guys on one shot there, so you would say, okay, I'm gonna just take my Clipper and deal with them. No, there was like maybe 1 guy on really low HP, but the other guys were more than enough to deal with him.
Yeah, he was able to go in and get the kill, but then
If
he could trade off damage, but he was dead.
It's a major mistake. If he stayed and he actually fought on the other flank with the Clippers, I think it would be much better.
Yep. The other thing was, is if he's going to do something like that, he really needs the rest of the team to move in to try and distract him.
There was no
And
even a theoretical possibility that anyone can move in there.
I was a bit greedy in a way, just wanting to get the kill probably.
He just chose the closest opponents because he was the one in defilade behind the team, but in my eyes, I think he should have just joined Raven on other flank and play there immediately.
And Raven was one of the last ones standing, so he was able to get his shots out as well. So
Yes.
be interesting to see where the damage came from in that battle. Certainly surprised there to see that Rage Quit would come out and win it. So let's have a look now at the statistics and actually see who came top damage. Can see Gremic actually in a T10 doing the top damage, Mojo.
Yeah, it's really good because it's a high position. You are always in higher position shooting the people down. Now, yeah, they can pen you if you are careless, but if you're positioned well, no way. It's really hard, and you have constant shots on anyone who is trying to move left and right and cover their teammates. So Gremek was using that situation really well, and also #1 skills. The only one who was wrecked out of them, because there was 3 of them, is actually pure skill, because he kind of positioned bad in the start and opened too much of himself, so he ended up on 1 shot. But even he had his purpose, because a lot of them took the bait and just emptied everything they had, trying to pen them.
Yep. So it's interesting on a map like this and with all the vehicles involved, that with all these autoloaders and tier 10 autoloaders, that the top damage comes from a tier 9 single shooter, which is not exactly known for its rate of fire.
It's really rare. It's really rare to see. It's even really rare to see a tier 9 of any kind doing the
coming
top damage.
Yeah.
We've seen on Ghost Town once or twice top damage being the tier 9 Americans, because they're Clippers, but there you go. Okay, so he took out pure skill, fine. And what now?
Yeah.
What's your plan? How did
4
he
shots
even...
left, and what's he going to do with it? Because he spreads the shots across both tanks as well.
No, it's not only that. I mean, Gremet just went in his face and he had no choice who to shoot. But there is #1 skills, a fastest DPM single shooter heavy tank in the game, and most precise also, plus a T10.
Yeah.
Like, there is no way to deal with them.
Yeah.
No way.
It was, I mean, and this is going back to exactly what Hellfish was saying. Sometimes there's critical mistakes or mistakes that just shouldn't happen where people do things like overextend or stuff like that. Or
in start, it looked like good for KB, but after that initial salvo, I think they should have just sacrificed Jung and pulled back immediately before they start taking that huge damage from the Clippers.
Yep, should have been like, guys, we're not winning this one. Let's just cut our losses. I mean, we've seen it with teams last night. We had one of the back chats just being left on his own in the first side of the map, and the team were like, see you later, mate, can't save you, but we need to like set up, like, get a proper defensive line set up.
Yeah, it's been nice knowing you, but this is a game.
Yeah, definitely, you know. So that's what you get for getting caught out in a way. So we're going to go into round 2 in just a second, where the teams switch round. Now, we're going to have Rage Quit are going to be the ones attacking now?
No.
Rage Quit?
Yes.
Okay.
Rage Quit will be attacking, KB will be defending.
My paperwork is wrong in front of me. So let's have a look at the lineup just to confirm, because I've written something down wrong here. So yes, Rage Quit on the attack, Knackebrod on the defense. Now, what I wanted to ask you, Mojo, is Rage Quit's lineup here only has 2 autoloaders.
We've seen... I mean, we've even seen them play something like this, but they used 5 I-113s, if I remember correctly, in the start of the season. and they used 2 tier 9 autoloaders.
Okay.
But it's a pretty simple tactic. With this, they want to push into the enemy. Now, with this amount of clippers, I don't know how well can they do it, because these guys can clip on them and run away. So there is also alternative. They can try to do a cap pressure with this. Maybe even use 2 butchers for a cap pressure while they are pressing with these 5 1-1-3s, and then counter pushing with butchers on some weak spot of KB defense. So we will see what kind of ludicrous action they have planned for this.
Okay, so let's jump into the action as we go into round 2 here on Ghost Town. So Rage Quit, I mean, it's a bit of a confusing lineup for me, Mojo, because I'm so used to seeing E100s and AMX 50Bs here all the time.
Well, most of the other teams, 57s of course, most of the other teams are incorporating E100s now because they soak up a lot of damage and so on. But let's not forget, to play E100s you actually need to really be tactical versed. If you want to avoid any kind of high tactics, it's maybe better for a team to use more simple tactics that suit them well and just rely on coordination between the players. So yeah, as we see here, 2 butchers immediately for the cap pressure here, but KB already expected that. So here you go, the full strike of the 5 guys in the flank of KB is coming in.
So they're rotating around already. So we've got the 2 batchats in the bottom. As we see all the heavy tanks engaging down the bottom here. So already Tarantula is eliminated. They focused out Tarantula. They're going for a double cap. They're making Rage Quit. So they're making Knackerbroad think, where are we going for, guys? Where do we need to go for? Now, number 1 skills is about to drop. Halu's also getting focused. So Rage Quit have lost number 1 skills. Young has been dropped on Knackerbroad and return fire from Rage Quit. Rage Quit need to be really disciplined with their focus fire here. They need to take the autoloaders out and commit as many guns as possible. Now, right now, the double cap's going, but the real cap is actually on the number 1 as we see the Batchats rotating round to give additional cover fire. Knackerbroad down 3 tanks now, Rage Quit only down 2 tanks. This is going to change in just a second though, as Hellfish is going to get focused down as well. They're going to try and track him with a ram there from Pure Skills, but Pure Skills actually blocks the shot for Cactus being able to get a shot into Hellfish as Cactus finds another target. Pure Skill now getting shot in the back as he tries to move around this corner from Crux coming in. He's going to try and clear up as much as he can as he takes out Cactus. Now we see Pure Skill getting dropped by Crux as well. In return, Seba takes out Xanilon. Crux then takes out Gremic as well, so that's 3 kills in a row for Crux as he comes strutting into this battlefield with his gun loaded. And straight away, Mojo, this is still 50-50 right now.
It's a messy game. It's one of the messiest I've seen so far of this, but so many individual misplays in this fight. I can name 4 or 5 players who died like in any reasonable way here. Sitting in the middle of the field, trying to shoot someone, turn with 90 degrees. And now we have a display of 1 versus 1, Seba versus Hellfish. Hellfish with a low number of HP, Seba can just run away.
Both tanks on a reload there, so Hellfish was doing what he can to try and keep Crux in the game with his gun, but that was a great play as he was able to be picked out by the other remaining Batchat. Now we have Seba here, he's the attacking team. He's in a Batchat 25, 1,118 health. And Knackerbroad, we have Hellfish is the only person left. He's got 537 health and he's T57 heavy. Now Hellfish cannot one-shot Seba. He's going to take at least 2 shots, and Seba needs 2 shots to take out Hellfish.
Seba is actually on 3 shots for Hellfish. He cannot
3 shots, yeah, okay.
3. And
even if he got 2 lucky high rolls.
And Hellfish, even with 2 lucky high rolls, he's on 3 shot. And Hellfish, no matter what roll Seba does, is 2 shot.
This is bold from Hellfish. He's going to go into this area to try and sit and bait Seba into him, but Seba can sit in a cap circle and bait Hellfish out.
Honestly, Seba just should go in a 1 cap circle and sit and wait there, because that's the safest position for him. It's not like a 57 can flank you out. And if he manages to proxy Hellfish, he should just do it and aim his gun on exit.
He's going to proxy him right now, so you should see it. And all he needs to do is drive over to the 1 cap and just point towards that area. Seba, mate, it's there for the taking.
He's trying to aim through that gap between 2 buildings, if you can see it. There is like a hairline there, and he might connect Hellfish if he was a little back. But here we go. This is all he needs to do, and just aim the exit now. Like Hellfish locked himself in. This was the worst decision he could have made in this game.
Hellfish can't, by the time the tracks of Hellfish stick out here, Seba's going to have the shot. So Hellfish can't do this without taking damage. This should be game to Rage Quit unless Seba does something monumentally bad. I'm
Seba
pretty
also
sure
has a house to hide behind.
I'm pretty sure right now Hellfish is cursing himself for doing that. Or perhaps his team's also doing so.
Come out, wherever you are. Yeah.
Can't-
Okay, like full throttle up, engines up.
Yeah.
You
Get
have to come
ready.
out sooner or later, Hellfish. So
Yep.
whatever.
Just waiting to die, mate. You can't run down the clock.
Use that nitro.
The base is going to be captured before you run it down. At best, you can hope for that Seba is just not looking at his screen when you come running out, but you don't even have like a decent run up. He's not going to get any speed.
Yeah, it's T57.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a difference between 50B and 57 right before that. This one has a better armor and faster reload and heat shells. 50B is the rotation tank. Like 50B could actually gain some speed here and maybe run out.
I think
It guns blazing.
what we're probably seeing is Nakabrod are just going to let they know it's lost, so rather than Hellfish run out and just die, they're just going to let the base capture go down and give themselves a little bit of
That's a
time to talk
nonsense,
to each
mate.
other.
He must fight till the end. Never, never, never would anyone stay like that. And there you go.
Oh,
First
he
shot.
gets the shot. He doesn't get the first one in. He's just going to get this one in, no? There we go.
And that's it.
GG, Rage Quit 2-0 here against Nakabrod. This is not the start Nakabrod wanted, but it's exactly the start that Rage Quit wanted.
We already said Kneckebrod is actually horrible on this map. I've been watching their stats. Their defense is 12.5%, even less now. With this, attack is not even better. It's like 30%.
How many times have they played it? Is it a good amount of times? Or?
Let's see, 16 times.
16 times.
Slow learners.
Wow.
Slow
So
runners.
that's a map to pick against Nakabrod. That's definitely a map to pick against them, yeah.
So not really the best choice for them here. And I mean, this game was so messy.
Yeah.
I've rarely seen something like that. You remember, guys? Like, okay, so we are not psychic here. And we read what will Rage Quit do. It's not that hard with that lineup. So they managed to leave one tier 9 on a cap alone, and he got pushed.
Two on the cap. Two bad chats were on the
No,
cap.
No. Kneckebrod left one guy behind
yeah,
who was
okay,
pushed. Then when other team was like pushing, when those 5 single shooters were pushing, I saw Failware drive with FV heavy 90 degrees to shoot them wide open in a road, and he was on one shot. Same went for Jung. When Xane was on one shot, none of the Rage Quit guys finished him off, so he emptied his clip. So there are so many messy moments here. I didn't even catch all. That was just the part.
So we have Hellfish there doing 4k damage. Seba from Hellfish there and Nakabrod. Seba right behind him there and Rage Quit doing 3,800. But I mean, we talked about this before. I said to Daki, I don't quite understand the use of the E1 because they kind of get eliminated. But Daki's saying how they were used as a bullet sponge, but they never seem effective. They seem effective at getting shot
No, mate,
first.
they are effective in hands of players that can deal with them. Tarantula, obviously, left alone there, he cannot do anything. I mean, tactically, you need to position a tank where he has a purpose, not to leave him alone. That's not a botchat. He cannot run away. He must be in a big group, not alone,
Yeah.
not ever alone.
He was the first one that got focused fire when the action happened.
Yes, and he was completely alone because those 5 pushed in a top cap, and that was kind of really obvious plan, and he was alone there. There was no one else with him.
And trying to call out that action as it happened was absolutely murder because you had the guys in the cap circle, the number 1 cap doing that, so you're expecting something. Initially we were watching them, then we had those 5 tanks, like you said, starting the fight in the town, but rather than stay on Death Alley where we thought perhaps something might happen, they go into the cap circle, and then you have an almost wraparound of the cap circle here. I mean,
And there you go.
It's
Look at the
mayhem.
minimap. There
Yeah.
is no one with him.
so Tarantula's the first one dropped, but then
And
you
look
see
at the position of Young now. Look at this,
Yeah.
how he's driving that 57.
just drives out and
And
gets himself shot.
Failware will do the next thing same. Look at this.
Yeah, just drives out, side on, side armor, best armor. You can't do that in a tank like that has huge broadsides. Now, Hellfish is trying to do what he can, but he's right in front of the other guns.
And look at this pure skill. He has a shell. He doesn't even see Xane,
Yeah.
who is on one shot behind him.
And Crux coming in, he picks up 3 tanks, runs round the corner, then he gets protected by Hellfish on the reload. Hellfish did what he could, but this was great play as well from Eurus here, not to be distracted by shooting Hellfish. He gets the shot and he finally kills Crux, but then Hellfish kills him, and then Seba has 2 shots himself. Seba actually took the shot into the T-57 and runs away. Seba could have perhaps left the 2 shots for him, but I mean, misplays, good plays. I mean, it's really just each team picking up on each other's mistakes. It wasn't any outstanding play from Rage Quit that won this one. It was more help. Rage Quit picking up on Nakabrod's mistakes,
This
but,
is,
but Rage Quit were making mistakes
This
themselves.
is really a comeback of Rage Quit to their old tactics we've been talking about. As I said, if you are not capable of evolving high tactics and really strong positional plays by all 7 players, use something simple that will go in your advantage. In both games here, we saw a really simple plan. One team, one part of the team was a bait. This was the main force. So, in the first game, they had 3 constant shooters on a high ground. They were a bait. Everyone from the Clippers came from the side. In this game, 2 butt shots were a bait on the cap. Everyone else came from another flank. It's so obvious.
Yep.
But KB really did nothing to suppress it.
Now, we were talking earlier on about Rage Quit having some unusual tactics. Let's bring up the lineups now for our next map, which is going to be Prokhorovka. Mojo, what do we see here in Rage Quit? That's not a typo, ladies and gentlemen. Rage Quit are genuinely bringing a T95 to defense here in Prokhorovka.
We've been debating, would anyone dare to even take it? Now, this can work marvelous or can be a complete disaster, but I'm really hoping they will actually live in somewhere in the woods, because it's really hard to approach that one frontal. I mean, you really need to get him from the sides. And sniping him from the distance, yeah, good luck with that on frontal. But, of course, that will give a lot of rotational force to KB who are attacking. So this can be quite a tricky game in every fashion.
So why a T95 and not any other tank of its level?
I don't think I can get in their mindset in that one. But T95, most definitely the biggest armor in any tier 9.
Okay, so let's jump into map 2 here, Prokhorovka. Rage Quit lead Nakabrod 2-0.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points, as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
Okay, so we have the camera angle. Looking at the camera angle on Rage Quit right now, they are following the T95 as he's rushing off down to get vision. No, he's not actually rushing off to get vision. He goes.
As you said, in the meantime, like T95 with this camo, it looks really cool.
Yeah, it looks awesome with the camo. Now, Nakabrods are going to be taking up position on the roadside, Mojo, while Rage Quit are going to be camping out the rail side.
Yeah, it's also a possibility, and if Halo gets a good hold-on position there, it's gonna be a real pain to deal with him. Also, interesting thing, and as trivia here, Prokhorovka is a really good map for Knekkebrod. They actually beat Kazna 2-0 in the last match, and it was really decisive game. Really good rotations for them. So maybe close combat is not a really good thing for them, like on Ghost Town, but rotation might seem better. And look at this. This is like a real war tank destroyer.
Proper sniper. It's important to tell, for all the viewers who are not familiar with how the tank picks happen, the teams don't know each other's lineups until we basically bring them into the room to get the match started. So they have no time to prep against each other than when they start the battle. So they have roughly about 30 seconds before the battle starts to quickly assess the enemy team's lineups and see if it is going to work for their plan or if they're going to have to completely change their plan. So you take tanks based on what you want to do, and you also have to think in the back of your mind, well, we expect the enemy team to take XYZ and we're going to do this. But 9 times out of 10, this is why we always get excited when there's an unusual tank, because this can totally throw the enemy team.
Look at how much is Rage Quit relying here that Halo's armor will prevail and that he will do some nasty 750 plus shot on someone who is approaching a cap. Also they are, because of that, able to position all the forces on the other side and practically deal with the other side with 6 tanks, with #1 skills being on Grille on the top of the hill, so he would have a good alpha shots if someone is rotating.
It looks like a beast sitting here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, let's get no doubts. Trying to shoot this thing frontally is an absolutely horrible thing to do because it's so low and it has so much armor at the front of it.
There are weak spots, of course. The low plate is a weak spot. The commander hatch is a weak spot. But yeah, you need to actually connect on those. So that's not the easiest job in the world. And Interesting trivia here. Rage Quit actually in attack has 75% on this map,
Okay.
and they played it a bit. But in defense, they're not so good.
Wow. So defense, they have set up super camp mode. They're basically saying, here's the 2 bases. We're just going to sit back from them, and you can just have a little wander in whenever you want, Nakabroad, and we'll be waiting for you.
There is a whole lot of nothing happening at the moment, which I don't really understand, because Knakebrud is the ones that should take initiative. Nothing is spotted on the map at the moment, and KB is positioned at the moment playing like they're defending. Like, no one is even breathing here. I mean, yeah, you are 2-0 down, but you should kind of take some initiative.
It's interesting here, because the danger with the T95 as well is the minute he starts turning to try and block shots, he can get hit in a crossfire. So you don't want the side armor exposed at any point.
We have this spotter here, who is more or less controlling this main area. So all these guys are positioned so they would fire here, here, here like this, or on the top of the hill if something is spotted. And this guy is mainly taking care of everything else. And let's see, will Tarantula spot him now?
Tarantula might actually spot him, because he's spotted out by Halu. Tarantula's coming up in a great spot. He could spot side onto him. Halu doesn't have the coverage from the side bush here. He knows he's there. He's going to have to turn to shoot Tarantula, which means he's going to expose his side armor to the rest of the team. And there he goes. Halu being spotted by Tarantula. Turning was the absolute worst thing you could have done, Halu. You're now a sitting duck for the gun line of Nakabrod, and you're dead.
What
Mate,
a misplay. What a misplay.
That RU was not going to kill you. That RU was not going to kill you. Why would you do that?
That was such a bad play by Halu. I mean, he might as well drown on the start of the game with this kind of play. Like, why would you turn your flank toward a light tank who cannot even shoot him? There is no way for Tarantula to shoot him. He would have to expose himself to his teammates who are controlling the center.
All it would have been a case of is, guys, can you get this light off me? Yeah, sure, no problem. Instead, he turned. He got spotted and sat side on. Exactly what I was saying. The danger of the T95 is once you get to turning, once people can shoot it in the sides, it's GG. It's wrecked. Very close to swearing there myself. It gets tracked and you can just pick it apart really easily. So outstanding scouting from Tarantula to be able to find out where he is, keep himself safe. He's getting shot at now, but his job is done. If he dies, to trade Tarantula for a T95, I'm pretty sure Nakabrod will be happy for that.
KB has all the positions now. Like, whatever Rage Quit does, they are in an upper hand. They have the crossfire, they have the cap pressure. I mean, Tarantula did his job. He can as well die now. It doesn't really matter. But Rage Quit, that was a huge mistake. And I still think they should have played the woods with it.
Yeah, Nakabrod can now go in and start capping base number 1, and they know where Rage Quit have to come over and defend it from. Nakabrod not interested in base 2. They have all their guns lined up along the road to be able to cover Crux, who's capping right now. And it's a nice simple cap from now. In return, Rage Quit, we see Seba getting shot. He's lost his commander, so there's no jack of all trades for him. Cactus has been shot and lost his gunner. Gremic is getting wrecked in the middle here. He only has 202 health. He has an ammo rack damaged, has an engine damaged, and he has no commander. So again, no jack of all trades for him. And Rage Quit falling to pieces. Nakabrod have lost Tarantula, but everyone else in the team still has full health.
This game is so over at the moment. I mean, they already should think about another map, because I don't see any way out of this. Not even a theoretical one at the moment. But who knows? Miracles happens.
Crux down, 20 seconds here left in the cap as Cactus is going to roll over and do a desperate cap reset, try and get the shot into Crux. Down to 15 seconds. They better hurry up, Rage Quit. As actually, Crux just actually pulls out of the cap circle. They actually know there was a reset. He gets shot. I think it was Urbis who got shot in there. I was really surprised because I thought I actually got one-shotted, but there was nothing that could one-shot him there in the battle. So Crux now taking multiple crossfire shots from Rage Quit, but I mean, the battle is completely in Nakabrod's favour right now. You're looking at 8,000 health roughly to about 4,400 health.
That is the big comeback now for Knekkebrud. They can thank the Rage Quit for that, because we've seen so many teams at the moment planning some actions, but really kind of two-dimensional. Two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because they just don't even incorporate all the possibilities that can happen. And this was the most simple one, that KB will do a spot like this, try to fan out if there is a heavy or TD there, and then play around. I mean, I think KB actually expected that the TD will be in a corner and not on that open position like that, because in a corner it would be really hard to
Yeah.
do anything against that T95.
If he has any kind of hill that he could hide behind or something like that, it would make it much harder to shoot at him. But there we go. So Nakabrod surviving with 6 tanks. Crux was left on something like 10 health at the end and had a dead driver. Rage quit the minute they lost that T95 anchor.
They just fell apart.
Ship just sailed away, basically.
I mean, if you really want that tank to be played by someone, then put someone who will actually perform on it. It's a slow tank, so turning, like, where did he even think the KB would be?
Put someone who's not scared of a scout. I mean, the minute you turned, like you said, wait a minute, guys, I'm going to try and shoot the scout by turning my TD to the left when I know that all the rest of the guns from that team are going to be there.
When I'm going to turn my slowest TD in a game, no, probably one of the slowest vehicles in a game, that goes 13 kilometers per hour on a good day.
Mind blown. Unbelievable. Like, at the minute that happened, that was it, GG. And we couldn't believe it. So let's have a look at the stats and see where the damage done. But I mean, Zaneleon, I mean, top 4 guys all coming there from Nakabrod.
I mean, come on, look at the first page. It's all KB. It's KB all over the place.
There. That is just simply a throw from Rage Quit. That was really, from what it looked like, was initially good play and patient play. To lose the T95 like that and then realise that everybody else is out of position and then there was nobody else covering base number 1 like that, that was, I mean, it's like what we said before. It's critical mistakes from both teams. Like,
well, from 2 fast games and 2 rushes, I guess they wanted to slow the pace down to make a mind play there, but this was a really big misplay and costed them around. So we will just move and see. And I really am sorry that T95 made a debut here finally and did 0 damage. That's the worst for me at the moment.
I was looking so forward to seeing that smack people undetected from range. It looked like it was going to be amazing, and no. It's Game of Throws, basically.
You know,
so,
when I farmed my E3, I actually skipped T95.
I mean, look at him. He's just, why? Like, Halu, mate, just don't ever do that again. It's an RU. The RU could spend, what, 5 minutes probably trying to kill you, and your teammates can come over and help you. Even if you're spotted, at least keep the front armor to the enemy tanks.
The Rage Quit was always in a position they could have, if they Ru there, they just position tanks on a center to cover, and one guy just hop over, take 1 or 2 shots from the guys from the forest and just kill the Ru.
Yeah,
and that's it.
The other danger is, even if it gets that bad, he can just back up into the red line and stop the RU from getting directly behind him.
No, RU had no way to go behind him. He would have to go over that little hill, and then the guys from the Rage
crossfire in the middle,
should be able to shoot him.
Okay,
but they had no response for this, like no plan.
Yeah, that's like, oh, we've lost the T95, what do we do? Well, we didn't expect to lose the T95. Oh, come on. Like, let's have a look then at the lineups for round 2 and see what's going to change here in both teams. So,
well, hello, I've seen this build before. This is a ding play by 3 140s, 3 Bachats and 1 Ru. So that's really standard that Ding used to play. They changed from that, but it's really rotational and it can be used for all kind of pressures for both caps. We've seen it work from both sides and what gameplay is needed. At the end of the day, once you clear the sides, you will put 140 in a cap or even all 3 if needed.
Okay, and why are they choosing the 140 specifically for this tactic?
Because they're Russian mediums, fast shooters, precise, and they have best gun depression of all the Russian shooters. Whole 1% more than the others.
Whole 1%, but could be vital when you're trying to get those shots
1 degree,
off.
Sorry.
So, Nakabrod on the defense, Rage Quit on the attack. Let's jump into the battle now here and see if Rage Quit can take it to 3-1, or are Nakabrod going to bring it back to 2-2? What are you expecting to see from the start here, Mojo?
There will be some control for the middle from Rage Quit because they have the faster lineup and they can do the shots if they want. So there should be a really straightforward push there to see what's going on, and then they can choose to go left or right after that.
So any social media fans who can see the links up the top for their Facebook and Twitter pages of each team, drop by and give those guys a hello or give them a follow if you're a fan of the team.
Pure skill. He should get a spot here. Only Young? Hellfish and Raven not? That's really strange. But there you go. Now they're spotted by these guys. But they didn't expect them.
Oh, Seba, you don't stop there ever. Number one skills getting focus fire. So I was able to bounce a couple of shots on the top of his turret. Raven gets dropped in return for Nakabrod. Hellfish is almost dropped in Nakabrod as well, as we see Crux getting ammo rack and repairing that. So Ragequit have lost one tank in this middle exchange. Nakabrod have lost two. Young is now being focused by Ragequit as they push over into him. Young could drop here as well. He's got a dead driver as we see these RU-251, 2 Object 140 shoot him. So we do drop Young as well. Nakabrod down 3 tanks already. Ragequit down 1 and almost down another 2.
We have a fatal split here by Knackebrod, who left those 3 tanks there without real means to support them. Now the only thing will be these guys will be reloaded. Will Ragequit make good plays, or will they fall to some trap? Now they have all these 140s they can keep for cooldown. They just must prevent rotations from this botshot, and they can keep one guy capping, and that's about that. Like when the botshots start coming in, it would be... They would need a really lucky game to deal with this.
So Ragequit with the tank advantage right now, but they don't have the health advantage. Having Urwis and number one skill down, Urwis is on 208 health, number one skill's on 67 health. They've both reloaded, but they're not going to do much. I mean, they're both on a one-shot. You could ram number one skills.
Yeah, but first you need to see them so you could ram them. And that's why they're kept off the battle. And really bad position from Urwis here.
Yeah, this is going to be jumped on by Tarantula.
What are you thinking
Tarantula
about,
just
mate?
goes, I'll take the kill.
Wow, what a low roll.
187.
What a low roll.
187, he takes one in the butt, and there's another crossfire coming as well. Tarantula could get dropped here before he gets the kill on Urwis. Pure Skill gets the kill on Tarantula as Failware gets the kill on Urwis. So tank apiece at the moment. Crux, Zanaleon and Failware are going to jump onto Pure Skill now in RU-251, but RU-251's not really what you want. I know he's in the cap circle, but you're giving away shots right now, and you're giving away information to Ragequit who are going to wrap up in the back.
So many shells wasted here on one shot botshot and one RU, and the main force is coming now. What will you shoot them with? Why didn't you keep driving?
Focus Zanaleon, guys. Get past him and get into the next one. So there's a ram that was needed. Crux has only got, Crux is on a full reload. Failware's on a full reload now. This is going to go to Ragequit, and they're going to take this 3-1 to Nakabrod, Mojo.
It's most definite here. Now we've seen Urwis, who was positioned horribly, but he had a really lucky strike here there with that low roll from RU. RU has an average of 240 and he struck him for 187.
RNG.
I mean, really, come on. He didn't deserve to survive that after that positioning. He really deserved to fall there and to be a punishment for his team for positioning like that. But then, okay, they dealt with that. And they wasted so many shells on one RU.
Yeah, it's like
between 3 of them, I think they wasted at least 2, some of them even 3 on one RU. On one RU.
The cap wasn't even at risk of being. It wasn't like it was 10 seconds and you have to kill the RU. It was like they should have just maybe taken a couple of shots and then just swept down.
The logical choice is leave one guy to deal with RU, and everyone else must do some damage to the guys, because it was known that the other guys will come immediately right there to fight.
Because they would say, hey guys, all 3 of them are here, so like, let's come over. So let's have a look at the statistics and have a look at the damage. So Cactus, somebody we highlighted previously on Ragequit. Top 3 players all on Ragequit, Mojo.
Cactus doing 3k damage here almost. Urwis, the failure at the end. Hit also almost 3k. So again, we saw a display of really simple tactics by Ragequit, and that worked for them. Whenever they try to go in higher math, it's just not their thing. Stick to the basics.
Urwis was a bit like one of those guys in the trenches in World War I, sticking his head up over the trench. You're like, mate, don't do that. You're not wearing a helmet, you know? Throwing himself out there to the RU-251, and I mean, unfortunate with that roll, 187. He deserved to die for that. He didn't deserve to live.
It was interesting that actually Pure Skill didn't spot all 3 guys on a middle. So that's why they peaked with 3 botshots so offensively, because they thought they will deal with only one guy to take him out for free. And one of them just disappeared like this.
Yeah, I think it was number 1 skill maybe.
Whoever died with 1 shot of damage, that was him.
Daki will laugh at this himself. I mean, I die up there in that area frequently. So Seba gets dropped. You never stop in that area, because in for example, random battle, there's always crossfire from the bushes, and that's what happened.
He had to, because that's the only position for 3 of them to fight against anyone there, while the objects are coming from the side. The thing is, only they didn't expect 3 guys there.
That was just the roll there. So 187, and I mean, He gets away in something like 10 health or something like that. He just rolls away.
But what was the real problem? Because all the clippers from the Knekkebrod they were doing the distant damage.
Yeah.
But when you are sniping with a Bacha, there is a high chance you will miss your shots. There is a high chance of that. So you will not do all the shots as you want to. And then you are out of the fight. If majority of team like this is that, because you could not really focus out who you shoot because they can take covers.
Yeah.
And then you shoot someone else randomly.
Yeah, I mean, the start of that match, don't usually see teams just clash like that right in the middle. Usually it's a lot more patient. Rage Quit being a bit...
Actually,
what we
this
expect.
is really something like old school battle in all formats, because Prokorovka in older formats was usually played like this. If you have a good enough team, you just go and you try to go head on.
So we're going to go into mines now, Mojo. Autoloaders all round for Rage Quit there.
Well, last time Rage Quit played this against Rusty Roster, they actually made a breakthrough for themselves. They won 2-0 on mines, but that was a match with a, let's say, weird games. So I don't think it will be like this. But look at this, 3 TVPs here in offense by Rage Quit. That's not a sight you see often, I would say, and I don't like it. I said it before. We've seen them play that before, but maybe they think they can make it work again.
Why don't you like it?
Because it's too optional. Like these guys, when it comes to any serious counter-attack, they're really big target. They're slower than Bacha, their silhouette is higher, and they're really easy to hit.
Okay, so can Rage Quit make the TVPs effective or not? Let's find out as we go into map number 3. Rage Quit 3, Knekkebrod 1 on mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Okay, and here we go, Mojo, as there's going to be a big hill push from Rage Quit.
It's a really, really big hill push. So with those TVPs, they want to try to catch off maybe Failware here while he's climbing. Now, Failware is one of the best climbers in the league. He will have a really rough 1 second here when they can catch him.
Oh, he's exposed, he's spotted now. Here comes the guns coming in.
TVPs
TVP's
are
going to
loaded.
try and shoot. Cactus having no idea where he's aiming right now. Is he missed? Cactus, what are you doing, mate? You're spinning about in the middle of your TVPs. Let him get shots.
But Failware managed to hide behind this rock. So thank for his good driving skills. He's safe. If he kind of flinched for a bit and got tracked, that would be the end of him. We've seen KB in the last match against Kazna when they tried some boosts there, double boosts. They failed miserably and Kazna took advantage of that. Didn't take advantage of that to win the match. I mean, that game specifically, they won the match, but it was really messy moment for KB. I guess they've been working on it since then. But really kind of interesting positioning here for KB. We even have one guy in the middle of the field in a bush, Raven. So Raven can spot a lot what's going on top of the hill and who is trying to peek without getting proxy spotted because he is far enough in there. And that big cluster of bushes is covering him from every side. The only thing is he cannot really shoot until the game really starts. So if Rage Quit does some full push downhill, Raven will do his 4 shells and die then. That's how it goes.
It's interesting to note that Failware was the one exposed there on Knekkebrod, but he didn't take any damage, as it was actually Gremic in the TVP of Rage Quit who took damage. Some shots coming across there on Halo as he was looking to try and get perhaps a boost up on that side of the map.
No. All the good teams first go and challenge to see is someone spotting. So at the moment they really don't know where Tarantula is. That's a sneaky spot you see there. So Tarantula is the one who is making sure someone is spotted. And in addition, I think Tarantula can even get a good 49 shot in someone's back who is climbing. That would be a really interesting moment. Like, he will certainly not fire now on Halo, but if someone goes up, and when he goes up, he should be directly with his back to Tarantula in that moment. I mean, that would be a really good moment for him to just fire a shot and run away.
And the T49 is capable of one-shotting a Batchat. We've saw it in a map before. We saw someone get deleted down at
No, he cannot one-shot.
K3. Oh, there must have been a shot immediately because all it was the T49 shooting, and then there was a Batchat
he
gone.
can do maximum around 1100.
1100. Well,
that's like top max.
All I can remember clearly happening was a Batchat, the T49 shot, and then there was a Batchat gone. So unless two other people from his team shot at the exact same time, because I can't remember seeing loading bars or anything else. Could have got an ammo rack. Could have caused it with an ammo rack.
I've never seen it happen.
Because it could have been module damage and taking ammo rack out.
I've really never seen it happen, but he can set him on fire. Something like can happen. So I really don't know. I haven't seen that.
It was, I'm pretty sure it was Yugi Homer because he came top damage in the match.
Wow, lucky Tarantula. Did you see this? Like Cactus actually guessed correct where he is, but he missed him by a hairline. So now he's not actually sure where it happened from. And Halu already took some shots from the base.
Yep, Halu took a shot coming over there, so Halu's trying to, looks like he's trying to get a bit more vision near to, oh, where is Halu actually? I see Halu.
Halu is in a little village.
Okay, so, Pure Skill's name's covering him. Okay, so it's Pure Skill then into Halu. RageQuit at the moment playing super passive at the moment. RageQuit actually on the attack, so at some point they're going to need to make a move somewhere. Probably going to come, what do you think, Mojo, down the 8-9 line or 1-2 line?
Well, interesting here, look at this. It's 4 minutes in, and RageQuit still haven't done anything. So far, so good for KB. Even if they lose this T49 after 1 more minute or something, they already bought half of the time here. I mean, Mines is a game you really need time to deal with the enemy. You can't do it in last minute.
Cactus is spotted again, so Cactus knows that Tarantula is somewhere right in front of him now. I saw that #1 Skills was blind firing somewhere as well. Could see him shooting there. Probably going to start reloading. Cactus and Seba are just going to say, like, mate, we need to find a Cactus just again doing the spot check, and he's like, right, okay, I'm sure he's right in that bush. I'm sure he's right in that bush. Seba, shoot for me, you know?
They are sure, but they're not sure. Otherwise, they would shoot him already. The main thing is that when they actually fired there, they didn't connect.
Oh, he missed! Tarantula tried to get Pure Skill, and he shot the building. You saw the building getting annihilated there, so Tarantula's going to have to break and run now, and hopefully he can get around the corner, but Pure Skill looks like he's got a good angle on him, so the minute he pokes out just slightly past that building, Tarantula not in a good place now, not in a good place. As Cactus is going to want to poke his head around that corner to get a shot as well. Tarantula ducking and diving right now from Pure Skill. Can he survive a bit? No, he can't survive a bit longer.
I mean, it was only a matter of seconds. When will he die? It was just the amount of the time he bought for his team. And look at this, 5.5 minutes straight. Everyone from KB is on 100% except Tarantula. They lost, but RageQuit is starting their game effectively at 4 minutes.
So RageQuit is starting to make a push, but is this going to be too little too late? As we see Cactus getting up on the hill here. Halu going to follow him up here. Nice little camera work to change the angle there. So nice driving from Halu as well. We've seen Rusty Rosta, for example, fail this climb so many times.
We've seen also Halu having a lot of problems with climbing on some boosts, but he's been practicing. You can tell. You
can tell. Practice when it counts. Practice makes perfect, as they say. So Cactus going to come up over here and get a little pop over and see just whereabouts Failware is, because the new Failware's in that area. Actually, no, Failware's completely safe for this. Cactus going to pop over and see what he can see of the lay there. Has to be careful that he doesn't get himself wiped out the minute he pokes himself over that ridge, Mojo.
So this is a really fragile build by RageQuit. 7 mediums, 3 of them TVPs. I mean, TVPs, if they manage to burst on someone in close combat, that's really cool. But you need to get there. That's the main problem with them. So at the moment, it's all up to these guys on the hill. And Raven is getting spotted.
There's the move. As they come down, they're going to try to get Raven, but Pure Skill gets eliminated in the crossfire coming back from the defensive line of Nakabrod. Raven trying to run away with his life as the rest of RageQuit start to come around. The tanks on the hill shooting down as well as Young kills Seba. Raven still surviving here and getting away into the town. So Nakabrod have lost Tarantula and T49 from that earlier exchange. Raven is surviving on 105 health with a dead driver. RageQuit, on the other hand, though, they've lost 2 of their tanks. They've lost 2 of the tier 9 Batchats.
They didn't expect this. You can see they really didn't expect this. I mean, KB is laying out their planes like mines here. Wow, that actually rhymes.
Mines on mines.
Mines on mines. So Tarantula 1 bush, and they really didn't expect that they will put a tier 10 medium in another.
Now, what I was going to say here is that you had Cactus up there on the hill doing a little poke over. So he poked over, he spotted Young, and then he hid back over the hill to make sure to wait till the spot went off again. So he could set himself up for another spot in a slightly different area. But before he could do that, you had the push come through from the Tier 9 Batchats, and it was a pretty suicidal push because, I mean, you should expect Nakabro to have quite a strong defensive lineup here, Mojo, shouldn't you?
Well, KB has all sorts of advantages now, and the last minute of the gameplay comes in right now. Because, let's face it, Rage Quit has no other option except to push right here.
So you see, Urwas getting the kill there onto Raven, but that was with his second shot, so he missed his first shot. He only has 2 shots left. As Failware is able to get a shot into #1 skill, who's just driving out here to die. Is he going to try and get himself below the cover? No, he gets dropped by Hellfish. Rage Quit, you're just driving into their guns, lads. Come on, like, get a bit of a plan going here. Now we can see Halu taking out Young in that position where he was. But now Crux is up on the hill and he's going to shoot at Cactus. Gremic is round the corner, but he's only got 2 shots. Crux has got 3. Gremic has fired off 1, or he's actually going to reload. It looks like, guys, come on, like, Rage Quit. Get something going here.
Gremic is going to try to press on Crux and deal with him maybe one-on-one, because Crux is wasting a lot of shells here. So it will be a lot of solo wars, but Knekebrud has all kind of advantages here, because all they need to do is wait for them to die. Yes, Failware will die, but Failware already served his purpose. And if Crux, who is on 100% HP, comes to effect, all is good.
Cactus managed to kill Failware, but took a huge amount of health loss coming down at hill himself. He's got 148 health, and he's got a dead driver. Halu, his teammate, has 981 health. Well, 256 health, because he's just shot in the face by Zanelon there. He's going to try and clip Zanelon. Should be able to do it, but then Crux has full health. Hellfish has 487.
Crux actually took him out.
Crux saves Zaneleon there in the grill as Crux now comes on to deal with Cactus. Cactus is reloading. Missed shots in there, Cactus. Crux can do this easily, he can trade shots. And there we have it. So, 3-2. Nakabrod's winning that one in a decent defensive lineup, but Rage Quit just driving into them.
Yeah, KB now really laid out some mines, as you said here. I mean, it was really fun to watch. I was actually hoping that 49 will land a shot on someone climbing on a hill in a back.
Yeah.
Like, boom! That would be like a shotgun in a back. But it didn't happen, of course, because Rage Quit was too careful for that. But still, they wasted so much time. They didn't expect then to see Raven in another bush on the other side. But KB actually, for the first time in this game, predicted what will Rage Quit do. And they laid out people there, because the usual attack of Rage Quit, when you have a lot of tanks, at one moment they push like that from the hill, they go down, they try to go in houses, provoke a brawl, and fight.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't happen now, and for the first time, we can say that KB actually did something good against the enemy team. But now, KB actually has to attack.
Yes, so Nakabrod now on the attack, Rage Quit on the defense. Let's bring up the stats and look at the damage done in that battle. So Halu and Cactus there for Rage Quit. Top damage, Rage Quit lost this match, however, and then all next 5 players all coming in from Nakabrod.
Well, Halu and Cactus really had a lot of sniping time from that hill. They were the only guys safe, but the rest of the team was pretty much disastrous. I think we will see at least 2 or 3 guys that did 1 to 2 shells maximum. Maximum.
Okay, so I mean, Halu and Cactus were in good positions to be able to get crossfire. They were the ones who went up onto the hill and able to farm damage down. But then we see, I mean, from spaces 9 to 10 is all the rest of Rage Quit.
Yeah, look at #1 skills and Gremek and pure skill.
TVPs, yeah. I mean, TVPs there, 0 damage on 1 TVP.
Even
#1 skill, she just drove out into the middle.
I think even damage the Seba did was actually at the village.
And
before.
Gremic was 6 kills for 6 shots for only 341 damage. Only connected with 1 shell. You're bringing tier 9 TVPs, tier 9 autoloaders. You want them to do more. So let's have a look at the
Tier 10.
Tier 10 by my, what did I say, tier 6? Sit down, Murphy. So here's where we see Tarantula getting killed at the start. Cactus and Halu taking the hill position here, Mojo.
Cactus here now is perfectly safe. Otherwise, you can see that bush where Tarantula was before. You can see when Halu is climbing now, if that would be a connection, that would be a painful one.
And there's, I mean, Pure Skill just driving out in the middle to die.
They
Seba,
didn't know. Pure Skill and Seba were supposed to push there and get in the buildings to get a proxy spot on the guys in the base. So the guys from the hill could do some clipping and so on. But it didn't happen because they were already alarmed by this TVP. They were distracted by him. He was also shooting, driving away, and everyone else from the Knekkebrud was clipping from all the sides.
And in the end, the guys that Rage Quit who moved down into this area just went into a nice little trap, really, from Knackebrod, that had multiple angles on them, and there wasn't really a safe area anywhere that they could sit in, Mojo, was there?
Well, honestly, only winning scenario I can say that could happen here for Rage Quit if they simultaneously pushed from all sides. But they just sent these two guys, and that's how it ended then.
Okay, so let's have a look at the lineups as we're going to go into round 2 here on Mines. Now, auto loaders again for Rage Quit.
Yeah, oh my god. Not to really change lineup, eh?
Not a fan of the TVP, are you, Mojo?
No, I mean, TVP is okay thing, but in this amount, it's really unanimous. And now they're defending, so this kind of defense will be a bit risky, wouldn't you say?
It's unusual to see a defense without something like a grill parked in that bush.
But on the other side, KB has an artillery, so unless he lands a shell, that's a tank less. So this kind of lineup actually might surprise KB. It's going to be a risky game. It's just the question, how did they choose to play it? Will they push the middle and the village, or will they even press the water side?
And can they get the artillery shell to land?
I'm talking about Rage Quit. Can they do this? But artillery shell, we will see how is he positioned, because it really depends only where will Rage Quit go.
Okay, so let's jump into round 2 here on Mines. Rage Quit on 3, Knackebrod on 2. Will it be 3-3 or will it be 4-2? Let's find out as we can jump straight into the battle. So Mojo, I'm guessing these autoloaders are just going to rush hill?
It tends to be seen. Honestly, like they can do a combo of a water push with hill, or they can go do something else. We see a really aggressive presence of Knekkebrud here on the hill.
Oh, we're going to get a good old-fashioned fight on this hill right now, aren't we?
Well, Crooks is on the other side, and honestly, these guys will be overmatched. If Rage Quit just pushes, they will be overmatched.
Raven, you're going to need to get yourself out of there in a second, mate.
Well, Failware is just proxying them, and so is Raven. So really defensive by KB. We need to see is Xane managing. Did Xane manage to get up? Like, is Xane Leon climbing up? I mean, they're already shooting him. Let's see.
Xane and Leon getting picked apart here by the 3 tanks in the middle.
It's only one connection, unfortunately for them. But he's a bit stuck now.
Is he stuck behind that rock? Is that a place he can actually move out from?
It's not that, but he cannot really go and finish
Can't
the
go
climb.
anywhere, yeah. He can't do anything. But he's always a danger of him shooting one of them in the back as well.
He needs to pick up completely from that position to shoot him in the back. It's not really good position for him at the moment. But it's better than being dead.
Yep. So a gun still in the game, but an ineffective gun at the moment. Failware just perched on this area, proxy spotting Seba and any of the other tanks. As Cactus takes a shot from Raven. Nice peek from Raven there to come round.
But effectively, all Knekkebrud attacks stopped. Now, the question is, will Rage Quit read their rotations well enough, and will they keep the map control? As example, here we have Xane and Crooks on the flanks. If they keep those two incapacitated, how do you say it? So if they just...
Captivity?
Yeah, so they can't move. And you control the center, so you don't get a big push by the rest of the forces there. It's their game. They need to dedicate one guy left, one guy right, to keep an eye of this, and then just focus on defending the center.
It looks like Young's going to want to push up here into the hill in the middle, with Raven perhaps giving him a bit of covering fire. This could be particularly dangerous for Young, although he knows he's trying to just see if there's anyone from the right-hand side who can spawn, because when he turns around, that's when he's going to be in a dangerous position. As artillery gets a shell out, but nothing seems to connect, as you can just see the tracer coming in there.
He was just blinding the bush that's on a boost on G5, you know, where the tanks from up and go. And Crux is actually joining the rest of the forces.
Yep, so Crux leaving the 1-2 line. I think Knackebrod are pretty sure that nothing's going to be happening there. I mean, at the same time, Knackebrod could have potentially made a push down that area, but it looks like...
This is so logical. This is so logical what KB is doing. Like, I'm really interested what's actually the plan for Rage Quit. Why do they still have 3 tanks down?
So Rage Quit still sitting defensively here in this middle area as Crux, Hellfish, and
they really need
Young
to counter push immediately with those 3 tanks from down.
And
Like
now
right now.
going to push in, need to pick out the targets. Hellfish misses a really bad miss there as he puts it into the ground as he takes 2 in return. Crux coming around getting shots into pure skill. Halu's going to give him additional cover. Now the rest of Nakabrod are going to come up with Raven and Failware coming around the corner as well. They're going to try and pick out the targets. Artillery getting a splash damage into Halu. Cactus getting shots. We see Gremmick coming around, but the rest of the team needs to come around and help him. We're going to get an absolutely massive fight here in the middle, Mojo. Raven's taking damage down. Halu's getting damage down.
All 3 of them are coming in the back, and that was the essential of the plan. We can see now from the rage quit. But will it be enough and on time? It looks like Crux and Failware will probably have to fall now because Young is only a single shooter tank. If they catch Failware here, Young is as good as dead and Xane cannot do anything in there. Is Xane even stuck or he's trying to climb up? I really don't know. Oh my dear! Oh, that's a bad thing for KB.
So, in the fight in the middle here, we see Nakabrod being left to pick up the pieces as everything just went to absolute mayhem in the middle there. Young is now being focused fire from Urwis and Gremmick as Halu's coming round to get the final killing blow on him. Now, Nakabrod have 2 tanks left, Xanalayan on almost full health, and Tarantula in the artillery. But Rage Quit have 3 tanks left. Urwis has only 295 health. Gremmick has 994 health in the TVP. Halu has 321 health in his bat chat.
Effectively, Xane was out of the fight the entire time. He fired only 2 shells, and he is alone now. Now Rage Quit, they will do the smartest thing. I hope they will just pull back as they are and let them do whatever they want and then come in numbers. Like the only thing that can stop them from victory is if Xane takes out one of these one-shot guys and Artie makes a shot.
Okay.
We've seen actually a really lucky break for Nakabrod at the end because Artie took out #1 skills in last seconds of the fight.
So
Otherwise it would be 4 guns here.
Halu just going to hide himself in the corner here. Rage Quit can't really be thinking to run out the clock with 5 minutes still left. I guess they're scared of the artillery, knowing that Xane can one-shot Urwis and Halu, because Xane has the health to trade with them. It's just a case of can he find them and not get himself exposed to a counter crossfire from Rage Quit.
It's not only can he find them, it's can he do damage before they do damage to him. Example, even if he kills Halu in a corner, but if he receives 2 shells for that, then he will be in a problem because actually then Gremmick can take him out like this. Because Gremmick is a TVP and he shoots faster.
Well, yes, that's what I was saying. He has shots to be able to get them, but he has to be careful not to be exposed. Now, I don't like this hiding in the corner. I can understand why Halu's doing it, but to want to run down the clock like this is a bit frustrating, but arguably at the same time it's understandable. You want to win. It's really important that they get the win right now. Xane just has to be really careful, as I said, how he approaches this, and can he get some kind of vision for Tarantula, who will be aiming at the right place at the right time?
Full confrontation with a full butshot here is not an option. He actually has enough shells to deal with all 3 of them in one clip. He has exactly amount of shells. 5 shells are needed to kill these 3 guys, and he has them. But that's always a wishful thinking if you think no one will shoot back. So he needs to survive that kind of exchange, and he really does not want a scenario where artillery, Tarantula, will be left one-on-one against one of these guys. Because that would be really horrible, and I mean, Artie is not the best spotter, plus he's in attack, not in defense.
He's not able to spot Gremmick's or Urwis there. Halu in that bottom corner.
He's trying to work with Artie. Artie is trying to clear some default positions for him, and they are working in combo. But in next 60 seconds, it will be all up to him. He will actually have to go down, and he will have to do the dirty work himself.
He's going to proxy Halu here when he comes down.
He cannot really proxy him. It's a bit too far away. But the question is, will Halu manage to do a shot or 2 on him? Because Halu is probably expecting him to come down.
Close to
Let's
each other,
see, Halu spotted.
So there's the shot, but Halu doesn't get. Halu's going to try and get at least 2 shots into him.
No. Halu will try to run away as much as he can around. That's what Halu will do.
Now Xane has to be careful. Oh man, Xane have to get.
He will do another shot on. No,
that's bad.
That's 1 for 1. But look at this. Urwis is already leaving, while Gremmick is here. So Gremmick is one-on-one on Xane.
Xane's going for a reload straight away.
Yeah, and Gremmick doesn't know that. But Gremmick has enough shells to kill Xane. Now, it's really close. If Gremmick has really low rolls, He might survive, but that's highly unlikely because average of that TVP gun is 320 damage, and he shoots a shell every 1.5 seconds. 4 shells in total, so that's well above 1200. Hey, look at this, he's already clipping him. Xani even doesn't have shells.
Xani's already messed up the exchanges. Grimmick
That's
hasn't
it.
even taken a hit yet. So, Tarantula is the only person left on Nakabrod in his artillery. Urwis can actually go and get him, or he can just leave him because as defenders they can run the clock down with a minute 30. This is it, GG. So, Rage Quit are going to take this one.
Urwis will go for him because he already knows. Gremic told him that Artie fired.
It's going to be 4-2. Rage Quit are going to be going into the next match, which is actually going to be Muravanka. Can Rage Quit save themselves? Can Rage Quit get the points here? 14 points will drop them into 5th place. They'll go ahead of Out of Range, they'll go ahead of Kazna, and they'll go ahead of Swift. They'll take themselves out of this dangerous spot
Nice
right
camera
now.
angle here.
So, Rage Quit 4, Nakabro 2. Mojo, that fight in the middle was pretty much the turning point of the entire battle.
Unexpected scenario here, but as we said, the best approach when you face Artie is to go close. So you deny the angles and spotting for artillery, so artillery cannot really deal with you. I mean, we've seen teams even try that against Gohar, but Diplomat was too much to handle because he was doing shots all the time nevertheless. But this was not the case at the moment, and they had a really bad moment with Zane getting stuck there because he had to fall down in that little ditch. So he would survive. That effectively, when the KB pushed, made them fight 5 against 7. Even there, it was close, but Rage Quit always kept those 3 TVPs in reserve, ready to strike in the back of enemy once they push the hill. You saw Bardet positioning in a hill. They left the opening, so KB would come that way, so TVPs would come right after them and clip out. And that's why so overwhelming advantage. Now, Ixane was in the play all the time. That might not be the case, but he wasn't.
So Gremix here coming out on top damage there for his team on 3,414 with 12 shots fired. Then Young in the 113 for Nakabrod and Crux in the back chat, the next 2 players.
When they pushed the hill, the 113 was certainly not the tank to be focused first by Rage Quit. They were focusing the Clippers, which is a normal choice. And Jung had close combat shots all the time with that high alpha, fast reload of 113. So he had a really good time there. Look at this, Raven. And Xane did more or less only 2 shots of damage. Probably 1 from the hill and 1 now on Halu.
Yeah.
That's a really bad game for him.
2 autoloaders there sitting bottom of the table. Raven only getting 3 shots. He had a decent position at the start. He was one of the last ones to come into that fight, but he was one of the ones to get focused by the autoloaders.
That means that he did 2 shells effectively in the fight.
And that was 2 shells at roughly the start of the battle as well, because once that fight started out, he was one of the first ones focused down. So, unfortunate for him. Good situation for Rage Quit to be in right now as we go into Muravanka. Let's have a look at some of the highlights though of this map. So we can see this fight in the middle just going absolutely... I mean, Raven getting dropped like a rock right now. He's the first one down in the entire battle. Cactus has been dropped already in Rage Quit. Now, the next one to go down is then Hellfish for Nakabrod, and then we see Crux going down for Nakabrod as Pure Skill and Seba also then get dropped right after each other.
This is the moment we were talking about. They were saving the TVPs and they were coming in.
Failware drives off the cliff and kills himself.
If he survived there, that would be a big asset for KB.
Too much speed going off the cliff there.
Yes, but it really didn't happen, and Young had no chance of surviving. In these moments, we even still saw Artie, who picked up #1 skills, but it was just not enough. And Xane was against 3 guys. That's never a good scenario against any team.
Yep. And this one here, Xane should have connected with that shot, so he wasted a shot, so he knew he didn't have enough to take on the rest of them. And this bit of running Gremix, he didn't even land a shot on Gremix. Gremix was able to get all his shots out without taking a single hit in return.
When he used the reload, he probably thought that the guys were just running away, so he wanted to close into them so they are not targeting Artie and fighting him 2-on-1. But it was just a wrong call at that moment because he was reloading and he ran on Gremek, who was just waiting for him. It was just a 50-50. He threw a dice and he took a bad part of it.
Okay, so let's see if Rage Quit can close the deal here, can seal the deal on Muravanka, as we have an all-French lineup from Rage Quit, favouring those autoloaders.
We've seen how this plays, how Rage Quit plays this. They can just put them in a cap immediately, but I would say KB has a really good lineup actually to deal with that. I mean, also KB has much better odds on Murovanka. If we watch like that, in defense, KB actually has 83% in 12 games played. That's quite a lot.
Okay, so Nakabrod going that T57 heavy tank. That STB we're going to see come down the west side of the map to cover the cap rush, isn't he?
He will be on red line probably, 57 close to the corner, 30-90 in the bushes, and then you have rotational force of 4 Bachats, so that's rather good. Rage Quit, on the other hand, played this lineup before, and they would put a couple of Bachats in the cap waiting, and other 4 would go from 1 or 2 sides and make huge pressure, and when the fight starts, the other 3 guys would just leave the cap and push with them. And usually it really worked nice for them, but in this game, I think KB has a lot of firepower to stop them unless they split.
So Rage Quit with a nice cap rush attacking setup, and Nakabrod are able to have a perfect counter to that in their setup. Is it going to play that way, however, or are we going to get Rage Quit perhaps going through the forest?
They can try that.
Well, let's find out as we go into Muravanka's Rage Quit 4, Nakabrod 2.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
So here we go, Rage Quit on match point. They are going for what looks like a cap rush, Mojo, and it looks like Nakabrod are setting up to defend against it absolutely perfectly.
More or less, this is a tactic we already called for. This is something they've done. It's nothing new. Let's see how KB will respond to this. Young just did a spot and he's running away, so he doesn't get clipped if they peek around the corner. That's a smart thing. Already a triple pressure here. Raven coming on that G1 position, so he would decap.
So the sweep around coming from Young and the rest of his team coming up the 4 line. Rage Quit are going to try and hold out for as long as they can, but already somebody's moved out of the cap circle and changed the rotation there, so they changed the timer and they're coming out to actually deal with the push. It's like a bit of a bait actually. Can he bring Nakabrod in? Tarantula's overextended, but they're
Young
not going
is
to
not
go
in
for
good
him.
position.
They're going to jump on Young, then they're going to try and jump on Crux. Young could be the first one to drop here as long as they focus fire. So Young managing to survive is actually pure skills. The first one dropped on Rage Quit. Young has managed to get around the corner on 42 health, but the gun line's coming in right now. There's shots firing everywhere right now. So Rage Quit down to 600,000 health, Nakabrod down to 5,000 health. As we see, Crux almost getting dropped. He's on 277 health on Nakabrod. Gremic is now dead as well for Rage Quit. As we see, Hellfish getting dropped on Nakabrod. Rage Quit have the health pool advantage. Can they now reload? Can they now have the breath in and take out the rest of Nakabrod? Xanileon gets dropped for Nakabrod. Rage Quit smell blood, they want it. They're going to try and focus on to Raven now. He's getting shots. Rage Quit need to pull out, reload, get back in. They need to be careful now and not overexpose themselves.
Young is on that 40 HP. It's miraculous that he survived so far, but they still don't know where Tarantula is. They really should just leave immediately, deal with him, and then take care of the rest of the guys. Failure with the full clip here, but Cactus and Seba also.
So Seba's going to come up and try and get shots into Raven here, as we see Tarantula taking out number 1 skills. Halu has found Tarantula, but Halu's on a reload, so he's not able to get shots into him. Raven getting hit again, Failware gets hit again, but Failware's able to pick up a kill on Cactus. Seba kills Raven, as we see Halu chasing down Tarantula here. 2 missed shots coming in from Rage Quit. They could be absolutely vital in this fight, as Tarantula is still alive right now. Rage Quit, you're wasting so much time trying to kill this guy. Now, actually, it's in your favour, however. Let's have a little bit of a breath. Mojo, what the heck's going on?
Well, at the moment, the Rage Quit plan worked because they just deal with this situation better. There was several guys from KB that overstretched in this fight, and they paid a heavy price for it. Now, we've seen a big misplay here by Halu, who almost got single-handed out by a 1390 because he tried to chase him before he got shells. But Seba was there to save his butt, let's say it like that.
So there's Urwis getting the drop on Young. All we have left on Nakabrod is Failware with 294 health. He's a defending tank. He just shot and let everyone know where he is, as Seba's going to get the kill on him. And there we have it. GG Rage Quit. You have won 5-2 and likely secured yourself the spot going into Phase 2. Nakabrod, you have a lot of work to do. I think how many games? Maybe 1 or 2
They
matches
have
they
one
have?
more match left.
One more match to
left.
save
I
it.
think it's against Rusty Roster, if I remember correct.
Wow. So, well played to Rage Quit. That was
Yeah, it's against Rusty Roster.
scrappy wins. But
This
they
is,
did it. But they did it. At the end of the day, all that matters is you win.
At the end of the day, Rage Quit came back to their roots, to the games when they were winning. So they were just playing fast games. They were showing one hand, attacking from another. The bad thing, in my eyes, for KB here is because on most of these games, two of us guessed correct what will the Rage Quit do, and KB, who was playing, did not.
Yeah.
So that's really bad. That's really bad, because there was a good means how to counter this with more stable and logical play. Like, as example here, they separated themselves in Moravanka. I was expecting once they want to do a decap, they will just keep tanks together and not like this.
So let's have a look at the stats and see which of the autoloaders came out as top damage there. So Seba, 3,338 damage.
Most of that 3090 actually was clipped by him, because Halo was there. Oh, I don't have shells yet. Help! Help!
Just Seba taking out the AMX-90. Failware doing what he can for Nakabrod there in his batch at 3,200. But next two players coming in from Rage Quit. Then we have Young in the bat chat. Then we have another Rage Quit in Halu. And then we have Tarantula down there in 7th place in the 1390. So the 1390 comes 7th damage.
He did well in the fight.
Muravanka.
He managed to clip almost the entire clip, and then he was chasing Halo here for free, so it was good for him. But it's just not enough. Young, a new player here, he was the first to overstretch just a bit above all of the rest of his team, and he made a good opening for HQ there. He survived, but the price was paid.
And you had Crux there in the T57 Heavy. He was one of the first ones focus fire. He was able to limp round the corner on 42 health, but in return he'd only did 800. So you're taking something like a T57 Heavy, you're wanting it to get at least one clip out.
Plus a reload if possible.
Plus a reload, yeah. So let's have a look at the post-match stats and actually see across the entire series between these two teams who came out on top. So,
yes, I still have Cactus in the team. Thank you, finally.
Unlucky for Nakabrod. I mean, Nakabrod, let's be honest here. Nakabrod just lost 5-2, but the top damage dealer across both teams in these matches was a Nakabrod player. So Failware, take nothing away from this guy. That's quite exceptional. 2,400 damage on the losing team when you've lost 5-2. That's impressive. Then the next two we have Cactus and Urwis. Good to see you finally getting some decent fantasy points, Mojo.
Yeah, I have Cactus, and I think I have Hellfish also in a team.
Hellfish, well, he did decent as well. Did what they could.
I'm not sure. I have to check actually.
You probably
I
got
might
Tarantula
have
as
sold him
well.
out after a couple of games he did.
So damage mixed across there, but I mean more Rage Quit obviously than Nakabrod, and as we always say, kind of the post-match statistics tell their own
Glad to
story.
see Young is actually doing decent.
Young is doing
really
decent for a new player
him.
coming in. It's just a bit of a shame for Nakabrod. It's a bit too little, too late. So we're going to see. Here we have Rage Quit now. They're going to move on to 14 points, which is going to take them straight into 5th place. So that's a nice place to be. They're only 2 points behind Oops at the moment, who are not quite firing in all cylinders either. So it's strange to see as we come to the end of this first phase, so many teams starting to actually get wins against each other.
Well, the guys in the deepest problem at the moment are obviously KB, Rusty Roster, Legend that's already out, and it's only indecisive yet the one more team who will have to snatch some points. So it really looks there is a high possibility that even 12 points will not be enough.
Yeah.
So it will be maybe one of the 12-point teams or even a 13-point team that will fall out. So everyone just, you're not safe yet.
Yep. The tiebreakers are killing it for everyone.
Yep.
Like you really need.
Every math is just going out to the window now.
It's good when a team takes it to tiebreaker, but realistically, you needed to close that battle out sooner than that. I mean, it's great that a team can take it to tiebreaker, but sometimes we're seeing teams not taking it to tiebreaker because they're the lower team, they're the underdogs at the time. We see teams sitting on like 4 match point for like 3 matches in a row, and they let the other team come back into it, and those ones are going to be critical. They're going to be the ones that.
Well, they're
well
aware of that, but what's done is done now, and actually KB here lost decisively. There is nothing to be said about it. Like most of these games were not close.
Okay, so we're going to have a short break and then we're going to come back to you guys with Oops versus Utopia. So this is a clash at the top of the table. Oops would like to get some more points on the board. Utopia would like to continue their fight against Ding, so they're going to both be hungry for the points. But however this battle goes, it's not going to affect the league standings in any way. But it is going to be interesting as we see two of the top teams face off against each other. So anything before we cut to the break you want to say, Mojo?
No, I'm just interesting to see what kind of hoops we will see today, like the one that played against Gohard or the one that played against 50 yesterday.
Yes, very interesting. Which team will we get? So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after a couple of minutes and we'll see you soon.
towards him, and he knows he needs to get out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't see any pens there, don't worry about that.
You did not see any pens
saw
there.
nothing here. At least it wasn't a water bottle. So, my name is Ryan Murphy. Joining me here once again is Still Mojo. Welcome back to the next match we have for you guys lined up here, which is Utopia against Oops. I had it written down the wrong way, so I nearly would have messed up doing the interviews for the teams and stuff. Top of the table clash here, Mojo. Actually, when I think about it, it's really important for Utopia to win this one if they want to beat Ding.
Well, this is something that is interesting. Utopia so far, they were always brilliant in the start of the season, but not closing in well, and they missed so many offlines that honestly, if I were them, I would try to be one of the top 2 guys so I don't have to play the playoffs.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes, every win is crucial one in that case. But Utopia is looking super good this season, and honestly, they just need to keep up the work.
Okay, so Utopia. I mean, what can you say about Utopia that's not already been said, Mojo?
What can I say about Utopia? How much Milos is earning?
I wasn't going to go there, Milos. I wasn't going to go there. It's always him or Daki first with it.
Yeah, that's still a secret, so we will not say that.
We shouldn't even bring that up. Milos is just playing for fun, ladies and gentlemen. There's no money involved here.
Professional
no money
fun.
Involved. So let's bring up the team sheet for Utopia, and you can talk us through them, Mojo.
Well, Utopia currently sitting in rank 2 with 25 points. They still have 2 games to go against Oops right now, and then against Ding. That will be a clash of this first phase. Really good lineup, we've said many times. Overall, several guys that can do the carrying like Milos or Muka or Shuku, but every time guy like Bihu can take just over from there, or even Forbidden. We've seen him play really well in the last match.
Okay, yes. Fairly, I mean, Utopia has Papa Powin, which we love saying. And we have Vilke. I'm not going to continue to try and pronounce that name, as we've been pointed out that if you pronounce it wrong, it means something else completely different. So
similar, but less miraculous.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit with Vilke, and everyone who knows how to pronounce that name properly and mispronounce it will know exactly why I'm not taking the risk.
I was trying to teach Daki while we were in supermarket.
Yeah,
there you go, and one guy was like laughing his
killing himself laughing because Daki constantly said the wrong term. So
I was like kind of dubious. Did I do it something, or was it Daki? So I had to ask tomorrow.
Who was getting the pronunciation wrong? So again, as we always do with the teams, we have Daki sit down and talk to him earlier on in the week, talking about previous matches and talking about the week ahead to come. So Daki talked to his best buddy Milos. Let's have a look at how that conversation went.
Milos, you swap out a lot of players. You could say bringing in Diabol, Wilkie Suit. Is this tactical, and how will you deal with it if you get to the LAN finals in the end of the season?
I mean, at the moment we have like 8 players who are just constantly playing, and it depends just if someone comes on to train and so on, if someone has time. So basically it's like we have 3 players who are just swapping, and 2 of them play. So I think we just didn't think about it, if you consider just LANs and so on. But so far it just works because you don't have many people who play, so everyone is up with tactics and so on. And it's even good if someone, for example, can come in one day because of work or something. So far it works for us.
Just like we said before, you're thinking about stage 2. Who do you think is going to be your biggest opponent other than Ding? Because we know Ding is going to be probably the main one.
I didn't think about it in that way, but I think there will be like 3 other teams who will be the strong opponents. But the main threat is, I think, still Kazna, because even if they performed quite weak in the first part of the season, losing against us, Go Hard and Double Bunch, they still can show us better performance in the second part.
Milosh, who would you say, in your opinion, is the best player so far in the league?
I don't know, because if you watch the stream, just see how each player plays and so on. But you just don't consider each player input in the tactics. It doesn't include the player just calls and so on during the battle. So I think there is no such a thing as the best player in the league, and it just depends on the daily performance of each player.
Milosh, now let's get into your matchup here. It's going to be against Oops. Is this one of the teams you could consider that could be challenging you in the second phase?
I think they are quite good team. Even though they change a lot of players in their lineup, and there are like 3 or even 2 sometimes players from the former season who are playing the main lineup in each battle. So I think even if they don't have much experience, if you consider each player personally, they are quite challenging team, and we have to prepare good against them for the first part of the season and for the second part, because I think they will be in the second part for sure.
I thank you, Milo $Z, and see you next time.
Bye bye.
I do like the way Daki, every time he talks to him, he's always like, Milosh. Like he's like talking
You
to
can
like
feel the sentiment
talking
going
to
there.
like a cat or something like that, you know? Okay, so Daki was asking him about opponents and stuff like that. He mentioned Ding, perhaps, but he also mentioned Kazna. Now, I can understand Kazna, teams being worried about Kazna.
It's just bad
but
memories from the
yeah,
childhood,
I was,
you know?
I was going to say, right now, it's more memories than actually what you're seeing on the battlefield. It's the name. It's like the
Kazna-
boogeyman.
Kazna is really shaky, but it's somehow it's usually like that in this part of the season, and then they start coming in strong. We've seen even in last match there was some mix of really great performance with total blunders, like from total 1 games. They almost lost some. Really hard mix there, but I think Kazna is getting up, and they're all aware of it, that Kazna only needs to go to the second part, and then they will be a real contender. Also, I've been checking the scoreboards at the moment. Actually, Kazna really has a chance to enter even top 4 by the end of this stage.
It's entirely possible, but one of the teams that's going to prevent preventing them from doing that is Oops. So
Exactly.
let's have a look at the lineup from Oops. Now, these guys, again, they don't really need any introductions. Some fantastic names to pronounce that I sometimes get wrong. Me and Daki were saying perhaps it's the Silons.
Well, we've seen that they finally let Percushiat play. We haven't seen him much in this season, so he's back here. Spoink, of course, our resident goat.
Spoink, he can just go wherever he wants.
Mayland is one of the main damage dealers for them. Algo is back from vacation, so he's playing their tier 8s and 9s mainly. Then we have Insane, team leader on artillery, and wherever is needed elsewhere.
For Oops to perform at their best, it always is from when there's a mail-in carry. He has been exceptional on damage, especially yesterday, where even on the matches where Oops did lose, and even in the exchange, I mean, Oops lost to Swift 5-3. Mayland was still the top damage dealer.
So he was
across
maintaining
both
the
teams.
VN8 all over the place.
Yep, he's farming WN8 right now on the the league here. So still just going for damage. Damage is all that counts, as Daki would tell you. Winning comes second.
Overall, Oops really gave us a strong performance. We see them play against Gohard. They seemed super prepared for that match. They went aggressive. That was really close battles against really 2 good teams, and they went above there. But then we've seen another Oops here playing against Swift yesterday with similar lineup of tanks, but it just didn't work out. Most of the stuff didn't seem so... It didn't look like they had the same amount of desire in those 2 matches. That's how it looked to me.
So we're going to be starting out today's action on Mines. Not usually a first pick map for teams. Which team kind of favours Mainz to be a better play for them?
Well, in this matchup, I would say that maybe even Utopia should be better here because they have more stable plays all over the maps. They are still the first offensive team in the league, but Oops is actually on the rise there because Gohard was the second on every possible statistic so far, but Gohard after that match with Oops dropped on actually a third place. So Oops is actually challenging now. They have a second defense in the league. So it will be interesting. How will this fare out? I mean, it is Utopia second in the league and Oops is the fourth, but they overlap each other on different maps. One is better, one is worse. It's just going to be how will they react to each other now.
Should also add just right now, should also add that for people waiting for a Daki conversation with Mainland, sadly because Oops are playing for their third time this weekend, they played on Friday, they played on Saturday, and they're playing today, we don't actually have a third interview because there's only so many questions you can ask. And at the time, because these interviews are pre-recorded, we don't know how things are going to go. So there's only so many questions you can lay up for the upcoming matches. So we don't have an interview for Mainland. So if you're watching for that, sorry, next week. Daki will make it up to you both and
no Mainland face. Sorry, boys.
No Mainland face. However it is his emote. So yes, Mainz first map of the day. Let's have a look at the vehicle lineups that we can see for the tanks going to be used on this map. Now, let's see.
Well, overall, Oops has only 25% defense here, but fortunately for them, they're now in attack. M40 Arty there for a big flash, for a big splash, for a big strike. But they need to line up, as we've seen in previous matches, that they can actually do the crossfire between their other tanks, or otherwise they can get the same fate as KB if Utopia just plays really aggressive and boxes them in, which will Utopia try for sure, because you don't want to wait that Arty to weed you out. So it will be how is Oops prepared to deal with the offensiveness of Utopia in the start, and will it work? Will there be some big clash, and will they actually manage to just put Utopia on hold and make use of that Arty over time?
Yep.
Because Arty is damaged over time.
Arty certainly needs to have a bit of time in the map to be able to get his shots out. There's nothing worse than having this big crazy clash in the middle where artillery gets one shot off and then spends the rest of the time on reload desperately searching for someone sitting still so that they can get a shot back out to the team. Now, Utopia, lots of autoloaders as well, Mojo, 2 TVPs and a 113. Now, do you still feel that TVPs are not something you would use in this setup?
It really depends on tactics. We've seen how Rage Quit use them, so if you are playing some counter attacks, they're really good when they come to the flank of the enemy. So they are in defense. If they want to play aggressive heal, I think those TVPs can really do well. At the moment, when they're playing against Arty, it's only about of choice how they want to control the map. Mainly people, when they play against Arty, they try to control the center, and those TVPs will be handy if they are taking out anyone trying to climb up on the hill.
Okay. Yep, so we have 4 Batchats on the attack, a TVP on the attack as well for Oops. As we see, there's sadly a bit of a delay before jumping into the match there, so we're currently waiting on the players to be ready before we can actually jump into the match, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as that happens, we'll be going straight into the action. Now, Mainz is a map that's changed a lot, Mojo, with the addition to the physics change that allowed all these tanks to climb. Do you feel that the areas where the tanks can get to now, I mean, personally myself, I feel like the 2 boosts that you can do into the middle area, they're okay. They should still stay. They give teams additional avenues. But for me, all the stuff on the right-hand side needs to be blocked off because it's starting to really affect how Mainz is played and quite strongly.
Honestly, I really don't like the climbs that exist on some maps that are going all the way up to the sky.
Yeah.
I think those should be blocked off. Anything that can be done casually so you can deal with the tanks on the level is good. But all the ultra-high climbs, in my perspective, should be blocked off because they probably even shouldn't be there. They're just the glitches that devs simply cannot find on their own. I mean, they will need to hire some really professional players to go around all the time and try to seek them out before they publish that. But it gives another perspective for us. We will have some fun, and in the future, they will just decide Will they just be silent patch in some ways? So poof, oh,
Yeah.
you can't go there anymore. There is a certain rock on the way.
They can. I mean, even if they just change the terrain on it, change the texture on it, so it makes it like slower terrain when you try and
You
go
just
up it.
add a rock somewhere, mate,
Yeah,
and when you
or-
try to climb
Or the rocks. But I mean, it's not somewhere. It's not places you would go in a random match, for example. You're never going to get a chance to do that when it's 15 versus 15. So it's only something that really comes about when you're playing the 7v7.
No, honestly, you can do that all in 15 versus 15. I mean, we've even seen Ducky on his stream when he climbed up with that bachat and did super strong
Yeah.
snipe on T34.
If you can go to the Killzor's Twitch channel, ladies and gentlemen, not right now because you still want to be watching this, but go to the Killzor's channel, or somebody in the chat might be able to link it, although links are disabled. But you can ask for permission. And there's a brilliant clip of Daki trying to shoot at a T34 from range in a back chat up on the hill, and he misses. Oh, he bounces all his shots, doesn't he? Yeah.
I think he connected 105.
Yeah.
I
So-
think the Russian caster are calling Red Krabba.
Okay, so let's jump into action here on Mines as Utopia. Oops, go into the first map. It's 0-0 all square. Who's going to come away with the victory? Okay, and here we go, Mojo. The action's already started as there's a hill rush coming in from Oops.
There is really head-on tactics here. Oops wants to get dominance of the middle, so they would get that kind of control. Utopia is trying to get boost and playing a bit more passive with sending Papa all the way in the village.
Algo.
And he's not alone.
Algo just able to get around. So we see the hill climbs from both teams taking the safe way round, as Milosh is the one that goes round the bottom way, not the safe way around. Both teams have the hill, but they have it at completely different ends, using those two different boosts we were talking about from the middle. Now this is sides that you can do this even if you're playing randoms 15 versus 15, as Cameo and Melan are the first two guys to take shots at. Meland actually getting wrecked a bit here in his TVPs. He's down to 594 health as Camille takes another shot, just poking his head around the corner. They're trying to get the jump onto Bishu and Shoku. Shoku's getting shots back into Fieser. Algo's coming round here with full health now. Shoku taking a lot of damage. Bishu taking a lot of damage. Can he back off? But Milosh comes round and gets a kill in as well. So Algo kills Shoku. Milosh is able to get shots into Algo and also into Camille, but Camille and Algo are able to turn their guns back as Milosh drops as well. So 2 tanks down for Utopia. Oops have lost 1 tank in Mainland. Fighting carrying on in middle here as Forbidden's getting dropped. There's a wrap around here from Muka and Papa Powan as they're going to try and get a drop into Percusiat. Percusiat's fighting off against Wilkie, but he gets dropped as well. Now, Fieser and Camille and Algo are going to drop off the hill. Utopia have the hill. Oops are trying to run away and reload. This is an absolute crazy start, Mojo.
Yeah, this was a good start from Utopia, spotting those tanks. So they spotting those Utopia guys in the back. So they wanted to make immediate, overwhelming charge on the hill, and it was all fine until those tanks actually arrived, and they managed to clip them. Same as we've seen in a Rage Quit game. More guns in a play. M40 is something you need to do over time. It needs time to work, and now you can see the result. Insane is the only guy left here that can talk about this game. Vielki is still on full HP almost with that TVP. We have Papapavia, Unharmed, Muka. It's a really decisive game for them. I mean, even those tanks that were lost in the start, they're just good sacrifice because the second wave was already coming.
Yep, and when you see, you saw Oops there trying to rotate down off the hill to try and get away and reload, Utopia gave them no breathing space whatsoever. They jumped on them, they had the 3 tanks eventually followed them down off the edge of the cliff, and they had 1 tank wrap around on the back, and they gave them no breathing space whatsoever. So Utopia are like, hey guys, we really want these 3 points. We want to leapfrog ahead of Ding. We want to be top of the table. Oops, you guys can just stay where you are in 4th. We want these points.
Maybe, I mean, M40 is a big hitter when he connects, but maybe Lorraine is the better choice with this because Lorraine actually has a faster reload and in this kind of brawls has more chance to connect. That's why I say the only guys that were effectively strong pushed like this when they were attacking that won were Gohard, because Diplo in that game in Lorraine did 2.4 or 2.7k damage in 3 shots. So he fired 3 and did all that damage.
Got made them connect, yeah.
Yeah, so he connected everything and he was a big part of the game. But I'm pretty sure when we see Insane now, he will have maybe 1 shot of damage.
Maybe one shot of damage, not a lot of effective fire. So let's have a look at the stats and see where the damage came from. At one point, I thought there was a bit of team damage, but there wasn't. So it was Vilke who comes out there, top damage in Utopia. Algo coming second on Oops, but then the next 4 people all from Utopia.
Yeah, Algo is doing pretty well, but Vielki, Shuku, Bihu, Papa Pavia, and Muka, they're all on the top page. I mean, it's not really a surprise because even when the fight started, Oops had to charge into them, so they were taking initial fire. Then they had an overmatch because there was more of them, so they were taking out Utopia guys, but the Utopia guys were more or less just buying time for those 2 butchers to come from the back and just weed out anyone who is on lower HP.
Yep, and then we say it was Insane got 2 shots off, didn't connect with any of them. Camille was the baptism of fire there, and his batch out on the top. Milosh came round the corner, and the 113 wasn't really effective, and Mayland was focus fired at the start, so he wasn't able to do much in his TVP. Doing what he can there, looks like he landed 3 shots out of the 4. Percusiat as well was getting caught in a crossfire right there.
Now look at this, Insane 0. And the rare occasion when you see Mayland and Miloš both on the lower side
on the lower side, and Shoku, who's in my fantasy team, doing well without Daki being able to jinx it. So let's look at the highlights. I mean, this is right here. Shoku's getting off his clip.
This is when those 2 butchers from Utopia 39s were spotted in the back. So Oops is pushing in.
It looked like Miloš got the shot into Shoku there. That really looks like Miloš's shot went into Shoku there. You have to maybe see that one again as a highlight, but it looked like Miloš might have got a shot into the back of his teammate there. Not 100% sure if that happened or not. But Miloš and Shoku were the only ones down here. And you can see this is what I was talking about. Oops tried to pull away to reload, but Utopia gave them no breathing room whatsoever as Bihu, Papapawin and Muka take out those tanks. Spoink trying to get up here is sniped as soon as he sticks his head up. And Insane, knowing that everything's done, he actually has his back to the tanks now because they know where he is. For a nice quick and easy shot with no deflections, just to finish off the match nice and quick. So, we're going to go into round 2. Do you think Utopia is going to step 2-0 ahead, or is Oops going to bring it back 1-1?
I mean, come on, they will certainly try. Like, it's a big advantage when you get the first map off with 2-0. That's like almost a match entirely. Yeah,
it's a huge mind games thing. Let's have a look at the lineups that vehicles are going to be used here right now. So, definitely mind games. If you can go 2-0 up at the start, it really puts the other team on the back foot. And some interesting tank choices here.
Well, Oops completely changed their lineups from yesterday, so they're playing really differently. No Arta now as example in defense, and they had yesterday in attack Lorraine instead of M40. So they're playing here now with Grille and with T49. T49 is really good when you want to decap down. Also, he can be used for some proxy shots and proxy spotting, so that's really decent. Now it's all about Utopia, what kind of tactics they want to use this. As you can see, they're using mostly balanced builds here. They don't rely on anything specific. And in attack, this is more or less just rotation-wise. So it will be experience, which if someone will make a really good trap or if someone will just outthink.
I was going to say, there's no prizes for guessing where that grill is going to be and who's going to be on it, as it looks like Mainland is going to be the one sitting on the grill, and he's probably going to be parked in that bush down round about K4 area.
They can actually push the middle with this also. Oops.
Okay, so Utopia on the attack on 1. Oops on the defense on 0. Let's see if anyone can make it 2-1 or 2-0 or 1-1.
That would be hacks.
It'll be hacks, yeah, it'll be quite frightening. Wargaming hacks there, Ekta. So, here we go, Mojo. Is it going to be another absolute mayhem in the middle?
Well, it looks like Utopia is all about committed to go there. As our friend Deadzone would say, don't go to the hill if you don't really want to take it. And they are going all out in. And as we said, also, Oops can go there. So it will be a big clash here.
Massive fight just about to happen as both teams drive up into the hill. It looks like
big connection here
Utopia getting wrecked. Shoku getting smacked there for 992. He's the first damage coming out in the team there as Muka also takes a hit coming up. Muka's T49 stops coming all the way up there. So Utopia have the hill control at the moment. Oops all sitting at the bottom of it, but how are Utopia going to use this to their advantage?
Well, Utopia is now controlling the hill and in the immediate rotations are started. You can see by both teams play. Camille is already going on island to keep us if the Utopia is rotating, and same is done by Forbidden on the other side. So we'll have 249s on the island, but everyone else is feeling out what are the tier 10s doing. Mainland cannot go anywhere. He needs protection from Camille on that island because he's in Grille, and if someone gets on island, he can get shots on him for free.
Now, Spoink is taking a hit. He did have
Shuku, what? He took another shot by Mainland.
Okay, so I was going to say that Spoink did have a dead gunner, but looks like he just forgot to heal the gunner there, as Forbidden tries to get shot off in Camille, and Camille doesn't get a shot back in return. Shoku, please stop sticking your head out, mate. I need you to farm me fantasy points, and it's not going to happen when you're on 72 health.
I mean, it was really risky from him to be the first one to pick because he already took one Gorilla shot and this is another one. So he is now effectively in any big fight a liability. And Forbidden here getting the best of Camille. Camille now is in a bit of a problem. I don't know, does he even have a medic or is that's a dead driver?
Camille's got a dead driver, I mean, it's a broken observation device, and that symbol that I got mixed up with Daki is not a fuel tank, apparently it's a turret ring.
Oh, that's also even worse. But Algo's taking a pounding here, and Vielki already really damaged Fitzer. So Fitzer and Algo are on low HP in the back of Utopia. Utopia in one big push might actually cripple. Oops.
They just swung all the way around here, and Forbidden was dropped. So Utopia sitting all blocked up into the hill here, as Oops are trying to get a surround on them right now and try and get angles, as we see Bishu
and there you go.
Papa coming around. Bishu and Papa Pound trying to get the jump onto Algo here. They can get one shot into him, and they're going to focus onto Fisha as well. He's trying to run away for his life. The shot coming out from Camel misses, as Papa Pound's going to get greedy and go after Fisha. Has to be careful that Spoink doesn't get counter shots back into him, which he does. So now Papa Pound's going to switch on to Spoink as Fisha manages to get himself round that corner. Papa Pound overextending there, falling a bit in for a bait there. Fisha was lucky that Spoink was there on the covering fire for him, as Mainland sitting up there looking for targets to shoot as well, Mojo.
Really great play by Spoink here, and Papa Pavian kind of really wrecked the chances of his team because he just lost about 1100 HP for nothing. I mean, it was not worth it. Just let it go. We've said it so many times. Oh, Spoink!
Spoink, you were way too slow there for that, mate. So we see the T49 of Camille getting dropped there as well. So Oops have 5 tanks in the battlefield here. We have Algo dropped for them, he's batch at 25, and Camille and the T49 dead. In Utopia, they also have 5 tanks. They've lost Forbidden, the T49, and Shoku in the batch at 25. So at the moment, both teams have lost the same tanks. However, Oops have 6,300, well, 5,872 on the board.
The game is far from down now because we see Bihu can take the control of the zero line and effectively really make a horrible time now for Utopia, for Oops. Oops has a good advantage now, but we can see where the advantage came. Muka, Shuku, who was peeking carelessly after. I understand, first shot when he took it when he was climbing up, that's not a choice you can make, and anything there is nothing you can do against it. And Bihu took out Spoink. Oh, it's a big hit. It's a big hit for Oops now.
So Bihu getting the crossfire there on Spoink is able to take him out, as we see the rest of the team's just positioning right now. How are they going to play this one out, Mojo?
So as I was saying, like, it was really careless how some HP. Papa Pavian and Shuku, between them, 2 of them, they lost effectively about 1,500 to 2K for their team. If they didn't do those mistakes, and those were, let's be honest, rookie mistakes, the Utopia would be in such an overwhelming advantage now that the match would be just beyond the closure. But at the moment, it's still everyone's game, and Oops has a slight advantage.
Okay, so we see Bihu here.
This is a good response by Oops because they sent one guy climbing up immediately. So Bihu is rendered incapable. It's one-on-one fight now. He cannot snipe anyone up. Insane can stop him from that. And Insane still doesn't have a clip. So Bihu is trying to use that overmatch. Will he manage to kill Insane? That can decide the game.
So Bihu and Insane trading here is not going in Bihu's favor, as Insane's reloading as well. So Insane has this.
Bihu is tracked badly, so he didn't have gun depression here to take out Insane. He had advantage. He just couldn't do it anymore.
So now the match swings completely into Oops' favor, as Utopia only have 2 tanks left, as we see Milos getting wrecked here from Fisa, getting caught out, as Mainland looks to come up and try and get a shot off himself as well. But Milos is getting shots into Mainland, who sticked his head up a little bit more. Percusia trying to get shots as well into Milos, but he's getting shot at by Muka. Now, Milos only has 398 health. Muka only has 317 health. Oops have 4 tanks left to shoot at them. 2 of them batchats, one a grill, one a 113. Percusia can just do the push right now as he has all the health. As Milos takes another hit, 392, he's down on 6 health left. This is all but over right now, so Oops are going to take this one back against Utopia, and it's going to be 1-1 Mojo.
I can freely say that this was a gift from Utopia. It was filled with a lot of mistakes by their players. The rotation to do the water push was correct one because those budgets more or less were on low HP. Both Algo and Fitzer They knew that they don't have most of the shells, so unlike when Kazna pushed on prepared the team, which had when Kazna played KB and Healthy was in that position, and he was covered by several tanks, so they just lost both Vetso and Haiba. This was something completely different. They knew they had their overmatch, but you don't go chasing the enemy above some point.
Yep.
What Papapavian did was really careless. He was just acting like entire map is his own and there is no one else who will come up to the rescue. What about the TVPs? What about a lot of unspotted tanks? Any one of them could have connected him. I mean, he's really lucky to even limp away alive from there.
Yep, so that was a strong return match there from Oops, bringing the draw 1-1 to Utopia. Now, our next map we're going to go into is Steps, but before we get into Steps, let's have a look at the post-battle statistics there and have a look at the...
Probably Mainland first. No,
damage
it's
done.
insane. Whoa!
So Insane in the back chat there, and then Milosh in the 113 coming out second, then 2 more players from Oops, then 2 more from Utopia, then 7th is Algo from Oops.
It's really interesting because I expected Mainland to actually do at least 3 shots, and he's not here. That means that some of the connections we see were maybe just multiple shots from Bachats in the same moment.
I think perhaps the 2 that Mainland did get 2 onto Shoku, but I think that's all that Mainland effectively did, because Shoku only had 200 or 100 and something left, and I mean he's got 1,800 health, so yeah, I think that was the 2 hits from Mainland were into him, and that was it. But no, that can't be it because he got a kill, so perhaps he got 1 into Shoku, then he got 1 into somebody else that was a killing blow.
Well, effectively, it doesn't matter because Muka and Shuku, one of the two of the best players from Utopia, were rendered incapable entire game. They did absolutely nothing.
Shoku took way too much damage at the start. We can actually see here from the highlights just how crazy things went at the start there. So this is the overmatch from Algo and Fisa.
This is how Vielki, you could see how he clipped on Fitzer. Fitzer was rendered on really low HP. So we have Algo also taking a lot of damage there, and they were in a big problem. So that's how they were taken out. I mean, Fitzer actually ran away. This was a good play. Bihu going here, so getting another angle to play against it, but in the same moment you could see Insane was already on the way to climb up to intercept that, so it was a good read by Oops.
This is a bit where Bihu gets himself tracked and doesn't have the gun depression to be able to
Bihu had all the advantage here. He
that
just
shot there
misplayed.
is the one that tracks him, and he can't get a return fire into Insane because he would have shot right now, but he's not shooting, which means he doesn't have the gun depression.
The baguette kept him pinned down there, and really well. He noticed, he tracked him, so you could see every shell of Insane actually went in a backtrack of Bihu. Bihu had no chance after that.
So that was Oops finishing with 4 tanks alive, and quite a convincing win for them. So let's have a look at the vehicle lineups that we're going to see here on Steps. Mojo, what can you see here if there's anything specific?
Well, we see from Oops defending a Leopard, plus an artillery, plus an I-7. Whoa! On other hand, Utopia has an M40 RT, not really something to neglect, and M62A and Grilla. So we already said Grilla is there to control if there is a big push on you, M40 to dig out the enemy, and 62A and 113 can be used to approach the caps. But on other hand, that Leopard can be a really big problem. We've seen when he's boosted, when Haiba played it yesterday, Kazna actually took steps 2-0 because of that, because it was really good display and there was nothing enemy could do against him.
So here's the thing, we're going to see we expect to see the Leopard go to a boosted area. I also expect if that happens that if he is spotted at any kind of stage in the battle that the artillery is going to wreck him. So let's find out who's going to go 2-1 here, as it's the second map of the day for Utopia and Oops on Steps.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
And even SPGs, as we see 1 for each team. Are they going to put the Leopard up in a boost, or are they going to do something different with it?
Well, Leopard should definitely go in a boost. I mean, there is that is the best position for him. Why else would you pick him? And there you go. They are lining up.
Leopard train.
It would be interesting if Papapavian is timing his time well. and he actually blind shoots this because this is
Feaster's
something he should do.
that was a
Oh, they
terrible.
failed!
I was just going to say Feaster's way too behind him, and that looked like an absolutely terrible train to do the boost there because Feaster wasn't adding his tank speed or the push from it as he had a massive gap. Now, Mojo, can you show us with your crayons here just how much of a difference this is going to make?
So
things?
this is really interesting. Shuko and the guys, they send spotter immediately if you saw in a line like this. Everyone else is lining their fire here so they can take out if anyone is trying to climb this area. While that is going on, these guys are trying to climb anyone here. So Arti Papapavian had a choice. He could even aim here or he could do a blind shot here, which is something I would do. Now, effectively, he cannot hit that guy anymore. But while that is going on, they are gaining the map control with Bihu here, who will, from the higher ground, effectively defend them from any kind of counter push. So they are playing for this cap control.
So they did get Spoink up this time round, but there was a bit of a collision there as Algo came away with about 64 damage and a little bit more. Spoink is going to go up into this area now. He is the mountain goat. He needs to get himself in a decent position where he can't get absolutely annihilated by that artillery, as Papa Powan will be wanting to bring the pain on him.
Well, this is now a stale game because Oops effectively just wants to defend that side. But Forbidden is taking a big pounding here. Good crossfire here by Oops.
Forbidden looks like he was perhaps splashed by artillery there from the Lorraine, and then that caused him to get shots at from the right hand side. Spoink is getting shots out from his Leopard in this really strong hill area, and there's Forbidden looking from the viewpoint from Spoink in the middle here. Just keep himself careful for Utopia because
This is a nice position for Milos here because he's mainly covered by these tracks and only his turret picks. But now he knows there is not anyone there close spotting. That was just to clear, is there anyone in A5, A6 bushes? And that's why Muka is coming here. So he and Arti will try to be in position to fire on that Leopard. But Leopard is so far back, he doesn't need to even attempt to spot anything himself. That's why the other guys are below him. And look at the position of the mainland on Arti, I've just seen. It's not insane. What?
So Mainland playing in the artillery is normally the
What?
main damage dealer for Oops, so there must be some kind of plan for him to do it. Perhaps he just has a better read of Utopia and where he thinks Utopia is going to be, but you're sacrificing one of your top damage dealers here. Even maybe this is tactical from Mainland saying, look guys, you need to step up and do damage because I'm going to be in artillery and it's going to be all up to you.
Guys, I want to click. I'm tired of driving. Well, Vielki took one for his effort here. But so far, Mainland is not doing the greatest of jobs of blind shooting here. We've seen some weird situations here when some of the teams were actually connecting once, twice. I think Dezek was the guy. He connected 2 shots in a row. Oh.
Great shot there from Papa Powan, just getting insane on the move there, taking a huge amount of damage. Now Muka's got himself spotted here in the corner, but Insane is absolutely wrecked there as he backs off in the bad chat. First person to take damage there from Oops, and it's a huge amount as he only has 341 health left out of 1,800 that the bat chat normally has.
That's why M40 is better than Lorraine, boys, because when he hits even close to you as a tier 8 Arty, it's really painful.
It's certainly going to be something to remember there. Now, Forbidden's playing peekaboo in the middle road here, but he does have a dead driver as well. So you can see the shots coming out. That's a Papa Powan going to try and get artillery shot. And he misses. So Papa Powan in this strong area in the E2 area. Now we see what looks like to be a rotate around the bottom of the map from the Algo and Camille coming around the middle here. Now there's no real coverage from Utopia to be able to counter this, so they might get the drop on someone. And Papa Powan singled out if they only knew Papa Powan was to their left.
El Bihu is spotting their back, but the center was not covered. Camille and Algo were not spotting approaching, so they're already here in position to take out Forbidden. Now this is the moment where Utopia will be forced to do a counter attack, because this is an exchange 1-for-1.
So Percusiac gets dropped on Oops, as we just saw Forbidden getting taken out on Utopia by this push in the middle from Algo and Camille.
Where is the plan B?
But now Algo and Camille are getting himself caught in the middle as we see Vilki coming up to try and get shots into him. They both have 3 shots left, so they could turn around and take out Vilki as well. Vilki has to be careful not to overcommit. I guess he's hoping that maybe his artillery can get a shell.
Camille, there are rocks on the road, mate.
Camille driving into a rock there, tries to back off around the cover. Wilkie's still trying to get this kill here. Wilkie, you have to be careful, mate. You can't really trade with these guys. And Papa Powen gets the kill on Camille from the artillery coming over his shoulder. So now Algo's in a reload. Wilkie has 2 shells left, but he's nearly dead. Muka's going to come out and try and get killed, but Fieser's giving him covering fire. Muka has to be careful not to come around this corner and get himself shot.
There is no one except Artie who can shoot on Muka now. Algo has to buy all the time he can. And Vielki last shot, but he manages. Oh.
Vilke there on 48 health as he backs off. Now Spunk's going to try and get some shots into Milos, who's able to get himself safe. Now Spunk just came off the hill. Utopia have 6 tanks available to them, although Vilke really isn't a tank as he only has 48 health left. Oops have 4 tanks available to them. Insane, the lowest in their team at 341 health. This is going in Utopia's favour right now.
We completely missed the moment when the heavy tank Percushiat died from Oops, and that's a crucial moment for us. That rotation by Algo and Camille, in theory, it is fine, but it was not well followed by the remainder of the team because counterattack from Utopia was bound to happen. It is really expected, known, and whatever you can call it. So in that fashion, when they took out Forbidden, fine, but where was the help from the rest of the team? Also, Camille acted like, honestly, he acted like he was drunk there. Yep. He hit a rock first, and he didn't get in cover on time. He left Algo alone. They could have taken out at least Vielki together, but it just didn't happen because of that.
Right now, every time that Utopia try and get a move and rotate, they're taking damage. Now, they do finally kill Spoink, but on the way to killing Spoink, multiple of their tanks again were taking more damage. The only person still in full health for them is Papa Powen and 400 health in his artillery. Now, Fiester's going to try and come up here and see if he can spot out, get some individual kills because he's a full shell loaded. Insane just missing on Papa Powen there. Papa Powen has a shell in the chamber. He can shoot. Looks like he makes try and get Fiester. No, he misses. So, Fiester kills Papa Powen. He's going to try and get shots into Vilke as well. Fieser kills Wilkie as well, but he's getting shot in the crossfire as well. Now, Mainland is dropped on Oops. All that's left is Fieser and Insane. Fieser on 94 health, Insane on 341 health. Utopia still have 4 guns available, 4 tanks available.
No, I mean, two guys from Oops on one shot, Fitzer and Insane. It's just not going to happen. It's too much of a fairy tale to even dream about it. I mean, Shuku is spotted here, that's fine. But look at the amount of these guys coming in. And Bihu coming in with 1500 HP. I mean, he can take care of both of them together easy on his own.
So, cap being started here by Shoku as it's down to 24 seconds. Fisa and Insane are going to need to cap rush if they want to do something, but the Wolves are circling because Bihu has 1,499 health and he can effectively tank against any of them. He misses his first one. He's going to ram Insane probably. No, he's going to get shot into him. Fisa gets a kill in return, but Milos and Bihu know exactly where he is as the kill comes in there from Milos, and there we have it, 2-1 Utopia. Interesting fight on steps. I quite liked it. It was quite back and forward right now.
Yeah, it was fun game to watch, but tactically speaking, Utopia did nothing special here. It was kind of several mistakes in a row by Oops. So they were forced to do several things, and especially Papa Pavian actually played really decent, and that connection on Insane was one of the more important ones. And then he also took out Camille.
Yep.
So Papa Pavian, as usual, good on RT, mail and stick on tanks.
I mean, Vielke nearly overcommitted there. He was like, hey, I'll go and get them. I mean, we could see it. He didn't know, but they both still had 3 shells, so they could have easily just turned and went, doo-doo-doom, see you later, mate, now we're gone. And instead, there was like an awkward, should we go, should we not go? And then when they decided they were going to go, that's when you had Camille drive into the rock, as if this like, oh, heck, who put this rock here, as we all like to say?
It was really, really confusing moment and not the brightest one for Oops. But let's see what they did.
Yep, let's have a look at the damage they're done in that battle. So Fisa doing what he can at the end there in the TVP. Muka actually top for Utopia in the Girl 15. Yeah.
Spoink, one of the top damage dealers here, but that's only because he survived for so long.
Mailand is somebody we normally talk about, like singing his praises in his tanks, and again, he's not even on the front page. So
yeah, but he played artillery here, so that's quite an explanation because he had no way to shoot anyone in this game. I mean,
even with him playing artillery, you'd think that they had some kind of tactics. I mean, we missed Percusia.
This is what interests me the most. I know why was Forbidden killed. Like even when he was approaching, when Artis splashed him for that low damage and he got connected, he lost the driver. But Percusia, he just disappeared. What kind of mistake he made? Did he get Amorect or something?
It happened at the exact same time as there was the fight with Forbidden, so we weren't able to watch both things at once. But I mean, you can have a quick look in Battle Mojo and see if it was perhaps a one-shot from him, or how many shots did he take.
No, he actually got 5 shells into him.
Okay, so he perhaps got pounced on by 2 autoloaders or something like that. It's something we maybe have to watch. And maybe see the highlights if we can actually look at the mini-map, we might be able to see what happens here. So this is a start, this is a failed push. As I said, Fisa was way far back here. He wasn't helping this push, he was just looking at it effectively. It was really quite terrible from Oops there, actually. It's a really bad boost.
Not like you actually need only one guy to bump him and he's up.
And this is when the boost happened, when you were doing your map play. So this is Insane getting smacked by artillery.
And this is the moment. There you go.
He poked over. Dead. So he poked over the hill. Muka hit him with the grill. He was at like C8 area. C8, yeah, C8, B7 area.
And there is his corpse. He tried to cross there to be closer to the fight to Algo and Camille. That's how he died. But Grilla connected him, and he probably got tracked and wrecked by the guys in the back. That's why they didn't do immediate counter push on Algo and Camille. They were actually taking care of him first.
Yeah. So that was good play from them. That was why it was eventually the grill came down. So after he took out the IS-7, he then came down to help out.
He managed to cross there and be in a hold down for that side. He would be a big problem because only Artie would be able to deal with him. But like this, tier 10 just gone like that and
yeah, and a tier 10 you're taking. One of the reasons for its armor value as well. You want it to.
Yeah, he would be a good protection for those two. Like this, those guys took care of Forbidden, but then they were left alone, pens down, and were like, whoops, we need to run. We need to run.
Unlucky there for Percusiat getting absolutely wiped out there within a couple of seconds. Now let's have a look at the lineups for round 2 here on Steps and see the vehicles used. Now, Mojo, something I did want to ask you here is I noticed that on the team now, it's an M53, M55. In the previous round, it was an M40, M43. And we also had a Lorraine 155. So 3 different artilleries being used here.
Well, M53 is a trademark of Oops. They really like to play it. It's a tier 9 American artillery. I mean, I really like it, but so far they didn't manage to utilize it that well because most of the time they were hard pressed by other teams and boxed in. So they started using it against Ding first. They used it on half of the maps they played. At the moment, Steps is big enough map, so they might make use of it. We've seen Izne play it for Kazna, and it was a tight match, tight as it gets.
Okay, so let's see. Are they going to put Mainland on the artillery again? Let's find out as we jump into Steps. Utopia setting up 2-1 against Oops. Can Oops bring it back to 2-2?
And Insane is back on RT.
Or are Utopia going to set it off to 3-1? I knew before going in, I just wanted to tease everyone there. So I wouldn't, you know, it's like Star Wars, you know, let the Wookiee win. So for Oops, is like, let Mainland play all loaders. Let them do the damage. Don't put them in artillery.
And really fast spot going on again on that 2 line. Pay attention to those blue tanks. They just want to prevent any kind of boost from Utopia. They don't want to let anyone go up on the mountain. And if they are down, they will try to deal with them. That tier 9 badass arty.
So Papa Powen going up into the little sniper's perch on the back right-hand corner, able to do that nice and easily in the RU-251 on himself. And the rest of Utopia are taking quite an aggressive defensive line here along the B line.
We have some cover on the middle. That's why Percusiat is coming through the middle road, because he already has a person covering him. That's Camille all the way in the back. And the rest of the forces of Oops is here. This is a key position where Spoink is, because if Utopia actually presses them, they can pull back toward the RT and make some kind of a trap there together with Camille. And Spoink will have side and back shot on Utopia all the time. When Kazna played this, it was almost identical lineup here, I think. They had Fishy there, and he saved them the game from that position right there where Spoink is.
Okay, so Insane firing a shot. Oh,
there we go.
Great shot from Insane onto Milosh there. Nice camera work to get the viewpoint from Insane and then switch into Milosh. Milosh was spotted a bit overconfident there from Milos.
No
thinking
gunner
that
for Milos here.
the artillery didn't have a viewpoint on him, so he has a damaged radio, which doesn't really affect the battle too much, but a dead gunner could affect him. He does have a commando that has jack of all trades, so
Still, that's 113. Not the brightest tank for sniping in the
it's
start.
certainly not got the greatest accuracy, so it is going to affect him at some point during long-range shots. Hopefully Milos should be able to close the distance and just go for center mass and not try and aim for specific weak points at long range.
There is 8 minutes left. Like, if Oops manages to do 2 or 3 more shells with this RT, it's more than paid off. It doesn't have to be direct shots, like any kind of splashes is brilliant. And then when the fight starts, Insane just needs to wait and see if someone feels a bit relaxed and stops to snipe and fire a shell on him.
Okay, so Percusia is rolled up in this middle and now he's a bit unsure because he's like, hey guys, I'm quite far forward and I don't see anybody. I'm scared now. So he is being spotted out. He has shot at somebody as well, so he saw somebody and Forbidden shot as well, so I guess they saw each other. Spoink flailing about here like a Magikarp out of water as he's trying to squeeze his way through this rock to try and
He's
get
just trying to
some
spot
vision.
someone with a
Yeah.
turret, so he's wobbling the tank left and right. It looks rather ridiculous,
Just
you
like
must admit.
Yeah, it was like a fish out of water there as he's trying to flop his way through the gap. Forbidden is actually behind the building. He's not actually sitting up on the top floor in one of the windows there. So we see Insane just trying to pick out a new target. The next person who gets spotted is going to be missed by that shell.
No, 446 on Forbidden. Was it an RT or a shell from a guy? Maybe it was actually Percusiat connected.
Maybe in Percusia. I mean, nobody else is lit there.
No, he's not reloading.
So Percusiat's not reloading. It might
Camille?
be the Arty Splash.
Ooh, Shuku took one for his effort
Fisa
here.
gets shot at by the Batchat. Camille's reloading, so it might have been Camille. Percusiat's just reloading now. So, yeah, I mean, we can't really see exactly where that shot came in from, so we can't really call it.
At the moment, Oops managed to almost even the HP difference that Utopia has by more heavy tanks and light instead of artillery. So if they shave off, I would say, at least 1,000 more, that's when they should push.
Okay,
At least 1,000 more.
Insane moved up again as he's trying to scout for a target. Looks like he's aiming towards Vilke or Forbidden in that area. He could be
Well, when the
aiming
fight
further
starts,
back.
the first target will be Forbidden and Milos, that's for sure.
Looks like he was aiming further back.
Did Shuku take just some damage now?
Shoku took a nuke damage track, so I was going to say it looked like he was aiming further back to
Ah,
where
it was
he's,
just some splash or something.
he's expecting where tanks might be, because Shoku's not spotted by anyone, so that would have been an artillery splash. Damage tracks as well, which is quite common for when artillery splash hits you. I mean,
But there was no HP loss, so it's fine.
you're going to know from playing artillery and playing this map out so often where you expect enemy teams to be when you haven't spotted anyone for now or not seen the rest of the team for a while.
Well, Papa is still safe. King on his mountain. He is watching over his teammates. It's not like he really needs to do any damage on that side, but if anyone comes over 2-cap, that's where his role kicks in. But Percusiat and the guys, I mean, they will slowly have to go and gather up for attack.
They'll have to do something at some point because Utopia on the defense, they're more than happy to just sit and let Oops drive about the battlefield and decide where they want to come from. Utopia not necessarily worried too much about giving up map control because they have good vision on base 2 and base 1 is pretty secured as well. The only danger is that if they decide to push too hard on a flank, will Utopia have the guns ready to deal with it?
Interesting for me is the only mistakes Utopia made here is peeking there with Milos, who took a big shot. I mean, in a normal game, he would have a good cooldown and he would be in advantage there against tanks if there was no RT. But with RT, he should not have done it. It's same as we had on Mines when they were over peeking with buttshots and taking some shots for no need. Now, this is a move that Oops has to make. They need to push on Milos now, but Utopia should know that by now. They should expect it and they should be prepared.
Okay, so here comes the push from Spoink, Camille and Fisa going to get the jump onto Forbidden and Milos. There's going to be a crossfire, so they're going to take some damage back in return. Can the rest of Utopia come in with the guns? As Spoink gets the first shot out, Camille and Fisa stop behind him. Milos is going to get focus fired here. Is there any return fire coming back? No. Milos has dropped. The damage come back onto Spoink, who gets absolutely wrecked. He's down to 116 health. Camille's starting to take hits back, but the return fire comes back out, and they've also dropped Forbidden. So, 2 tanks down on Utopia. Oops have not lost a tank yet, but they've almost lost Spoink. Vilke's going to come in and do what he can, but looks like Oops are going to pull back after what was a nice prodding maneuver there, nice push They're able to take 2 tanks and move back and barely, apart from Spoink nearly getting killed, barely taking much damage back themselves.
It's a big advantage now for Oops. He doesn't seem in HP, but 2 guns more now. And even Papapavian left his fort. Now, by now, Oops should know it. And Utopia is massing up for final attack. There is nothing they can do anymore. They cannot wait for Oops to come after them after the reload. And Spoink is down.
Mucka gets the kill on Spoink, but Spoink had barely any health left, so while it seems like an advantage, or seems like a good kill for Utopia there, it was a tank that was already dead, pretty much. Now, Vilke pushing forward here, getting shot in the face. There's a bit of a crossfire set up here, as they're going to Shoku and Muka are going to try and get the drops on Fisa, but Muka only has 2 shots left in his tank. Fisa is going to get dropped here if they can get the other one to connect, which they do. Now, these 2 tanks need to pull back and get to safety, but they can't as Shoku gets dropped by Camille, who's reloaded and is back in the fight. Milan gets a couple of shots into his TVP. Perkusiak's getting shot at Oops as well, and his 113s it back off. Vilke is now dropped. Vilke's dead on Utopia. Utopia only have 3 tanks left. Oops have 5.
Muka left alive there on 1 shot, a bit more. Bihu on 4 HP and Papapavian is just a light tank, and he's not even in his safe spot anymore. Oops, he has all the advantage they need. They know where Muka is. They need just to chase him and take care of him. Bihu should linger there much more actually and help him survive, because if Muka dies and he does no damage while that's going on, it's not gonna be good for him after that.
So Muka misses his first shot. If he'd got 2 shots there, it would have been vital, because he actually lands 3. Can he land a 4th actually? He does land 4. So if he had landed his first shot, he would have killed Camille there. Now, Bihu is able to pop up over and get a sneaky shot and run away. So Bihu on full health here for Utopia, and he's batch at 25. But his additional teammate is Papapavian in the RU251, who just got smacked in the face there and is now dead.
Malen there waiting in a trap, and he caught off Papapavian while he was trying to rotate. Now there will be a huge cap pressure here going on by Oops. They can linger there with most of their forces, and Algo with full HP, he is going to be the one to face Bihu, and Bihu has 4 shells.
Bihu can take out 3 tanks, but he's not going to do it. He's going to trade off against Algo. You've got Insane in artillery. Just wait for artillery shell to come over in just a second, ladies and gentlemen, if he's off reloads.
Oh, a big shell here, and really lucky rolls for Bihu, because Algo had exactly 1600 HP, and Bihu killed him with 4 shells. But now he's in reload, and there is absolutely nothing he can do anymore.
Nothing, and this one's going to go 2-2. Utopia Oops on steps. So, this was one when we were talking about all the other matches earlier on at the start of the day. We said, right, okay, this one's going to be a real fight between these 2. This one's going to be a real fight between these 2. This one, it doesn't matter so much, but the 2 teams are really quite close to each other. I don't want to jinx it, but this map, to me, this matchup to me had tiebreaker written all over it.
Well, we will see, because next is Ghost Town, and as I mentioned many times before, Ghost Town is known as a map that a lot of teams can actually take both sides. So they can, one of these can effectively bring themselves to the brink of the match point.
Is it going to be a 2-0 win on Ghost Town for one of these teams? That would take it to 4-2. That would give them match point. That would be a huge advantage for them. Or is it going to be a trade-off? Is it going to be 3-3, and then are we going to go into the next map after that, which could be the decider one? Let's find out. Let's have a look at the stats first, and have a look at the post-battle damage. Camille there, Mojo, and the batch at 25 for Oops. Then we have Bihu, who, I mean, Bihu was last one surviving for Utopia. Then we have Fisa in the batch chat. And then we have Mayland. So Mayland has not been the top damage dealer much at all for Oops right now. Has been other members of his team. Camille is playing quite exceptional right now.
Well,
and then, I mean, they see it on the second page.
Is having a really horrible day at the moment. Look at this. This is the 2nd game in a row on steps that he did 0 damage. 0 damage in that heavy tank. So that's not good for him and his team. At the moment, there is a lot of guys here who bit underperformed.
Perkusiak was in the IS7 in the previous round,
yes,
wasn't he?
Yes, exactly. He was
man.
there and he did 0.
It's a map that the dude's going to want to forget.
But we need to see what they did on those highlights a bit, so it will clear out our situation. These guys, most of them really play exquisitely well, but sometimes the mistakes are done, and this is the first one. Milos
hit.
here taking a
808.
hit from Arti for no apparent reason here, and this was obvious move by Oops.
Yep.
Like we all knew this will happen, and by now we have the same situation. Both Utopia taking the first round and Oops coming back after them.
And this was bad again. Like there was a missed shot in there where the tanks could have survived longer. And this is something I've seen happening quite a lot at the time. Like it happened with Muka as well. Like tanks could have survived longer, could have done more damage if they just got that one shot left. They don't get their full clip out.
In big scene, in big picture, it really doesn't matter here because Oops already won game here. The moment when they pushed in and left away with 3 guys alive after killing 2 heavies, the game was done. There was absolutely nothing Utopia could do to come back, because otherwise, if Oops just doesn't decide to suicide somewhere like really silly, but they are playing much better than that. And now we will see them on Ghost Town. Ghost Town is much better map actually for Oops than for Utopia. Utopia has a decent attack record here, but they're really horrible in defense. In defense, they're like 33%.
Okay, so let's look at the lineups here and see the vehicles that are going to be used on Ghost Town. Now, here from Utopia, is that Cap Tactics, Mojo?
Well, they have a Rue in defense. So
I know from Utopia, it can't be Cap Tactics because they're defending.
Yes, they're defending. So Ice4 as an anchor, 113 to keep him in a field, and everyone else is like rotational force covered by a lot of clippers, Batchat for the lower side spotting. But on the offensive side from Oops, yes, they have 2 T10s, they can do that, and a lot of clippers to cover them. So yes, they can press the cap if they decide so.
So yeah, sorry, what I was going to mean is a base 1 defense. We've not seen it quite a lot of the times anymore, that people are not going up to this boost area that they would normally get to on the northwest of the map or the top left of the map. Is that where we're potentially going to see this RU251 go?
It usually just climbs up and tries to decap. Like that's the usual use of Rue when you are playing in defense with it. I don't like it. We've said many times. It's kind of there is a lot of factors that needs to be fulfilled, so it would play well, and later he cannot really perform.
Okay, so let's jump into Ghost Town. Third map of the day. It's all squared Utopia. Oops. Okay, and here we see the split of the tanks going to their different areas as Oops heading up the right-hand side of the map and Utopia heading up the left-hand side of the map. Papa Powan doesn't look like he's gone up for that scout spot that I thought he would go to, Mojo.
He's actually going up and he's trying to boost. No. He needs to take an angle and he needs to take speed, so he could do it. So that's just the normal one. Really aggressive approach here by Spoink actually here with the Batchat. Look at this. Is he going to be the one to trigger the cap?
Spoink, careful now, laddie. They know you're there. They're shooting at your terrain. Spoink is driven up, looking like he was going to be the one.
He's not even spotted.
He's got overlap coming in behind him. Looks like they're going to do a cabbage. Oh, Insane and Spoink driving, laddies. You just drove straight into your teammate, Insane. Where were you looking?
Triple cap from the start. That's why he didn't enter, so they don't know what they're doing. And look, they even left those rubble in front of Algo and Insane. So whoever tries to shoot them with HE shells or HE shells has to break that first before connecting on them.
That is a nice piece of driving from Algo
and Death Alley has 4 clippers of Oops. They're trying to prevent anyone from dealing with them. So Spoink here is spotted, but he's more or less a bait. T10s are the real cappers.
They've driven out over the rubble, so they've actually destroyed the rubble as Papa Powan's able to get a shot into Algo there, but there's not able to reset the cap.
Death Alley, that will be where the action is. Because decapping, Milos will have to maybe suicide in one moment. That's why I don't like the rule. And there we go.
It's going to be the
this
sacrificial
is the first
lamb as everyone else comes in. Feaster is focus fire. Everyone's getting wrecked as Feaster's the first one to drop as Percusiat is the only one left here to able to defend this area. Vilki is able to survive. He only has 590 health as the rest of Oops are trying to rotate round. Algo still in the cap, but Insane has left as Spoink is getting absolutely eliminated there on Oops. Utopia still have all their guns in the battle, but for how long? As Oops still have the HP. Algo's almost limited, but now we finally see Vilki getting dropped in the middle. Now Insane and Percusiat are going to look for tanks as Forbidden's on a reload, Bihu's on a reload, and Mucka's on a reload. They need to get the shots in right now, they need to get them to count. Forbidden is the sacrificial lamb in front here. He's going to take the shots for his teammates. Muka's actually trying to block the shots in. So
Mainland and Camille, they need to run away. Take a shell from Milos, but run away, guys. Come on.
Mainland and Camille are trying to block shots here. They're both on a reload as Milos is going to come around to try and get shots in. Milos could finish off Camille here as Percusia and Insane are dropped. Oops are just driving into each other right now, trying to work out.
This?
Do we go left? Do we go right? I don't know, guys. What are we going to do as Utopia just get the surround and eliminate them? Oops just drove into that. Like, guys, what did you do? You just drove into trouble.
I really don't know on the start. I didn't see. Was the T-57 focused out that fast, or was he blown up as an Emorek?
He was focused. They came round and went, go for the one on the right-hand side. And
so Utopia did a good thing. They sent an Ice 4 first. It looked like reckless move, but it's not, because that's the tank that is supposed to soak up the damage, especially with his big track. So when you're shooting heat with T-57, they can like bounce a lot of shells, and Clippers are coming above him. So they have their free shots. So that's a really good part. Also, they did not keep the cap pressure, so they had 3 guys more or less out of the game in that moment. While Utopia only had Ru and Milos effectively out. But what I don't understand, okay, the fight started. Why was Oops driving so carelessly in that alley? You could see they took out Forbidden. And then they had Milos, a single shooter on one side, and every one of the Clippers coming like this.
The two.
Why didn't they just decide, just turn around, leave one guy, sack him, and run around past to Milos? Milos would fire one shot on some of them, but 3 of them would still be alive.
The 250Bs came running in behind their teammates. They have to say, help us, we're reloading. And their teammates are like, we can't do anything because they've just loaded and they're coming round. Why don't you just, like you said,
it was really
run away
hectic.
past...
It looked like a billiard pool and they were just bouncing off each other.
It was like, why don't you just run away past Milos, who's got a single shooter 113, and get yourself safe, rather than just sit there on reloads, turning your turrets, turning your tanks like headless chickens, didn't know what to do. Milos was gifted the damage there in that battle.
What the 4.4k damage in a single shooter here in this kind of situation? Like,
outstanding
seriously?
play. Dude is earning the dollars right now.
oh man, never gets old.
So
Mainland doing a lot in Percussion even, but the first 57, I don't know, did he even fire a shot or two? Let's see.
So it was Fisa was the other one.
Fitzer, 2 shots and he died. Like, to me, it really looked like he was just blown off.
See, I actually thought it was Percussia, but Percussia was actually lasting a bit longer there. Camille was the... No, it wasn't Camille who drove across. It was Wielke, who was the sacrificial lamb at the start.
Yeah, Wielke, nice
IS4,
but
yeah.
it's a different team. But
It's like Wielke, just drive out, mate, and see if they're there.
And those T10s, they just didn't pay off this game.
Okay, so
and let's see, Fitzer...
It's just focused.
Yeah, it's a focus.
And then Percussia is able to get the damage that he can. So you've got Insane and Percussia doing what they can here. Insane's the tier 10, Percussia, they're taking shots here. Now watch these 250Bs coming running in. Like, the 250Bs come running in behind them. Like, guys, we're reloading. And it's Camille and Mainland. And it's like, guys, like, why would you drive to that area? You just got yourself caught in a circle now. Like, Mainland's just standing there, like, looking left and right, saying, where am I going to go now? That was scary to see the 2 of them just come running in like that, looking for protection, when at that stage there was none. I mean, they were, like you said, just run past Milos there. Milos can only hit one of you. Okay, you might get a tracking, but at least 2 of you, at least one of you can at least get around the corner, have your loads, because they were just about done, and then turn it around.
It was interesting tactic from the start, but it didn't have a great future because simply Utopia was ready for something like this, and that's why they use an Ice 4. They just sacrifice him so he can soak up most of the shells, and they deal with the Clippers. Clippers are the dangerous ones here.
Yeah, always got to watch for the Clippers. So let's have a look at the lineups as we're going into round 2 here. Now, Utopia now on the attack, and Oops now on the defense, and we see a return of the E100.
Grille in attack? Well, that's a new one, at least for me.
Now, I also wanted to say here that the E100 setup here looks quite brawlish with the E100, 2 T57 heavies and a 113.
But we have E100 57s, that's fine, but then we have a TVP on this map. I really don't know why they like that so much. Like, I would rather even use a third 57 or 50B, whatever. I mean, it's a bit longer reload, but also big more armor and HP. Bachat 113 and then the artillery. But from Utopia 416, so they can pressure even the top cap. Why not?
A bit different from the tactics in the APAC region where we had EL Gaming taking 2 Tier 9 Batchats and then the rest all Tier 10 Batchats.
Yeah,
on
we were
Ghost Town.
commenting like that can maybe work there for real gaming, but if they do that on
They
grand
try-
final or somewhere,
yeah.
they're gonna end up like in the last grand
Yep.
final. Not so well.
So let's jump into the action here on Ghost Town. Can Utopia make it 4-2 or will Oops bring it back to all square at 3-3? Let's find out. Ghost Town, always good fun. But yeah, that match earlier on with EO Gaming was quite funny. We said if they get to something like the grand finals and they try something like that, they will get absolutely annihilated. It's a very easy counter, I guess, the Batchats. They just don't have the armor to trade.
Well, Utopia going for the lower side. They really don't want to pressure that one cap against RT. Not with that lineup and not with having Grilla, I guess. I'm really interested in how they want to use Muka. Muka is the big mystery here in this game.
Algo only able to spot out one tank there as he does his early rush. It was Spoink, I believe. You have Milosh and Algo both spotted here, but they're in decent positions. Now, where is this? Where does this girl go in Mojo?
I'm looking forward to see it any second because I'm interested how they're positioning that 10 destroyer and what is his aim. So there we go. He's just covering Shuku at the moment on the top of this hill. But why are they using a TD in attack? It's such a risky move.
They must have something planned. Maybe it has. Maybe they can do something where
Can
he
Spoink
has.
climb here even
I was
with
gonna say, it's
TVP?
nowhere going,
No,
going
that's
nowhere
too
near
slow.
fast enough. I wonder if they've got some kind of tactic where he gives them covering fire into base 2.
To me, the most interesting part will be here. Papa Pavian can actually enter the one cap, and it looks like Utopia will prepare to push with everything from the other side.
So it does look like this. Looks like they're coming around from the south area of the map where they're all
Yes,
kinda
exactly like
gathered
that.
up.
Like they just put him up and they push from the other side.
Could this
They
be?
just sacrifice him.
I was going to say, could this be where they put Papa Powie out as a bait and then come in from the back?
But they're spotted. So they're spotted, and Shuku is kind of pressing the the one line. So they're all spotted there, but this is the moment where he cannot go any further. This is the last second where he needs to turn back and drive off. So now the positions are more or less switched. I prefer myself the tactic when Oops played with Ru in defense and they climbed him on A8 position on top of the hill. Like that was ultra fine when Insane played it. Like with artillery, it's more of positional play and a bit of a risky one also.
We've had an AMX 50B at the A2 area, which I thought was quite a sneaky tactics. Papa Powen just getting shot in the face there from Spoink as he rolls back over the hill, and some players call this tank the frying pan for the object.
If Algo is guessing correct, let's see.
416. Oh, well done.
Bravo, bravo, young one.
Bravo,
let's
bravissimo.
see can he get connected from the back though for his
Oh,
effort. That's
shot
a
in the
high
butt
roll by Milos, but
yep.
it's a single shooter.
501 will take shots like that all day long. Can you get a second one, Milos?
Ooh, lucky little boy.
That was track, no damage, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was no damage for him.
Yeah.
But now Papa Pavian is in a problem, mate.
So the TD's moving.
There we go. Algo is clipping on Papa Pavian, and he has nowhere to go.
Yeah, Papa Powen going to get wrecked. And it was actually Spoink who gets the kill from the
It doesn't matter.
crossroads
He
area.
was forced to try to go below Algo, so Algo doesn't have shooting solutions, but Spoink was just waiting for that.
So Muka and his Grill 15 is now moved into the town centre. Utopia has lost a tank. They've lost Papa Powen and the object 416. In return, Oops have some damage on Sealance and the E100, who's down to 1887. And Algo and his Batchat is down to 1299. So health pool's roughly about the same right now. Slight advantage to Utopia, but they are down a tank because nobody else in their team has taken damage.
And Algo has interesting shooting solutions from them. Oops also did a good move. They immediately withdrew with all forces, so they would not be counterattacked by Utopia while they're a bit spread. So they're all grouped up, and now we will see how do they plan to approach the cap and decap this, because this is obviously the crucial part of the game.
So it looks like Utopia's plan, although they obviously would have had something to do with Papa Powen. No shots should come in there from the left, so they're going to experience it all from the front right now, as actually we see the tanks coming over. So we see Camille getting first shots. So Milos and Vilki get shots out with not taking one return. Milos does take one back in return, as Camille takes a shot back as well. So Camille getting focused from Oops, and Utopia getting shots across all of their team right now, apparently, other than Forbidden.
This is a moment for Utopia to just make a big counter push and press them in, and that's exactly what we see. Look, Muka and Bihu and the other guys.
Someone coming around this corner on E100 as Bihu's getting shot in the back. He's going to try and get taken out, although Forbidden's blocking him. Muka's coming in there. Silence is there taking as many shots as he can in E100. He's left on 4 health as he now gets dropped. So Algo's on 44 health in the back chat. He's going to be the next one focused on Utopia, but Utopia only have 4 guns left, one of them being Bihu in the T57 Heavy on only 122 health. Milan's going to come in and he's going to take out Bihu as Forbidden and Muka can just watch this happen as they're on slow reloads. Forbidden and a T57 with a very slow reload, and he also has a damaged ammo rack. It's going to take him forever to reload right now as Milan tries to chase after Muka, but Muka's running rampant for the team right now. Camille is reloading. He's got 839 health left. He's now dropped as well. This is going to go to Oops. Mojo, this is going to be 3-3.
This certainly looks like that. I still don't understand. What was the goal of having Muka in that gorilla here? I mean, I know I've seen him do 1 or 2 shots now. That's all fine. But in reality, if he played a clipper here, he would have a much bigger influence. That burst would come out and he would be able to run away and help his team with armor, HP, whatever. Like this, it was one occasional shot from time to time, and mostly in times when the fight was already over.
So 4 tanks left there for Oops at the end. One of them was their artillery. Wasn't really a factor in this battle. We didn't really see any big hits
Just
coming.
a scare factor so they don't go on 1 cap.
But taking the girl on attack was a bold choice there, and
was a bold and
not one we want to see
I don't
again.
think they will do it again.
Yeah, no one. I don't think. I mean, there must have been some kind of plan in there. Obviously, we don't know what it was. We never got to see it. I'm thinking losing Papa Powan's probably. I had the feeling that maybe there's going to be a bait.
Interesting part is that they didn't intercept, and they didn't anticipate that Algo would actually climb there, although Oops already did it in 1 game, but with a light. So the only guy who could effectively cover was Milos, but he's a single shooter. If there was a clipper there, Algo would be dead.
The thing was as well is once the first shot came in, you would expect Papa Powan to be just running for that hill because he knows if he climbs, then he's dead. So he was trying to get under the hill.
But Papavia was also in a big problem because Poink was welting all the time.
So let's have a look at the damage done on that round. Spoink is the one that comes out top in the TVP, followed right behind there by Camille and the T57 Heavy. Then 2 tanks from Utopia. Muka and the Girl 15 did do damage, but another tank effectively could have done the same, could have been just as effective. Then Milosh and the 113 doing what he can. Next 2 players from Oops, and then 7th place Forbidden from Utopia.
Pretty nice damage done here by Spoink and Camille here. I was really worried for them in the start when the fight started and those 57s were starting and trying to clip out in a cooldown against 113s. It never looks good. But they actually managed even to reload. That's quite surprising for me, but it did happen. Insane actually did some damage, but Percusiat another bad game.
I was going to say, this is going to be one that Percusiat wants to forget. It's a bit like Kerry Berry having a rough weekend with Gohard recently. Was acting as very not so swift motion. Because his first name is Owen, people were accusing him of being called Throw-In, which I thought was quite sneaky off Twitch chat. But yes, I mean, everyone can bounce back. Everyone has bad games. Now, here we see Spoink trying to go for that boost. No Spoink. Nowhere near fast enough, mate. And this is a nice one from Algo.
Algo did it from the first, and it's not the easiest one to do. So this was really nice, and I believe just he was really lucky that it was only Milos here. If it was one of the Clippers, he would be a goner.
I was going to say, from the minute he has spotted, Papa Powan starts his run, but like you said, there was additional coverage from Spoink. Now, here, Percusiat's taking over the house now. Steelance comes round, he's on a reload, kind of bold to come round when he's not got the shot. He gets wrecked here by Muka, and then a couple of other tanks shoot him. He's left on 4 health. Arguably, you could ignore him at that stage and go and shoot somebody else, but they shoot him. Now, Forbidden and Muka can just watch as Mainline comes through and kills Bihu. And then all that's left is Muka and Shoku. Shoku getting himself killed before Muka goes down. So
I really dislike that gorilla. I mean, it's okay, it's experiment now, but I don't think they should play
it. Fair to say it was a failed experiment.
Honestly, I don't like it on this map on either side. I haven't seen anyone play that well against a good team.
Okay, so we're going to go into map number 3. Himmelsdorf.
This is a map that both of them can take. Both have actually around 70% win rate. strong games, a lot of them played. Both can play overall. We've seen Utopia, they more or less started the meta with that flexible lineup with one Grille and those 1-1-3s and so on. And now, at the moment, they have in defense 350Bs and Ice 4, so I'm talking about the attack side. And on attack side, Oops actually has a Grille, I7 and E5, a bit slower lineup. So a lot of heal control here possible, a lot of rotations and some specific positions like pushing the 8 line with I7 and so on. Let's see what they have for us.
Okay, and we see the Amex 1390 on attack as well there, and Oops with an E5 and an IS7. Always find it strange in a way when teams take different types of heavies. I'm so used to seeing teams trying to like make things the same. Like you
it's
see,
just
like
positions. Like some tanks are better fit on certain spots on the map, especially Ice4 and E5.
So let's jump into Himmelsdorf, where it's all square. Utopia Oops on 3-3.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Okay, and here we go. Can Utopia or Oops take both matches? Or is it going to be like we've seen on every map so far? Oh, actually, no, Mojo, you know what's coming up in a second?
I think we
3,
should just
2, 1. Hey! So, there's been a bit of a whoopsie there in the team setup. We're going to do a quick restart and hopefully everything should be okay. So, as I was just about to say, going by previous maps up until now, it's been trade for trade, 1 for 1.
Yeah, every time Utopia took the first one and then and then Oops would take the other one. So far, if it continues like that, it will be a tiebreaker, but you never know. Himmelsdorf is a tough map to crack, but it's not unheard of.
Yep, it's usually a map where it always gets the fight usually up at the cap circle, is always scrappy. We have seen some fights though happen at the bottom of the map, which have been really telling in that horrible one that we had in the alleyway where you and Daki were casting.
That was a special kind of play, let's say. Yes, let's say it like that.
I felt so bad for the cameraman as well. It's like, how the heck do we capture this action?
I don't think anyone will be able to repeat that kind of fight anymore. But here, these teams usually play much faster lineups, and you don't see that much camping. They just feel out what is the enemy doing, and once they start the push, they commit to it. It's gonna be really interesting because Oops here has a bit of a slower tanks, so I think they will try some positional approach. And I'm interested in how will they use that E5. Will they try to play it over the hill or down together with the other tanks in attack? Because they have I7, that's really good for push on 8 line, the best turret there. And also they have Grilla that is completely not used on that side of the battlefield, so he will go over the top. And we need to see how will even Utopia respond to that, because they have 350B clippers, so will they try some trap? But Oops already played the traps. Yes, Oops already played traps, so they should be aware of such actions.
It's always nice fun watching Himmelsdorf. For all the people who are watching this perhaps for their first time, because we have a different game scenario, we have the 2 base system. The hill isn't contested as hotly as it is in random battles. You don't see 2 teams driving to the hill to fight on hill. It's pretty much.
We've seen some attempts once or twice, but more or less it just doesn't happen. It's not realistic. We are expecting big fights over the cap, especially around the City 1, because that's what those lineups have written all over them.
Okay, so City fights in Himmelsdorf. Always the nice. Do you think we're going to get which is going to be Himmelsdorf? And there's no intro because we already had that already. So, let's see. Everyone lined up here ready to go, Mojo. Can we see some tanks moving? Yay! We see tanks moving.
Just Mr. Republica song ready to go. Well, Utopia going first to check out the 1 cap. Well, they have the fast lineup, so they can afford it. And they are leaving Milos alone behind in Ice 4. He's going to stick his head in A5. We've seen him do it many times before. It's a normal one. On the other hand, a bit of aggressive approach here by Oops. Spoink doing a big spot, and they're just trying to see if Papa Pavian is doing a middle kind of spotting. Yeah.
I just realised normally whenever Utopia play, Utopia are always on the blue side because they have the blue camouflage. So if anyone's confused by this, don't be. It's just that the colours are given to teams. Now,
They're
Mojo,
trying to
break out
see
the
if Papa
crayons.
Pavian is like here, because that's why these guys were lined up so much. Spoink would spot him from this position and they will try to shoot him off. While that was going on, Insane was instantly going to take control of the 8 line, and they had a guy covering them from the back here. Of course, none of that happened because Utopia was not there. They were lined up actually to take a shot if there is a grill here. We saw Raging Potato who died actually there. So all of these guys will take shots while the light is spotting from here on that position. While that is going on, Milos is left here. So if any attempt to cap here is done, then he will have a good shot and he will buy a lot of time for his team. Also, they will need a hell of a lot of time to deal with him. Now we see Papa Pavian here. He can spot any kind of action coming down from the hill. So that's a good rotations from both teams in a start. It's a decent opening, but no effect so far. It just gave some info to both teams where the enemy is by lack of seeing them, actually.
Okay, so this is a nice screenshot from the previous battle there on Ghost Town. Just wanted to remind you guys of that battle. It's always a nice fight that we had there on Ghost Town. But let's get stuck into Himmelsdorf. So, Forbidden was spotted out by Spoink in that area where he was covering. Forbidden's now starting to go back up north. Mucka is just playing about in the same area. Shoku's covering this bottom road on the K line. Pretty slow, edgy start up at the moment here, as you see a zoomed in view of where Papa Powan is sitting all the way back down here.
Look at this, he has binos, he has vent and everything, so he can allow himself to stand here still. No one can spot him. He's a light tank plus a camo net, and Algo can pick all he wants. He will never see him. But Algo can afford that because there is no huge tank destroyer here in Utopia lineup. There is no FVTD that can one-shoot him if he keeps peeking, so that's why he's playing so cocky.
So Forbidden there just taking a little shot in the rear as he moves up across the train tracks. Didn't see where that came from at all, or who could have had an angle on him. Who could have shot him from there, Mojo?
Insane. He was crossing in one moment, so probably Insane.
Okay, so...
Maybe even mainland from the crossfire. I'm not really sure at what moment he took the shell, but it's only those two.
So the only damage coming out so far is that one single shot onto Forbidden in the AMX 50B. Now, Spoink is making a run up here with Insane on the road beside him. They'd gone up the banana bridge. It looks like they're going to start a cap here with Insane, maybe? Down here at B7, and that's going to provoke a rotation from Utopia, who are sitting all the way down at K1, and they have tanks at J1, and they're going to have to come back up and start getting ready for the incoming fight, which is going to happen.
Nice
in the
police
circle.
break here. They were just checking out, is maybe Milos here in standard position on a 2 cap with Ice 4, but no one anymore uses that because it's too much of a sacrifice. We've seen a school by Hellfish. There is never enough HE shells, and if you leave a tank there, he stays there.
Yeah. So in the rotation, Bihu and Shoku just thinking, should we move up now? Are we okay to move up? Is it only one or is it two? And where is it? Milo should be telling him, well, it's not the A line. It's going to be this B7, C7 area.
So far the pressure is only from Algo, it's one guy, so Utopia knows they have more than enough time to deal with rotations. They don't want to fall in some trap, and there is a trap actually in effect by Oops in a lower part of the city, you can see. They're maybe even hoping that someone will consider mainland to be an easy target by the team. That's why they have 2 clippers covering him hidden in that side street.
So trying to bait out a rotation there from Utopia, but Utopia are not taking it. And I guess at the same time, Oops are going to want to rotate around the opposite way. So it's all just really cloak and daggers at the moment. Who's going to be the first one to make the move and kind of see out the other team's ruse?
This is a risky one. This is a risky one.
Sacrificial lamb Papa Powan's going to go out and get himself shot. So Spoink gets the first shot into him, misses with the second, and Papa Powan's now safe behind that building, but HE will probably come his way.
But he still didn't spot Algo. If he's trying to provoke Grilla to come other way to shoot him, I don't think he will. Silence should stay where he is and wait for the heavy tanks. And Milos is now coming in.
So
That's a normal reaction.
Milos moving in here. He's going to get a reset in about 20 seconds. As
Ooh,
he gets,
good
but a tracking shot is really important. As Spoink can get the shots in as well. Can they protect Algo long enough? They need to get another tracking shot into Milos. Milos is going to get a shot into Algo now. They're trying to protect Algo as Algo backs off. Had they got another tracking shot into Milos, that would have been vital. They would have actually outcapped Utopia. Utopia were just bringing the wraparound there from the rest of the players, as we see.
Shuku is getting hammered.
Shoku had rotated round. Bihu still round there as the tanks and the heavy tanks down south of Oops were getting crossfire into the rest of the team there. Shoku has to be very, very careful he doesn't expose himself through the window. As horrible as that sounds. So the heavy tanks are going to rotate around the Banana Road here. As we see, Fisa leading the charge here on the heavy tanks, and Melan behind them, and then Camille Eater all loaded up and ready to go. They're going to hunt down for Utopia, try and find targets as Algo's going to rotate all the way around the opposite side.
Now is a good thing for Oops here because they have Milos here stuck, and if they have those HE shells, they can do some number on him a bit before they commit to the other part of the fight. And there will be still enough time for cap pressure. Algo will have enough time to join them. Now, Silence again in position, and entire team of Oops is back in the play. Milos is pretty much stuck there, but you could see how powerful side armor of IS-4 is. When he was closing in, they actually couldn't pen him. And he is running away, so this wouldn't happen. But in the last moments, he was spotted, and so much damage came his way.
Milos taking 2 shots in the rear as he tries to get back round into his little hidey hole behind the rubble. Now, Algos tried to do this rotation all the way around, and he stopped. He was in danger of getting hit by Bihu. Papa Powan coming back down there, so we're going to get a little fight down the bottom of the map with the light tanks. Now, Algo can trade. Papa Powan actually takes a hit, so Algo can trade with him. Algo can beat him one-on-one. As you see in here, Insane capping with Melan beside him. Insane, they're just trying to bait somebody out to come around to make a move. Now, Utopia are not quite rotating the way I would expect them to rotate. They're going to come around the D-line.
Algo's getting hammered down by Bihu, but that's okay because they know now the tier 10 tank is completely down. So Algo is buying him a lot of time, and he actually didn't kill him. That's even worse because now Algo can be really annoying to them if he doesn't run into Papa Pavian, that is.
I think he's going to drive straight up there. Maybe him and Papa Powan are going to trade. He has slightly more health than Papa Powan, so if they go 1-for-1, he should win that one. But Papa Powan's going to back off. Algo's just playing a little distracting tactics here. Delaying
40 seconds, guys.
10 seconds left. You need to make a move, Utopia. They're going to come round the back, and they actually have no rear cover here. They're getting the 2 shots on the cap, so the reset, so both Mainland and both Insane are hit. Now, their teammates weren't there to give them a covering fire. Fisa and Camille were not paying attention at all for this rotation, and they weren't able to get the shots as Forbidden and Muka were able to drive right across that gap. Now, Muka took a massive amount of damage, but he's still alive. Now, Oops have the health advantage. They need to swing it in their favor. They need to start picking out targets of Utopia and focusing them down.
With 1 minute 45 seconds, we have 3 parallel fights that will happen here. Obvious, first one in the center. Then we have Algo, who needs to control Papa Pavian from running away. And also maybe even Shuku. Algo is actually going to be a crucial player for them running away.
So on Utopia, they've just lost Muka, they've just lost Forbidden. Vilki's now dropped as well. So Fischer is able to get the kill on him. So Utopia have lost 3 tanks. Now, Oops have 1 minute 20 seconds to be able to kill out the rest of the tanks. Utopia can try and run away the clock. They can try and run away. As we can see, Papa Powan and Shoku running down the bottom of the map. They know they need to try and survive.
They're going to do a triple cap pressure because they're just... And Algo! Who killed Shuku?
Algo got a shot onto Fuku.
Fitzer did it from another part of the map. He got a hint of him next to the church by Algo's spot, and he shot him out.
That was right in the middle, shooting across the fountain in the middle of the park. So Fischer getting the kill onto Shoku there, which is a vital kill at the moment. Now, they have enough time to triple cap it if Papa Powan was to survive, and Shoku was still surviving as well, so Oops had enough vehicles left to triple cap. Oops actually have all of their tanks alive right now. In this exchange, they're going to 7-0 Utopia, unless Papa Powan can somehow get a drop on someone, which is not likely. So, very, very strong win here from Oops.
Oops can already shoot in the air here. They don't even have to bother.
Super strong win here from Oops, being able to take that 4-3 and not lose a tank in exchange. That is absolutely vital, and if you want a confidence booster going into match point, That's a perfect example.
They absolutely demolished Utopia here, completely outplayed them in every rotation position and whatnot. They expected every move Utopia will do, except that 3090, probably no one expected that. You just send 3090 to see what's going on and then go with Miloš. Miloš had a really bad misfortune there. He did a right call to run away from that position, otherwise he would get wrecked.
Yeah.
But maybe if he did it like 5 seconds earlier, he would actually get away
wouldn't have taken those shots, because both shots went into the rear of him as he was trying to get back into that position.
And then, oops, playing, when the fight started, completely ignoring Miloš. They knew it's a slower tank, for one, it's a single shooter, for two, no one gave a damn about him. I was expecting they will maybe send one guy to just 1v1 him because he was on low HP, but they were, no, we're going to take care of everyone, and we know Miloš is not going to go far, we're just going to come back after.
Yeah, yeah, so brilliant play from Oops there to come out with 7 tanks still alive there. Some of them just hanging in there by the skin of their teeth as they had very low HP, but at the end of the day, it's a gun in the battle. So let's have a look at the stats and see where all the damage came from here. Top 4 players all coming out there from Oops. Mainland doing the top damage there in the E5, and Insane coming second in the IS7.
Interesting part, but first time now in the game, Oops is actually in the lead. And you can see the brilliant play for them.
Oops going into the lead, and what happens when Oops goes into the lead? Mainland is top damage.
And he's
Again,
not playing Arctic.
When he performs, Oops perform.
Well,
when
look at this.
he's not performing, Oops struggle.
Shuku is having a really bad day today in most of the maps. We've seen him on mines getting wrecked, peeking too much also. And here, when he was driving among the heavy tanks, he got really a lot of damage. He ended up on 1 shot, and he was rendered pretty much inoperable till the end of the game. I mean, even if he ran out on Algo would have taken care of him one-on-one. That's the biggest problem.
So let's try and see if we can see this kill at the end. I mean, you said it was Fisa. We're looking at his position. I'm pretty sure it was right over the fountain and getting like the top.
Yeah, it must be,
turret.
because it was over the center. We will see that in moments when after the Bihu dies and so on, when they take care of that, Fitzer came to the fountain and shot from there.
So
look at
Shoku
Shuku.
just going past now. He stops. Fischer in the middle by the fountain.
And look at this angle. Bam!
What a shot. What a shot, right
But
across
why
the
did
fountain.
Shuku even stop there? Did he try to shoot someone?
I think he stopped and wanted to shoot at Algo. I think he stopped and went, oh no, there's Algo.
Algo already ran away, so he maybe wanted actually to shoot to Fitzer, and he didn't actually count on him aiming there.
Yeah, we'd have to see it from his point of view, and sadly because of all the other action that was going on.
But even if he survived,
yeah,
still, they would just put triple cap and
Triple cap had enough time to win it. So great play there from Oops, who now go into match point against Utopia. Now the teams are going to switch sides. Can Oops make it 5-3? Can they take these points, which are in a way vital for them to go up against Gohard and try and steal third place from Gohard?
This is really actually messing up Utopia. Like they already are in a 3rd tiebreaker in a season, while Ding had only 1. So even if they manage to come back in this game and even win it, they will still go a little down, more than they wanted.
And they're only right now 1 point behind Ding. So if they had won this battle, they leapfrog Ding by 2 points.
And they're meeting Ding next.
Yep. And if Oops win this one, then they go on to 19 points. They'll be tied with Gohard, but I don't know the positioning. Who'll be third, who'll be fourth. It comes, I think, down
it's
to
just
head
a
to head.
game difference, and it doesn't really matter for us now because these guys are ready, and we have IS4 on defense for Oops. We've seen how that tank can soak up a lot of damage, and an FVTD. Now that's a hazard one because if he connects on right moment of the game, he can one-shoot some of these 50Bs, Grilla or whatever. If he misplays, he is just like a dead slot in a team.
Okay, so Oops now defending, Utopia now attacking. I think Oops are going after that last performance. I think it's theirs for the taking.
Don't forget, Utopia played this setup from the very start, and they're really good at rotating and reading the enemy positions. Okay,
so let's jump into round 2 here on Himmelsdorf. Utopia sitting on 3 points, Oops sitting on match point with 4. Can Oops seal the deal, or are Utopia going to take it into tiebreaker? Now, tiebreaker is not great for either of them either. It's not good for both of them. Utopia would guarantee a minimum of 1 point, so they would tie with Ding. If they won, they would only go 1 point ahead of Ding. Oops, if they only got 1 point, would be sitting on 17, so they'd be 2 points behind Go Hard. And if they win, they would take 2 points, so they'd be on 18, so they'd be 1 point behind Go Hard.
Mate,
So-
I think people lost you on the start. So many points there.
Well, a tiebreaker does nothing for Oops' position, and a tiebreaker only slightly helps Utopia. Ding still have the advantage, he'll still have the points ahead of them.
I'll go try to spot the middle here. Also, there is a lot of displacement here on all over the place from Utopia. We've seen the similar start and similar opening from Oops in the last game. So nothing here special happens. But there is a big counter-attack here immediately from the Oops. Are they going to commit on Milos?
Oops, are you going to go for this? Are you going to get drawn in?
No, they're just here ready
Oh.
for the push. They're ready for the push. They actually want to fight here.
They want somebody to go up there. Insane's going to try and be the bait, but they need to rotate, because if they go left and jump into Insane, that could be dangerous.
Are they far enough so they don't get spotted from the hill? Because all the teams failed in this kind of a cookie because they were too far close. But it looks like Milos and Papapavian are not taking the bait. Maybe right because of the Insane.
So they know Insane's up there. Insane takes a shot back in his face as he gets one into Forbidden. As Milos and Papapawan are going to rotate around, they know they have no worry about shots from behind them because they have that side of the map covered. Now, the rest of the tanks were pushing up from Utopia, but now Shoku and Bihu are going to swing
Look
around
at
the bottom of the map.
If they go and they manage to get shots on those guys in the open field, it could be a victory for Oops because the other guys from Utopia are not in position.
The FV is looking for someone to shoot at right now as the AMXs go down the banana road. Insane takes another shot. Papapawan's now
Let's
getting
see
hit.
this.
Milos is now getting hit as we see Camille and Mayland and Fischer unloading into Milos and Papapawan. Milos is going to be the one focused fire as they all reload and get a clip into him right now. So Papapawan's also going to get dropped as well. Papapawan got smacked in the face. He has 25 health left. Now they're going to turn their guns onto Forbidden. The all-loaders doing what they can. They need to get the clips out, they need to back off. Now they're all backing off. They've reloaded. Guys, get yourself out of there. You can't sit and trade right now. You have nothing to trade with. Insane just waiting for a reload to shoot Papapawan. Sealance, well, Papapawan trying to get a shot into Sealance. Misses. Insane misses his shot. Insane. Oh, Sealance is out. 3 tanks. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that, gone. So, Utopia have lost Milos, Papapawan, and Forbidden. Oops have lost Fischer and Spoink. Advantage still with Oops right now. They still have more guns than Utopia. But can Utopia get their guns to blame? No, they're actually taking fire back.
No,
so,
they're in a problem because they're in reload. They're closing in, so Camille will probably pay the price for it. But even Algo will be a crucial factor now because he is alive and he should occupy some of their attention. Vielki died here, and I think, like, honestly, Muka is in a big problem now also.
this is GG right now, I would say. So, Oops have...
Muka is big enough, so Insane will not miss him.
So Insane gets the shot, Muka gets the shot, but Insane's going to come off reload first before Muka, so this is Muka dead. So this is another tank dropping down from Utopia. They're only going to have 2 tanks left. You're going to have Shoku, AMX 50B on 1800,
And Bihu who is on
AMX
one shot.
50P on 264, which is a one shot.
Man, Maylen, don't be greedy, mate.
Mayland
not worth
bounces
it.
off the shot, the front of Shoku there. Now, Insane on Oops is still alive in IS4. Camille on AMX 50B has 105 health. Mayland 397.
Okay, greed pays sometimes.
And Sealance is still alive, and is Algos. This is 5 tanks left for Oops, 1 tank left for Utopia. Oops are going to take this 5-3 mojo. Nice convincing win again from Oops.
If they played like this against Swift yesterday, they would be really high up at the moment. There is so many ifs. If they played
It's
like
like
this
night and day,
yesterday,
yeah.
they would be now on 22 points
It's like
instead of 19. But what can you do? One day is nice, one not so much.
it's like night and day sometimes with these teams. Every time you look at the lineups and you go, well, this should be an easy match for that team, or we expect this to go that team's way, we are constantly getting surprised now in the back half year of Phase 1. So this weekend has been an absolute roller coaster of matches where teams you would expect to be the stronger ones to take the wins are the teams who are actually coming out losing, and some teams were losing quite convincingly. Now, against Utopia and Oops, there wasn't a real... this team's definitely going to win it, because both of them are really, really good teams, and we've saw that in these exchanges.
Yes, at the moment, Oops read Utopia's play from the start. It looks like they really dismantled how they play their tactics from A to B to Z, and they already knew rotations. If you look at the map, they put those 50Bs unspotted there. They knew when the spotter will see from the hill, when he will be off. They knew what kind of reaction to expect from 113s. They knew when will the 50Bs even rotate away and abandon the 113s, and where will they aim. So they went completely unspotted on the 8 line, timed it really well, like they had a winded watch. and they just came in their back, and they were like, "Whoa, no one is actually covering the 8 line here."
Yeah.
So there was no one to counterattack them. The 50Bs are useless the entire game from Utopia, and whatever they did after was auto loss because the HP difference was huge.
Yeah, that was a really nice play to get the jump on the 1-1-3s in the courtyard. Now let's pull up the post-battle statistics and have a look at the damage done there from both teams. So,
as expected, 50Bs are on the top here.
Mailand
and Camille, one is missing.
Camille has been playing really, really well for Oops right now. I mean,
when there were no rocks to drive in,
yeah,
really good.
Mailand always comes out with the damage. Like I said, when he performs, the team performs. That's twice now he's been top damage, and that's 2 games in a row that Oops have won. Bichu doing what he can there in the AMX 50B for Utopia. Then we see Algo and Oops, and then the next 3 tanks are actually all coming from Utopia. So the maximum, I mean, it's the 1390. Algo in the 1390 is 4th top damage there. Look at all these tanks.
Algo was playing a really smart game. I pointed it out many times before. He's a really young, talented player. Pay attention to him because he knows how to drive those tanks. A lot of guys actually doubted him when he came to the league, but I think he's earning his spot by far. Even on these little tanks, they can make a big turnaround in the battles. They're really important. You don't want someone suiciding on them.
Okay, and Milos there, rather than a $sign instead of an S, I think it would be perhaps Ugandan dollars coming bottom there of the table.
Yeah, big inflation, Aiden.
Sadly, not able to deliver there for the team. But I mean, unfortunate, it was just a great play from Oops. Not necessarily Utopia playing bad, just really good play from Oops.
They just caught them off guard here because they pre-planned this Himmelsdorf perfect both games. And it was really well executed. It was something nice to see. Really good display of Oops.
Okay, so let's have a look at the damage done across the entire series between these 2 teams. And man, is it no surprise
Wait, there is no Ducky here, so you have to do it.
Yeah.
Mailand!
Oh, Mailand! Oh, Mailand! Oh!
So there we go. Bichu on the second place.
Yep.
Camille, really good performance, as you said.
Brilliant from Camille there, yeah.
But look at this. A lot of guys are just going one between another, so there was a lot of close games.
Yep.
And Algo on 7th spot, and he was playing like tier 9s and tier 8s
Algo was
most of the time.
playing light tanks and stuff, so that's great play from Algo. The Mountain Goat Spoink coming in at 6th there, so decent damage from him. Milos doing what he can there in 5th place, and Muka above him in 4th place. So
I think Milos' average damage dropped in this Himmelsdorf because he was wrecked in both games.
Yep, and we have Mainland there was on 2000. I think yesterday.
Percusiat. Horrible games.
We were looking at someone yesterday, and their average damage was 3k for the series, so that was really impressive.
Deha had 3.3k.
Deha, that is terrifying.
Just a monstrosity.
Terrifying. Poor Percusia at the bottom there.
I think I saw 2 or 3 games when he ended up with 0 wrecked.
Just was the first one getting caught out in unfortunate situations. Papa Pow in there, 13th place. VOK 12, Shoku 11th. Oh, Shoku, man. Man, Shoku.
He really didn't play that well today. Honestly, he was caught off on too many occasions and not enough damage done because of that, because he would render himself on low HP from the start.
Breaking my heart, Shoku, breaking my heart.
Unbreak your heart.
So, really entertaining match there, Mojo. Had a lot of fun casting that one. Teams were going at it, punch for punch. Really, there was no kind of campy tactics.
No, Oops is always cool to watch. I mean, even when they fail, they do it sometimes gloriously.
Some very, very skillful play, very great individual play there as well. So, I had definitely a lot of fun doing that. Now, we have one more game left for this evening.
Unfortunately, not 2.
Which is going to be Kazna versus Rusty Roster.
It's a bit of a survival game for Rusty Roster.
Yes.
And Kazna would kind of really need it also.
Yes. Now, so I believe even if Rusty Roster win this, Rusty Roster must win this one, because if they don't win this one against Kazna, their next one I believe is against Nakabroad. Both of them are on 9 points, and 12 points won't see them through. So if Rusty Roster want to stay up, they need to beat Kazna.
Well, what can we say? Good luck to the both teams. I had really a lot of fun in these matches. I think the teams that were considered underdogs in both matches actually won. Though Rage Quit has more points, the Knekkebrut has more experienced players, but they completely failed. Rage Quit owned them in that one. And here we can see Oops, really strong play against Utopia on 3 maps. It was really even, Steven. And now on Himmelsdorf, really decisive play, good play, and it was something good to watch and analyze after.
Okay, so we're going to have another break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be back with the 3rd game of the evening. Mojo, sadly, I believe you're going to be stepping out, and I'll be
I'm
joined
going to
with...
be on the beach laying out.
Enjoy the evening, because we do have only 3 matches to cast, so it's a nice early finish for us as well. And we're going to substitute you with the Killzor.
My substitute will be here shortly, so see you all.
Yep. We'll be back after break, guys, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. And welcome back for the third match, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wargaming.net League Season 1 European. My name is Ryan Murphy, and joining me now is George Vermessi.
Exactly. Glad to be here. Watching the matches from backstage is fun. Casting it is just a little bit more fun.
You get to come in now and only have one match for the evening.
I got all the brain power I need.
The brain power is the adrenaline pumping with you, Daki.
My generator's been running the entire afternoon, mate.
We wondered what have you been doing? Have you just been watching the games?
I've been going to Ibiza, getting a tan.
Getting a tan. I wasn't going to bring it up. Look at.
What? Okay, don't have
Right, look at the picture in front of us, right? Look at the colour of you, look at the colour of me. You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen a ghost, yes, exactly.
I wasn't even going to mention it. You brought it up first. I
before.
wasn't going to say it. I thought it's too. I'm just not going to say
it's
it.
like last time I had like a little bit of
It's
hair
gonna say,
sticking out.
Dude, did you? How long? Like for the first two matches, did you just spend the whole time in makeup?
I was sitting in the tanning room, our personal tanning room here at ESL.
Did you forget to turn it on?
It's like, last time, my hair was sticking out a little bit, so chat made fun of it the entire time.
It's like a Pokemon bit at the
Exactly.
back.
So now I'm just making sure that I get it out there before chat says anything.
Okay, let's have a look. The final match we have this evening is going to be Kazna Crew versus Rusty Roster. So, Kazna Crew, Daki, what can you say that's not been said about Kazna Crew?
They're still inconsistent. I mean, we have to keep repeating it against KB. That was way too close. You see KB, they're most likely out of Gold League now. So, with the second phase coming up, they're most likely out. Just to remind everybody about second phase, Ryan, second phase is where our last 8 teams that survive after next week play against each other one more time. Top 2 automatically qualifies to the offline finals, and then the others play for an online playoff. Qualify for the last 2 spots, just so everybody's on the same page here.
And at the same time, when we have those 8 teams that go through, the bottom 2 teams go into a playoff to survive and stay in the Gold Series for the next season. And next season, when we do carry on, is going to carry on with 8 teams.
Exactly.
So there won't be any split like we have now. We won't have 12 teams in it. So the bottom 2 teams still have a chance. They're not automatically demoted, which is it still like that? Because I would have thought the first one from Silver Series is automatically promoted.
The first one from Silver Series should be automatically promoted.
So that would mean that the bottom one from Gold is automatically demoted.
I think it's, yes.
But the bottom one can still enter the tournament for that one spot, which is second bottom.
Yes.
Okay, so there's always a gap. We're guaranteed somebody coming up from Silver. So here we see Kazna Crew Daki. Anyone who's a fan of them, get following them on social media, get following them on Facebook, drop by and say hello. Wish them luck for the battle, actually, on Twitter. I'm sure they'll very much appreciate it. Now, players that we haven't seen who have joined Kazna Crew from last season, Daki, we've got there's Anicta and the Dead Zone.
We've seen Durs already come and play, but Dead Zone so far, he's only been used like once or twice and not an entire match, so I'm not fully sure what's up, but I think it was in this interview that I asked Vetso about what is their starting lineup if everybody's online.
Okay, so Vetso was the one you spoke to about Kazna Crew. Same as before, you talked to them about the weekend's previous matches and talked to them going into this weekend's matches. Now, when the interview was done, Daki and Vetso didn't know the results that have happened now, so it should be quite interesting to see the questions, and we can jump into that right now.
So, Vetso, it's fair to say that it seemed like Durs' return from vacation and Gamescom and all that sort of fun stuff kind of helped you guys stabilize a little bit, it seemed like, because he was top damage, pretty much.
Yeah, he did an excellent job against Swift, and we will keep playing him. He had a slow start from the beginning of the season, just like me. Actually, he didn't play a lot because of his obligations, Gamescom, and everything else. But he's now on top of the game, and I think he will do even better on the upcoming matches.
Vetso, if I put you on my fancy team, do I get one of those fancy hoodies?
Possibly. Depends how long will you keep me in your fantasy team.
Let's make a deal. What about 3 weeks?
Okay, we'll talk about it. Okay, I like that.
I'm down. I'm going to do it right after this. Now, Vetso, seeing everybody play, who do you think, in your opinion, is going to be the bottom 4? Who do you think is most likely to drop out?
Well, Legend, I think first. That's not a bit of surprise. for me, a surprise is out of range. I thought they will be easy top 8. And we are fighting Rusty Roster, so I hope they will get 0 points out of our game. So they will also that would also put them on the bottom of the league. And I don't know who could be the 4th one. Maybe Kneke, if we also win, and they also have like a couple of tough matches till the end. I think that's around my four teams for the bottom league.
Yeah, that could be. Now, so a question a lot of us have been wondering, you know, since you guys added that soon in the beginning of the season, right?
Yes.
If everybody is online from Kazna, who is the starting lineup? Like, who is the main 7?
Main 7? Main 7 are Stefan, Ilian, LD, Haiba, Fish, Wisney, and me. Or should I say Yuzne, Wisney. But that just depends on how we play. How are you playing this game? How did you play the trainings before the upcoming games during the week? So if someone is having a bad week, we have good substitutions for it.
So it's always somebody ready to take the place.
Right.
Now, Vetso, let's get into your matchup. You already touched on it. Rusty Roster, you don't want to give them any points. Again, the same thing as with KB beforehand. They really need these points, and they've surprised a lot of teams by winning 3 times in a row. They're going to be very eager coming into this match again. Another opponent that really is going to want to take those points away from you.
Yes, we know them from the past seasons, and they are a team that could surprise you easily with some wild tactics. And of course, we must not give them 3 points. We have to secure ourselves for the top 8 and for the next phase of the season. And I think we'll do that, most definitely.
Well, we all hope to see the Kazna crew we know and coming dominating into the second phase. Thank you so much, Vetso, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
So interesting little conversation there with Vetso. Now, I always find it amusing sometimes. not amusing, but sometimes when we go to these players to do interviews, you have the guys who have the book. There's like it's either bookshelves behind players, or it's some kind of team branding. Vetso going for that nice little picture of them all surrounded by the tank.
Seriously cool. I mean, I think somebody made it for them. That is
The
really,
fan-made
really
cool. So it looks really cool, but it's off to one center. So it's like everyone like. It's,
I
it's
actually thought
usually
you were
ding.
going to say something about the hoodie. I was so ready for it.
Okay, so real talk here, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have Vetso in your fantasy team?
Okay, real talk here. Where in the interview?
That's a no.
Where, no.
Can I get one of those hoodies? I'll put you in the fantasy team for the next 3 matches.
So it was a no, but I didn't say when. I specifically didn't say when. I just said
two
if.
teams.
If,
two teams you've now begged merchandise from.
I said if I put you in my fantasy team. I didn't say when I put you in my fantasy team.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The deal still stands.
Are you going to be out, if we go to the grand finals, you're going to be out there with a coffee cup shaking it for change for people as well?
Does that work?
Okay, so their opponents, Rusty Roster. Fair to say Rusty Roster are not firing on all cylinders.
No, and they're also not moving on all cylinders usually.
No. Rusty Roster need to beat Kazna because then they need to beat Nakabrod next week and that's it. They only have 2 games left. They can't get by on just a win. 12 points won't do it. There's too many teams here on 13 points. 8th place, which is now Swift, because Rage Quit have now moved up on to 14 points. 8th place is now 13
12
points.
12 points won't do it.
So 12 points won't do it. 12 points will leave you in 9th place. So they're on 9 points right now. They desperately need to get those 2 wins.
I mean, yes, and they might be able to do it. I mean, Kazna still haven't looked as dominant as we want them to against KB. 4-2 down. The biggest throw we've seen so far in the season on Mines. I mean, it's doable here, but I'm just not sure if Rusty Roster style is really going to match up against Kazna's.
So let's have a look at the Rusty Roster lineup and we can talk through their main playmakers here. Now, the thing that always stands out for me on Rusty Roster, or the one thing that always sticks in my mind about Rusty Roster, is failed boosts and failed climbs.
Indeed, we've seen them struggle with that so far. I don't know. Like we talked about it as well. It's like one thing. Even players like San Spring, I take them as examples because I know how much time they spent on it. Right? Even them, from time to time, they fail a boost. It is not uncommon to happen. It's just the thing. You know, there's so much pressure on you in that match to make it. You have one shot, one opportunity. So it's really hard to like make sure that you do it in that one try.
Were you trying to quote 8 Mile there?
No, why would I do such a thing?
Oh, Daki, man. This is why you shouldn't
Sometimes I amaze
This is why you shouldn't be. You should be in the first 2 matches of the day, so you don't have time to sit and think of all these memes that you want to drop into the game.
I just don't know. Sometimes I amaze myself with what comes out of my mouth.
Are you saying you're a poet and you don't even know it?
Oh, that was the worst thing I've done so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is wide open right now to everything from everybody. So, now, Rusty Roster, who did you speak to?
Basista.
Basista. Okay, let's go to the interview with Basista and just cut Daki from the camera right now.
Now, Basista, I asked you the last time we spoke last week, who do you think is going to be the top 4? Now, I'm asking you the same thing, but who's going to be the bottom 4, you think?
The bottom 4?
Mm-hmm.
This is hard question because anything can happen. You know, Legend already took their firm place in the top low 4. I think maybe Out of Range will be there. Also, if we win, Rage Quit will be there, and I guess the Wild Bunch.
The Wild Bunch?
Yes.
Now, Basista, let's say you do make it to the second phase. How will you make sure, because you're playing everybody again that made it, then how will you make sure to stay unpredictable in that second phase and to be more prepared for those teams, for example?
It will be hard, you know, because we will have 3 games per week. But so far, maybe besides the slow play, like you call it, we are not really doubling our strategies. We play different stuff. So not like Utopia, when they play really few matches with the same things. They just adjust a little. They are doing it great, but they are not really different every game. So we have a bunch of tactics you can choose from, and I think the diversity in our strategies will not be a problem in the next phase.
Now, Basista, are you guys stressed knowing that if you lose games here, it could be bad?
Of course, we are a bit stressed, but we try to keep cheered up and laugh and just chill before the matches. So we won't get like frozen to death from fear during the game, because that's the worst what can happen to a team when they can't make a decision because they are so afraid of making any decision. And sometimes bad decision is better than no decision at all. So, don't be frightened.
Now, Basista, let's get into your matchup. It's going to be against Kazna Crew, and this season so far, they have seemed beatable. Does this give you hope to take them down as well?
Yes, of course. It gives us hope. But this is a very special game for us because last grand finals, we and a bunch of guys from my team, we just went to the grand finals to Warsaw, and we sat there and we were cheering for Kazna, like go Kazna, go Ilian, like he was the only Polish guy in the finals. So this is the team we really like. We like them as a team. We like watching them. We like their play style. So yes, it's kind of a special game, but also we hope that we can really step up to it and maybe gain some points.
I hope it will be a special match, Basista. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So, just as we had the countdown there coming into the thing, Daki is getting annihilated by the producers right now. Bit of a shame, bit of a shame. So,
It's okay. It's okay, Ryan.
let's stay on topic. Rusty roster, nice camouflage there, the dark grey and the orange. Now, they are up against here Kazna Crew.
You did that on purpose.
Did
you
what on
that
purpose?
You
What?
did that exactly on purpose.
I'm just talking about the camouflages here. Kazna Crew changed their camo from last year. It looks very nice. Now, Rusty Roster saying that they think one of the teams to drop is the Wild Bunch.
Could happen. Still, I mean, like the Wild Bunch, their fate gets decided pretty much by Legend, I'd say, because that's the match they have to win to get into those top 8. So that's going to be the deciding match. That's for next week. Yeah, it could still be true if they don't win versus Legend.
It's going to be the last match of... Oh, the last match. Wild Bunch have one match left, and it is against Legend. Now, Legend should have been playing this evening.
It's rescheduled.
But that one got rescheduled. So, let's have a look at the lineups here of Rusty Roster. No, actually, Taxi for Murphy. Let's have a look at the lineups for the battle, Daki. What can you tell us here about Muravanka?
I mean, it's not a surprise here, the defensive lineup coming out from Rusty Roster. We know they like to defend. We've seen this before with double E5, for example, and double T57. It's a little bit new meta here. The Kazna Crew lineup, though, this is not a real surprise. They used to do it with, like, 4 Bachas, and then the Gorilla and the 239 Bachas. Now they added a T57 in there as well. So that's the meta they play. We've seen them do everything with that. We've seen them go for the cap, quick rush. We've also seen them go east and clear out the bushes with great success, really, with great success. They only once didn't manage to do it, and that was because of a sneaky 3090 in a bush that they didn't suspect.
Yeah. They have a really good system for clearing out the bushes, Kazna. You refer to it quite a lot of the time as how long it takes them to do it and stuff like that. Now, Rusty Roster are a team who... Let's be honest, they camp a lot and draw matches out a lot. And Kazna look like they're going to want to go all guns blazing here. Probably go for a cap rush, I would say. So can we see, is it going to be a case of Rusty Roster holding back and trying to draw out these matches as quick as they can and bait Kazna into making mistakes? Or is it going to be Kazna able to play nice and strong and be able to see out these matches quickly, Daki, to prevent Rusty Roster from doing that kind of campy style?
We can't really prevent Rusty Roster from doing it. You kind of have to play around it. But for Rusty Roster, like their slow style, it has worked and it has absolutely not worked. In some situations, they set up to make a play, right? And then they wait so long that the enemy team rotates. Now, against Kazna, they're not going to have the time to wait for Kazna. I don't think they can, they kind of need to surprise Kazna here, I think, because Kazna, when it is on form, head-to-head, I will always give it to Kazna.
Yeah, I found it interesting, like me and Mojo were slightly discussing earlier on, how when we're asking a lot of these teams, when you were saying to them, like, who's your top 10 or who are you most worried about in the league, they were saying that other teams, but some of them were still saying we still are also a bit worried about Kazna.
Of course, you have to be worried.
And like I was saying to Mojo, is that just the name? Is it just the echo of Kazna? Because right now this team hasn't been performing.
Well, Kazna's only the only team left here that has won a season. You have to remember that. They're the only team so far in the league that won a season here. So they're supposed to be scared of them.
Okay, so let's jump into Muravanka. Map number 1. This is Rusty Roster Kazna saying no. Who's going to get the first goal? And obviously this is not tank football, so there'll be no goals, but who'll get the first point?
I think Stefan could probably make a good header here in his Gorilla, but no surprises here from Kazna Crew. They're sending Vets or Eurofish. We see this. You keep a spotter there, somebody in support. You just have to get out on time. And they're going east with all the rest. Rusty Roster, no surprise. I mean, they have a defensive lineup. They're going defensive. Very logical. Now we're going to have to see if Kazna Crew, can they clear out Basista's position, yes or no?
Yeah, can they flush out Basista from this position when he's sitting in the bush, giving himself, or giving the team perfect view down the bottom area of the map? Kazna not going for a cap rush there. Looks like Rusty Roster were lining up ready to counter it, but Kazna actually going through the magical forest, looking for targets as Stefan gets the first shot out, trying to look for someone as we see Haiba and Yizne as we zoom across the battlefield here with our little air drone.
Yizne did not make a mistake there. He did not, just fire his shell. He's making spotting checks. We talked about it as well. He's checking if he gets spotted. If he's not spotted, he knows there's not a scout there. He did not accidentally press his mouse.
Now here's the thing, look at Catch Me and Shrebshersenyan lined up together. Is that just a difference with the HD model? Because on some of these tanks I noticed that the Rusty Roster camo looks super clean, and on some other tanks it looks like dirty and worn. And it's the same with kind of Yizny here. Like this Kazna one
Depends
here.
on the tank.
I think
really.
it might, yeah. I think it might be related to the HD models or something, because that one kind of looks like worn in.
Whoa, I don't like this bush. I really don't like this bush. He's not going to last longer than a minute and a half in that one, I think. It's the most commonly used bush throughout the seasons. I mean, if Kazna crew don't figure out he's in that one.
Well, to be fair, Stefan just put one right through that bush, but because of the way he was sitting, it sailed right over the top turret, or in between, sorry, the body of the tank and the turret. So is he going to put another one into the bush? Again, look at that. It's like Neo. Look how close that was.
I think he's just going one by one. I mean, there's 3 bushes there. Realistically, you have the one on the right, one on the left, and the one in the middle. He put 2 through the one on the right. Now he probably switched to the middle, and I think Batista is going to be done for pretty quickly here.
And of course, only we can see the tracer view there, as Pascapista is just coming down to get additional shot. Yuzny's on a reload now, as Batista is getting shot. So Batista gets hit there. He relocates a little bit. He spots Elin, spots Stefan. Now, they would have known that connected, yeah?
They can't. I mean, they can't really know that they connected because you don't get an indicator if you connected, obviously. But that's only with RTV you can see the shell didn't go through. They can also, like, if they see that the shell stops, then they know it doesn't go through. It's very hard to see with so many bushes.
Yeah. So he's going to put another shot in here, Stefan. Oh, that was where exactly
a
where he
little bit
was.
too high, actually.
Yeah, he's just where he was though. He moved slightly to the left. So Stefan's put 3 shots into that same bush. Every single one of them would have wrecked Batista. Batista is still managing to survive here. So lucky. Pashka gets himself spotted out. There's Haiba's making a rush forward now, so it looks like Haiba's just going to go for a quick spot to flush out Batista and then get the ball rolling down south here, Daki.
Yeah, Haiba can't actually spot Batista because, but they're still blind firing him. Elian, I think it's Elian that's the one hitting him right now.
I think they know where he is now.
Getting so close. I mean, you can just see the knowledge from Kazna. They're not blind firing other bushes. They pretty much know where Batista is.
All the shots going into that one. And Batista's taking 2 hits, although it's clear to point out that he's not been spotted yet, as we see Shrebshersenyan just taking another hit there, or taking a first hit in the E5 up on the hill. Now, Batista has got track damage, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he's on a 1-shot, and even if he tried to run, he's going to get hit because there's going to be a nice crossfire from Kazna. It's just a case of how long that it takes to flush him out, because all that time is vital time that Kazna could be doing to try and make a move on the cap circle.
Yeah, we've seen them before, though. It can take a time here, but they're still hitting Shrebshersenyan in return as well. Some nice shots, I think, from Vetso and Eurofish between those two. But once Batista goes down, there's a real issue here for Rusty Roster. I mean, they have a lot of heavies. And Kazna crew, those clippers, once they get on the sides of those, once the Rusty Roster is forced to make a move, I'm afraid for them.
So Alien just shooting out as well. He takes a hit from Pashka Pizza there. He was trying to get shots back into him. Haiba just sitting in behind this building. He hasn't reloaded from when he took the shots earlier on over. He took one into Batista. Now, Alien, 1 shot left before he reloads. Yizny's on a full reload. They're trying to get shots, it looks like, at Pashka. And for now, Batista is still surviving.
Almost 5 minutes gone here for Kazna, but we talk about it. Usually it takes them between 6 minutes or a little bit longer even. They've gotten kind of unlucky since Batista, they put a lot of shells in the bushes, but kind of too high, kind of not in the right position, so he's still alive. I'm still thinking they will get him at one point, though.
I'm sure they get him at one point, but the thing is at what time are they going to do it? Because Kazna are just playing a kind of standoff game at the moment, and they're slowly starting to take hits back. We see Haiba taking a shot, and we see Alien have taken a shot as well, but damage at the moment in their favour against Rusty Roster, but Rusty Roster with the more HP because they've got the heavier setup.
Nice shot there from Eurofish onto Shrebshersenyan. Eurofish takes 1 turn in return, but note Shrebshersenyan minus commander.
No jack
he's
of all
not going to be
trades.
happy about that one. Plus, he doesn't even know when he's spotted anymore over here.
No jack of all trades, and a hit onto his vision, so that's going to be quite dangerous. He pokes over, he knows that the only time he knows if Eurofish is aiming at him is likely when he takes a shot to the face. So we see Nexus just looking for some targets over here. just below Catch Me and Shrapshushani. Nexus has actually been able to push up quite far there, Daki.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about bullet sponges. Well, Nexus is one as well. As when Kazna does figure out the bush of Basista and they get him out, well, Nexus only has to do his 4 shells at that point, get them to push onto him. When they do so, well, I mean, when they do so, he'll have a lot of HP.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore, though.
He just lost about half of it, poking himself over the hill here and getting 2 shots back in his face in return. Nexus is clipping into somebody though, so he fired off 2 shots now.
Haiba is close. Whoa!
Haiba, mate, come on, make one connect.
He put one on the left and one on the right of Basista. Basista is really lucky at this point, and that's the issue we sometimes talk about. Yes, they're great at clearing bushes, but the time
is not in their favour as Shrapshushani takes another shot there on that E5. He's been quite effective at a bullet sponge here, but he's not been effective at trying to avoid the shots coming at him. Basista just holding his nerve there as we see Yizne just pushing out, trying to say, like, come on, where are you? Don't tell me you're in this bush that I'm going to drive around. He still hasn't spotted him. Yizne's going to go down for this, and in return, not spot out Basista. This is like a crazy move from Yizne right now.
Hey, Kazna crew got nervous there. They really want to clear the bushes. They have no clue so far. Isna, I mean, now Kazna, they've put so many shells in the bushes of Basista. They're like, there's no way he can't be in there. I put like 6 shells in there, Stefan, on TeamSpeak right now.
Every single one too high, pretty much.
Yeah, and they're like, well, he has to be here then. After which they send Isna to go spot him for sure. And they're like, oh, he's not.
Just wondering as well, I mean, you see Shrapshushani getting dropped here from Vetso, sorry. Is Basista just sitting there on TeamSpeak and he's like...
Yeah, he's probably giggling away. He's very lucky. I mean, they've wasted 8 minutes almost at this point. Kazan now has to make a move. They're down 3k HP at this point, so it's not looking good for them. Sacrificing so much on Isna, sacrificing a lot of Eurofish. Not good stuff.
A nice little power slide there from Isna as he comes in to help out Eurofish on the cap as they're taking it down to 2 tanks in the cap circle, but Prosto can come over and get a shot here. Yamto and Figo can move up as well to provide additional covering fire. Basista is still covering this bottom area. Alien could come across and get a spout onto him, but they're coming out of the cap circle now, Kazna, to try and...
Damage.
Great damage there on Prosto as Stefan gets the killing blow onto him. So I was just going to say Kazna might just do this just to try and bait some Rusty Roster tanks up out of position. Yamto gets the kill back on Nexus. Nexus shouldn't have lost that much health, but Catch Me is going to go down for Rusty Roster. Oh, bounce off the top of his turret as he's able to survive there and get more shots out from his gun. Taki, this is still on a knife edge.
The firing from Kazna crew is on point here. The time is an issue though, but they have to send somebody in to reset. Stefan and like really is just controlling it. He did a really nice shell onto Prosto there. Prosto is supposed to get saved behind the house and reset. Now, Rusty Roster has to make a move here at some point, and then they still need to survive with somebody.
So Kazna crew have only lost 1 tank. Rusty Roster have lost 2 tanks. Kazna sitting in the cap circle, 10 seconds to go. There's 54 seconds left in the match. So Rusty Roster desperately need a cap reset in just a second, but the tanks going for doing it are getting focus fire and a crossfire now. We're going to see Figo and Jamto, although Figo does manage to kill... Oh, Jamto actually kills Yizne and Pascapisa kills Haiba. Kazna crew, this is sloppy. You guys are not going to see this one out if you don't be careful. They have the health advantage at the moment, slightly in their favour, and they have the gun advantage in their favour, Daki, but Rusty Roster are still in here, and it's 25 seconds left of the map. Rusty Roster, if they have any sense right now, Pascapisa should just be running away if he can, although he is facing off against Alien.
They need to survive here. Paska needs to survive for 15 more seconds. Alien really needs to go for it at this point. Yamto won't survive it. It has to be Alien versus Paska here. If Alien picks it up, they win.
Pasca's going to play Ring Around the Rosies. All he needs to do is survive for 6 seconds. 5, 4. Can he do it? 3, 2, 1. Pasca, you have saved your team. You have carried your teammate.
Yamto also survived, but that was because Stefan I missed, I guess.
Yes, but oh.
Realistically, like Yamto dies and then it's Paska versus Alien in the 1v1, and Alien should have, I mean, it's obvious what Alien's trying to do there. He's not like just standing still. He gets out of proxy range, he waits for the D-lid to come in, and then he wants to make his play to surprise Pashka on either side. Pashka made the correct decision, got around the other side, so no matter if Yamto went down, Rusty Roster won that round. Kazna is going to really be kicking them himself about that one.
So we said at the start, Rusty Roster, team known to sometimes drag matches out, camp and see them out all the way. They saw that out till the very dying seconds of the match there. Kazna trying to play with the clock in their favour when they were doing the base cap, but not doing it quite at the right time. And the actual match time was against them there. They started, I mean, you had 20 seconds on their cap, but it was 1 minute 20
If
left
they
in
didn't
the match.
sacrifice Isna's HP, they probably would have won that. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, there was
they
some
sacrificed 1.1k on him.
trades there that really weren't necessary, and some focus fire that really wasn't quite as focused that needed to be. The bush clearing at the start was terrible. It stopped it, held them up for so long. Basista played absolutely fantastic. I mean, say he played fantastic. He just drove into a bush, ladies and gentlemen, and sat there. But the fact that Kazna couldn't find out which bush he was in was really vital to the win.
Felt like Tomosa really was on Kazna's team speak today.
Some Samosa trades there, yes?
Samosa.
Okay, so let's have a look at the stats there and see who did the top damage there across both teams. So Vetso doing what he can on the flank with the Batchat.
Not bad at all.
Brilliant
4.2k damage.
4.2 damage. Yamto, however, in the T57 Heavy for Rusty Roster coming in behind him at 3,200. And then Paskapitska, yes, and the Batchat of Rusty Roster again. Stefan and Alien, then Catch Me, then Eurofish. So autoloader city here, apart from Stefan and the girl in the middle.
There's Nexus, kind of wants to see him a little bit higher up, but Isna, they pretty much sacrificed him for that. I mean, that was not his fault.
Yeah, it was frustration in a way as well. I think he's like, they're not in that bush. If I drive forward, I'll surely spot him, and he didn't. So.
And Basista, I kind of took a quick look. He did like 3.2k assistance damage. That's not bad.
That's really good.
A tier 10.5.
That is really, really good. So the fact that he's bottom of the table here for damage is in no way telling of his performance. It was brilliant. So let's we're going to have a look at the post-battle highlights, Daki. So when that comes up, why don't you just give us a talk through what we see?
Well, here, Haiba, he puts one shell on the right of Basista, then he puts the shell on the left of Basista, and then he puts one on the right again. It's like, oh, you feel so bad at that point. It's like, come on, boys. This is Shepshashanian. I mean, he already made a lot of mistakes beforehand. He should never be that HP. Then they did start the cap. They got very lucky to kill Prosto. They lost Nexus in return. Not sure how that happened. Stefan here, he made a lot of crucial plays, didn't have a high damage, but a lot of crucial plays. And this was the part that pretty much won them the game here, surviving and killing a few tanks here.
So this was the exchange where Yamto and Figo are trying to kill off Eurofish, which they do, but they both take hits there. Stefan coming in behind them, and you've got Vetso as well. So Yamto's facing off against Vetso. You got Pasca Pizza. Stefan's in a reload. Vetso only has one shot left, and like you said, I guess he misses it. So Yamto actually kills
Ilian
Vetso.
actually timed it wrong.
And it looked like Stefan missed his shot against Yamto.
I think Stefan missed the shot, but Ilian actually was 1 or 2 seconds off on the D spot. You could see once the yellow goes away, he's no longer spotted.
Too eager, yeah.
No longer spotted, so he was waiting for the D spot, but then he kind of gave away by driving forward too quickly, so Pashka was able to readjust.
Okay, so we're going to have round 2 here. Let's have a look at the lineups as the teams swap positions, and we now have Rusty Ruster on the attack and Kazna Crew on the defense. Kazna Crew, kind of similar lineup in a way.
Well, I'm more fan of an IS-7 than a mouse, so...
It's nice to see, yeah, as long as there's no mouse and Conqueror gun carriages. M40, M43, so artillery that can be used to...
Well, it kind of tells us that they are going for that one cap, if anything, because we see teams that play eastern side bring the Lorraine because of the relocation capability, the quick firing, the capability to go through a lot of bushes very quickly. That's everything the M40 really doesn't have. The M40 is just meant to hit tanks in the face. Now, Kazna, I mean, they can do anything as well. They can make a trap in the east. They can just rotate with all their bad shots. It's kind of on Rusty Roster to find that E5 and do a lot of damage to him.
So is this a cap rush coming from Rusty Roster?
No, I don't think so. You don't do cap rushes with Arty unless, you know, you would really want to surprise the enemy. But then even then, you know, you're missing out on a tier 8 that could do 1.6k possible damage. So, no, I don't think so. I think it's just going to be a spotting game.
Okay, so the placement of the AMX 3090 going to be important. Let's jump into the action here. Can Rusty Roster make it 2-0? Or will Kazna bring it back to 1-1? Now, we just seen a fantastic bush play, scout play from Basista in the AMX 3090. Are we going to see something similar for Yuzne, Daki?
It depends on how Kazna is going to use him. Like I said, they could make a trap. You see these 3 batches already pushing forward here on the minimap, on the K line. That means they're probably going to put Isna a little bit further than you usually do. You do this to surprise somebody coming through the forest, but Rusty Roster, they're not going for anything aggressive like we said. They're going to play for the spots. They're going to try and find that E5, try and do some damage with that RT.
So Yuzne going quite aggressive there actually in his scouting, taking up a different position This is the one where we saw similar to where somebody got artilleried yesterday or Friday, I think it was.
Yep, exactly. Now, Kazna, it's going to be a slow game. Just get ready for it. It's going to be a slow game. Pashka is now being relocated. I mean, the name of the game is find the E5 pretty much for Rusty Roster. They want to get some shots onto Haiba. They're playing for control. Figo's in the middle. Prosta's on the eastern side. And they're just spotting a little bit from C2. I mean, they have all their bases covered. Question is, as always, does Kazna crew sit there and wait for the artillery to do something? Or are they going to make a proactive play as soon as that IS-7 pushes up, gets spotted? Are they going to make a proactive play? Or are they just going to wait and hope that Pashka does not destroy them?
So defensive play from Kazna. They are dug in super deep here. Nobody advanced up past the H line, so they've only got the bottom 3 squares of the map, whereas in comparison, Rusty Roster had advanced quite far up there. So Shrips are signing down to the F line, so that's 6 squares down, contesting the G line basically, almost taking 70% of the map coverage, if you like, in effect, to Kazna's 30%. But Kazna on the defense. Kazna don't really need to push out all across the map because they know Rusty Roster are going to come to them.
I just hope Haiba isn't peeking at this point. I mean, you can see Pashka is already looking towards that area, that general direction. The worst mistake we see teams make in this situation is that guy in G1, H1, he gets too eager. He's like, let me just quickly make a spot, then gets hit for 2k in the face by Artie, and he's like, oh well.
Yeah. Hey guys, let me just have a look for you. Oh wait a minute. Okay, I'll see you in the
Haiba does
garage.
get spotted. I'm not a fan at all. I think Haiba should be completely safe at this point.
Is he
Not
going to get hit
spotting
by
anything.
artillery? That's a big thing.
Pashka made a blind shot, so he won't be reloaded just yet. He's like halfway through it, 60% done. But Haiba, just please, just sit safe. Sit safe.
Haiba, poke your head out, mate. I want to see someone get nailed by artillery. I always love it in matches like this when someone gets absolutely wrecked by artillery.
Look at Kazna. Look at Kazna. They're already pushing up. They're sending Isna forward with the Batchas behind. I don't think they're going to wait for Artie.
There's the Artie shot going over, and it's a huge miss there onto Haiba. Now, Isne has spotted out Prosto, who's going to run away. He has Basista with him there, moving back on the flank. They're going to relocate. But Isne backs off as well, and he goes to the safety of Nexus and Stefan.
I mean, Isna, he has to be careful, of course, because Rusty Roster could just send 1 or 2 bat shots, quickly deal with him, not take too much damage. But, you know, he's kind of aware that there's a big chance that Rusty Roster will be realizing that there is too much threat. Kazna has 5 bat shots. I mean, they can't just do a blind push over there because everybody from Kazna could be there. So far, they've only seen the E5, so they really don't know anything. We as spectators, we obviously see all the positions. We see it wouldn't be the worst trade for them, but this gives Kazna a decent amount of control already. Slowly, like Rusty Roster, like you said in the beginning, had the map control. Kazna crew has been taking it back step by step by step.
Okay, and we just had a quick look there at Pashka, just trying to find someone to shoot at in his artillery, but as Daki was saying, nobody from Kazna is spotted at the moment. So, everything else square at the moment in game. Rusty Roster, however, lead 1-0, taking the first round, and this looks like a big rotation coming from Rusty Roster, Daki.
Yeah, they might want to catch Isna off guard in that area, but Isna, you know, he's also retracted. He realizes, you know, there's nobody spotting. Rusty Roster, where are you? Well, Rusty Roster, if you're not spotting, then I don't have to be spotting, and I'll just drive casually back into my bush and sit there.
Yep.
So this is going to be a waste of time pretty much for Rusty Roster, because when they get spotted, Ilian next to Stefan has now retracted into an area where they cannot be spotted. They're behind the bushes. They're just waiting for Rusty Roster to do exactly what they're doing and overextend a little bit.
And this is what usually happens on this map sometimes when it's a stalemate. The teams sit about, nothing happens, and the attackers rotate round this side. And generally they do it a lot too late, because they rotate round this side and they get spotted and they're like, oh no, there's a light tank here spotting us. And then they spend forever trying to deal with the light tank, as we just saw with Kazna in the previous round, although Kazna weren't rotating late, they were there from the start. And they just get completely held up trying to get this scout, this light tank, or they get too focused in it.
That's what we talked about. Already takes 2 shells there. It's exactly what you said. Kazna crew, they're too smart to fall for something like this.
They're just sitting there, and the minute somebody from Rusty Roster pokes their head out, they're like, hello, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Now, this was a completely, wasted rotation pretty
Yeah.
much from Rusty Roster. As soon as, for example, Shepshoshenin goes back to that position to spot, to try and spot on Haiba, for example, Kazna will realize, that IS-7, they cannot leave him alone. I mean, we've seen it when the mouse got left alone, and even that one died within 25 seconds. So they're not going to leave him alone. Then Kazna will probably push up again with Isnet, retake that control, and then we're back to same old, same old. Like, so far, we're 6 minutes in. Kazna crew has not taken a single point of damage yet, except for Nexus, who probably rammed into something in the beginning.
Yep. We see Nexus only taking 1 point of damage there, where in return Figo took about 800 and something there on his tank on the Batchat 25 for Rusty Roster. So health from Kazna's favour by about 2,000, but then Kazna are also running with a heavy tank in their lineup, and Rusty Roster also have an artillery, so kind of off balances the teams just now. But Kazna crew sitting on an almost 2,000 HP advantage across the teams.
But does get spotted now. We talked about this. I'm afraid of his health. Can Pashka land the shell?
Yes, he can. 853 damage, Pascal.
What did I say in the beginning?
Good estimation. You said, Haiba, don't get spotted. Please, Haiba, don't get spotted.
I don't understand. Like, everybody that plays there, at one point, they're like, they want to spot. There's no need to spot.
It's like, hey, I'm spotted. Okay, I'll get myself unspotted. And I'll drive up again. Hey, I'm spotted again. What's the chances of that?
Unless they know more than me,
Yeah.
but then again, it's why?
Like,
why would it be worth to take 800 damage on Haiba to just,
especially when you know the enemy team has artillery, and you're going to be the prime target.
And they have Eurofish in the bush, so they know that Haiba's not on the dune or either very far back. So now he's just like 800 HP down for free, pretty much.
It's a poke that's not needed, because he doesn't need to check the base, because you know the base is being counted because somebody's in it. Now there is somebody capping the base, and Haiba has to be careful he doesn't overextend. He's spotted again. Pashka Piska's lining up this shot. Can he get another one in?
Should be behind the house though at this point. Should be.
Yes, because there's no shot coming out right now from the artillery. If we can get a view on Haiba, we'll be able to see that.
This looks really
Haiba,
bad.
yeah, Haiba's positioning, you can see on the minimap, has moved up, so he's behind the
this
base.
entire plan for Rusty Roster looks really bad, because there is 6 tanks from Kazna crew waiting for exactly this play to come out. You can see Haiba is being covered by everybody.
So Haiba taking yet another shot there, but he's bait. He's basically been dangled out by Kazna to say, come kill Haiba, nobody else is here. Stefan and Vetzel get spotted out as Shepshoshenin is able to get the kill on Haiba. Now, Pashka Piska gets the shot over there onto Vetzel, so does a little bit of damage onto him. Stefan has clipped out, he's reloading now. Shepshoshenin is looking for somebody else to hit. He's taking coverage up on the hill here. So, Rusty Roster trying to dominate the hill here and trying to send somebody else into the cap, while the rest of Kazna crew come in and rotate their guns round to be able to get shots. As we see Alien just lining up shots here on Basista, but can't quite see him yet where he is. We have a 2-tank cap on the cap circle right now, Daki.
Yeah, still, look at Isna. He's all the way in the east. They just have to spot it for him pretty much, and he'll be able to reset. And I don't think the trade was worth it for Rusty Roster. They lost the Clipper for that E5. I mean, the E5 was only, a 1.3 HP at that point, so really not worth it at all. Isna will get the resets of his life here the entire day if he wants to. And keep an eye on the clock here. There's only 1 minute left.
Yeah, Beasley is spotted, I believe, by Shepshoshenin there to try and get the cap reset. So we're going to let it go to about 30 or 20 as we actually see the rotation coming in here from Kazna crew. So, Nexus followed up by Eurofish are going to jump into Figo and Prosta here. Prosta's the first one dropped as the Nexus carries on his drive-through, as Alien's also leading his guns into the fire. Now, Shepshoshenin's going to try and do what he can in the IS-7 as Eurofish is going to start clipping into him. Shepshoshenin's going to drop. Great kill there. Pashka Piska kills Alien with the artillery shot.
That was a big shot, but it doesn't matter.
Big shot, but too little too late there, as Rusty Roster only have 2 tanks left. Catch Me in the Batchat 25 on 573 health. Pashka Pizza and Artillery on 400 health. Kazna crew still have 5 tanks available to shoot at, including an AMX 1390. This is going to go Kazna crew's way, and it's going to be all squared at 1-1, Daki.
I mean, Kazna crew, we talked about it. They didn't really wait for RT. Well, kind of. They made some rotations, baiting Rusty Roster back towards the other side, and then they had everybody set up for that.
Just wondering if Kazna crew were going to try and just ram him to death, or I mean, I still want to see a team flip somebody at the end as like a kind of like. And if teams are on friendly terms, that'd be quite
I don't
funny.
know if they're on favorable terms. Then if that's
like it'd be like a gentleman's.
If it's two friendly teams, yeah, sure. But if it's like opponents,
bad
then you
manners,
flip, that's like
basically,
BM.
BM, big time bad manners. But if it's 2 friendly teams, it'd be really funny if that a gentleman's agreement say, look guys, if we get down to 1 tank, don't go kill yourself. We'll flip you over because it'll be fun for the stream. I think that'd be a good laugh. That's what I would do if I was a team captain myself.
It's That's why you're not a team captain.
That's why I'm not team captain. What would you do?
What would I do?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. In the last match of the season, when nothing matters, just take a fun lineup, like 6 mouses.
It's probably why you're not a pro
6
player
mouses
anymore.
in a block with a 4-1-6 in between, driving to the cap on Prokhorovka. Pom, pom. You know, it'd be glorious. Slowly, but glorious.
You're giving teams like Legends ideas for their last matches here. Have you seen what's been going on in Russia with some of the team lineups?
Yeah, I like that.
I think it's funny as well, but I'm sure the teams playing them don't like. Let's have a look at the damage done on that battle and see who came out on top. Stefan there and Batcha, almost 3k damage. Very nice with 8 shots.
Yeah, nice overall damage here, especially because Kaznakru kept most of the tanks alive till the end of the game, so he kind of excelled just a little bit more than the rest of his team, even though everybody was alive. Then Pashka, yes, he has 2.3k damage, but I think 1.6 around there, 1.6 of it was onto Elian. So
Elian. That was a lovely shot onto Elian.
That's like 800. The only real damage he did to affect that round was the 800 he did on Haiba. Everything else was non-valuable.
And the shot he did on Alien was one of those ones that Alien wouldn't have been expected, so I'm pretty sure Alien would have got quite afraid as suddenly his tank is dead.
Alien should not just be camping that hard.
Haiba and Prost, I mean, Haiba, he wasn't really... His job wasn't to actually engage tanks, it was more to be bait.
His job wasn't to get spotted either.
His job was not to get spotted, yeah, that's a fair point. So let's have a look at the highlights. We can actually hopefully see the bit where Alien gets erased from the battlefield.
This is unnecessary. I stand by it. It's unnecessary for Haiba to take the damage there by RT. He got pushed into the city as a bait. They traded Yamto in return, which was in their favor because they got more clippers after.
Alien's on 1,400 health at the moment.
Okay, 1,400 he was. He had full.
So he goes down. He comes back up. So he's still okay. So nobody's
this
shooting
is where
at him.
He disappears.
Nobody's
3,
shooting at him.
2,
Here comes the shot.
1, and there he goes.
Comes over.
Yeah.
Wow, that was actually a really good shot.
Oh, Pashka.
He was just starting to move as well. So 1,400 poor Alien. I mean, that was even if he had full health, that would have killed him as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
that was a direct hit.
It kind of depends on the RD roll. Obviously, the RD could always low roll with the penetration value, but still, imagine.
He was like, yes, I'm on a reload. I can turn around and do more damage, and
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
He must have looked orange after that.
Yep, feels Venus.
Feels and feels.
Feels
you
and
stole
feels.
mine!
And feels. Is that your shout you needed to do?
No.
No, okay, that's still
for that one special person
pressure,
in chat, Ryan.
Pressure. So, is it going to be Mainland or Milosh then?
Who knows?
Okay.
Whoever I'm talking to knows who I'm talking to,
Okay. Let's have a look at the lineups for the next map as we go into Himmelsdorf here. Rusty Rust on attack, Himmelsdorf. I do it again, Himmelsdorf on defense, Kaznakru on defense.
Double 113, double 50B, this is fine and all. You can do everything with it. You can go rails if the enemy takes a very slow setup. You can also just push straight through the 8 line if you wanted to. Utopia, like Mojo said, the meta setters on that part with the double bat shot. They have shown a lot of teams on how to play this map. Kaznakru, on the other hand, I mean, no real surprise there. You take the 113 because he can go quickly down the 1-2 line. You take the FE because of DPM. You take the IS4 because of armor. And you can put him, for example, in A5 and then push him over onto A7. And then the 50Bs for burst and Batchat also for 1-2 line.
Okay, so map number 2 is going to be Himmelsdorf. Who's going to take it to 2-1? Is it going to be Rusty Roster or is it going to be Kaznakru? Let's find out as we jump into the map. Okay, and here we go. Do we have moving tanks? Because Himmelsdorf always seems to be the one when we have resets. But no, everyone's moving. Daki, what are we going to see here from the start?
So Kaznakru, they're most likely to move down the 1-2 line, put the IS4 in A5 or A4, A5, or they put him in C3 first. They push down the rails. Rusty Roster, they play for control. They try and catch a tank for Kaznakru. After which they're most likely also to push down the 8 line, put the 3090 on the cap. And then it kind of depends on the rotations.
Always depends on the rotations there. So we see Figo up on the hill in the batch at 25, and he's up there with Pashka and the Grill 15. Haiba not sitting up actually into A5. I'm not sure if I would be doing that myself, but he's the one to give coverage onto the hill. Probably if he did see somebody, he would then rotate into A5, Daki?
Yep, he can, I mean, what he can do is he can stay there and he can do whatever he wants pretty much. He can spot if they come down the hill and then later push across. The thing is, it depends on how many tanks he spots, you know, like if he spots like 2-3 guys crossing, he's not going to go back to A5, he's going to sit there, maybe move towards the wall. But Kazna Crew, this is a standard start. I mean, you can see Nexus is the one all the way down. Eurofish at G3. There's a little bit of a window you can look through, spot the 8 line as well, land the cheeky shell if you're lucky.
Cheeky shell.
Yeah. Vetso here just also controlling 8 line. So, I mean, Kazna, they're doing a standard start.
Okay, so you saw lots of shots being traded there from the people on the rails shooting up to the people on the hill. Some shots there in the middle as well from Yizne shooting over to where Basista was in the area, so it was round about G4, G5 area in one of the windows facing into the courtyard. Now, at the moment, Kazna Crew have a fairly strong defence going down the west side of the map because there's no move really from Rusty Roster coming up the east side. At some point, Rusty Roster are likely to rotate up the east side, coming down up the Banana Road, or possibly even going all the way around the hill. But it looks like perhaps they're setting a bait here, Daki, down the bottom.
Yeah, we talked about Rusty Roster being slow. Well, they're being slow right now. They want to catch, for example, a rotation from Kazna Crew. We've seen it before where Kazna kind of over-rotated in the south. Best example was against Legend when they got caught out, but Nexus, he's not going to go for that. I mean, there's really no point. It's like on Murovanka, you know, if there's nobody on the cap, then there's no point to rotate.
So here we go with the camera drone again, buzzing through. We have a man on remote control standing at the corner of the map covering this. It's very good drone work. So Basista, so again, that camouflage just looks nice and cool. It looks well worn and stuff, so it's like it's been in a fire or something slightly. And the other camouflages on Rusty Roster.
What's your favorite camo?
Favorite camo? I don't know. For some reason, I quite like the Wild Bunch. I like that
really?
grey and green. I don't know why.
I always loved Kazna's.
Kazna Crew, it's nice and simple. It's the black and white. I guess Utopia is quite cool, but it works only when Utopia are on the blue side. There's one of the teams, I think it's this Karen Tigers in the APAC region. They've got a black and red one that's quite cool as well. But yeah, I mean, I think the three colour ones are usually the most favourite ones. So, Daki, can you break out your crayons and show us what's likely to happen in this match? Gisne actually taking a huge hit there.
Yeah, nice blind shot there, I think.
So, what can we see is likely to happen, Daki?
Well, I mean, fairly thingy. So they made a trap here, right? They made a trap here and here, trying to catch a rotation from Kazna Crew coming through here. They didn't get anything, so they're going to be going down here now, like this. And then they're going to start up cap over here. Usually you keep a tank over here as well. You keep 1-2 tanks over here, and you keep somebody controlling this.
It's nice circles there, Daki.
Thank you. My drawing skills are on point.
Yep. Are you drawing with your foot?
Yes, exactly. Eurofish is covering like this, right? Best line EU. Nexus can do either of things. He can rotate through the hill, but we've seen it's more that teams decide to take this courtyard over here and then play from here and here at the same time.
Okay, so let's jump back into action as we see the tanks on Rusty Roster all being spotted as they come down the hill here. Haiba hasn't taken any damage himself, and Catchme and Yamto are getting shot. So Catchme gets another shot there from Haiba. Now, the rest of Kazna Crew already rotating. Nexus is doing a bottom sweep rotation coming all the way around the back. He could be absolutely vital once this fight starts and get some really brilliant shots. He can come in, get a clip, back off, then come back in when his clip's reloaded. Figo is spotted up on the hill. Nexus is going up actually onto the hill, so it looks like Nexus is going to want to fight against Figo here. And that could be quite an interesting fight on the hill. It's going to really come down to who gets the shots off first and who gets the high rolls.
Pashka here is very vital. He tried to land a shot onto Vetso, but didn't connect that one. You can see if he lands those, they're very crucial, but they still haven't started the cap, and they still have to somehow deal with Haiba. I mean, he did those 2 shells, and when they were coming down the 8 line, he saw an opportunity to cross over. With 5 minutes left, it's going to take them some time to dig him out, and like you said, Nexus versus Figo is going to be very important here. Nexus, you know, he's kind of wary of where Figo could be, so he's like slowly pushing up, and I think he will go though once Isne gets there. Yeah. Because when Isne gets there, you have to understand that Figo needs all 5 shells to kill Nexus no matter what, unless he gets ridiculous rolls. So Isne gets there, takes a shell, while Nexus just kills Figo in return.
Yep. I mean, Isne will be able to get in at least 4 shots back in return for taking 5, and then it can easily be finished off with Isne, although he might spend a shot into Isne.
There we go, Nexus and Figo, they spot each other.
What is going on here with... What's he doing with Basista? He was pushing Basista into the wall there.
Nexus is winning.
Nexus wins the trade and wins it with 2 shots left in him. Rusty Roster falling to pieces here as Kazna come round and get the shots into them. Now, Basista's almost dropped. Prosto's almost dropped. Prosto is dropped now, so if you go and Prosto down on Rusty Roster, Kazna crew have only lost Haiba. Vessel's going to come in and try and do what shots he can. He's going to shoot into the 1-1-3. He's trying to find one of the autoloaders, but Catchme's waiting around the corner with a full clip for Vetsel's face. Vetsel, you've just drove into trouble, mate. That's not going to go down well for you. Vetsel gets dropped. Quite an overextension there, as now Kazna crew have dropped 2 tanks, but can they get the rest of their guns to bear? Eurofish looking for a target as Ilya and Stefan come round the corner to try and deal with Catchme and Yamto. So, shots coming back out from Catchme to Yamto into Stefan. Ilyan's going to clip into Yamto as we see a crossfire from Nexus as well, who's came down off the hill. Shrebshashenian in the middle there in the 1-1-3 can't really do much else. So Kazna crew with 4 tanks. I was just about to say 5, but Yizne's dropped. Rusty Roster with 4 tanks as well. HP advantage, not really with any one team. It was slightly to Rusty Roster, but now Kazna crew are turning their guns back onto him. Shrebshashenian's getting dropped. Pashka Piska nearly really needs to get a pick here. He really needs to get high damage on one of his tanks, but there's nothing to shoot at. Kazna crew are sitting around the corner as Basista is killed. Gets the kill on Nexus. This is in Rusty Roster's favour now, Daki.
Yeah, Rusty Roster, great stuff there so far. Vetso, he got kind of caught in between the grill and the 50B. He had to pick who he was going to drive into. He tried to get around the corner, but 50B waiting there. I mean, Rusty Roster, they're in a good position here. Pashka, he can go back to B0, cover the side, and then catch me Shrebshashenian and cover the other corners. Stefan, Ilian, they still have a lot of HP. It's very doable. They need 3 shells for Catch Me. They only need 1 for Shrebshashenian. And Pashka, with almost 1,000 HP, he won't be in the fight pretty much because he's just going to be controlling Ilian.
And there's Basista starting the cap there, trying to bait out Alien or somebody else to come around and get him. He's safely around the corner, so if anyone wants to go and get at him, they're going to get shot at. And the shot's going to come down from Pasca. Can he make it connect onto Alien? That's really important right now. He does. He's on fire. What a shot. Alien doesn't have extinguishers. He's burning. He's going to go down. No, he does have an extinguisher. He's surviving. Alien on 2 health. 2 health. Basista can easily go out and kill him if he wanted to, but Basista's on a 1-shot. Stefan is able to kill Shrebshashenian, and he's also able to kill Catch Me. This is going back into Kazna's favour, but the health pool still with Rusty Roster. Pashka Piska kills Eurofish. All we have is Stefan and Alien left. Alien on 2 health. Stefan on 819. What a shot that was for Pashka.
I mean, Basista can roll that. I mean, Pashka can roll 819 on Stefan if he gets a little bit lucky here. Alien surviving with 2 HP made it so Catch Me tried to kill him, but he didn't, and then Catch Me died in return. So yeah, good stuff here.
As Pashka, he's aiming at Stefan. He's going to get a shot. No, he's backing off. He's going to back up Batista. He's going to get shot in the back. Pashka, turn around, mate. You're going to get caught. He's so not ready for this. He's facing away from him. He gets the shot into Basista instead. Stefan's now going to shoot Pashka. Stefan gets the shot in the cap. That's exactly what needed. Pashka's stuck between 2 tanks now. Doesn't matter which one he goes for, he's going to lose.
He bounced.
He bounced and he's dead. Well played to Kazna. Fantastic pincer play. Very, very great play from Stefan there. That could have gone. It could have gone against Kazna so easily in that situation.
Yeah, Kazna, the overextension for no real reason. Nexus wins the hill fight. Why are they suiciding exactly? I'm not sure. I mean, Izna and Nexus can very easily kill Pashka. I mean, you send in Izna first, he kills Izna. Well, okay, you can probably kill him, get past him, track him, kill him. And then he just resets from there. Eurofish took a lot of damage on that corner. Then Pashka came from behind. Vetso got really caught up between, but there's nothing he could do. There's like one side he has a Gorilla, the other side he has a 50B and a 113. So what does he do? He just tried to go for what he thought the best option was, which really he couldn't do anything else. Perhaps he could like drive in the other road, but that's hindsight. So I mean, close stuff. Close stuff, and Alien surviving on 2 HP. 2
HP. I've never seen lower than that for somebody to finish out a match. I think the lowest I saw before that was 4 in one of our previous matches, and he actually got a killing shot as well. So really impressive play by Alien. Great target choice. Great play from sitting there, not actually wanting to go for that kill on the AMX, because that could have cost him his life as well. So Pashka there in the grill doing 4k damage,
yeah,
but Stefan there in 3.8 is fantastic as well.
The thing we talk about, those next 2 players, that's the holy trinity there, right there. In effect, Stefan, Nexus, Alien, those are the boys. Those are the boys. They just did a little bit more damage overall than the players from Rusty Roster. You see, like, I mean, Alien did 200 more than Shrebshashenian, and then more than Basista. Basista, 2.1k in a 1390.
2.1, yeah, fantastic damage there from Basista. Catch Me come up there next in the AMX 50B at 1934. Now, kind of want a bit more from the AMX 50B. To be outdamaged by an AMX 1390 is quite nasty, to be honest.
I think Rusty Roster needs one more grille.
One more Grilla, yep, definitely. So now, when we go into the bomb here, he's using it in the AMX 1390. Can't really hold that against the guy, but Yamto, Eurofish potentially could have done better there in the 113s.
Yeah, Yamto was kind of caught out in that 8 line. I'm not sure why he was still not around the corner, but he got caught in a crossfire between Nexus and then Stefan from the other side. So that was a free 1-1-3 for them. I mean, in essence, Kazna has to be kind of lucky with this.
Yes, indeed. So let's have a look at the highlights of this battle, and we can actually see where things went. So Nexus winning this trade on the hill against Figo was a really important fight.
Super important. I mean, after that, really, they could have just driven down the 0 line and restarted Bastista. You see Eurofish, the amount of damage he takes here at this point, really unnecessary.
He's just sitting there. Side armor, best armor. Same with Alien. Like, it's always... I can understand tanks wanting to do this, but I mean, this bit here where Vesto just threw his life away here. Like,
he really couldn't do anything though, because Bastista and Pashka were behind him, so
Okay.
he really can't go anywhere. This is Yamto. I don't know what he's doing
this
there.
shot here, though. I mean,
really thought he was going to burn.
Did he have an extinguisher? Because that's more than
No,
one
no,
tick.
no. He didn't have an extinguisher.
But shouldn't that have burned for longer?
No, he has a firefighting crew.
Ah, okay, so the firefighting crew puts it out. Okay, so 2 health he managed to survive on, so RNG just slightly not in Rusty Roster's favour there. That could have absolutely turned the battle. I guess it was in their favour that they were able to get the shot in and set Alien on fire there, but Rusty Roster just slightly unlucky there.
But we have to ask here though, is this Rusty Roster playing really good, or is this still
playing
Kazna
on Rope,
not
yeah.
on point?
Okay, so let's have a look at the lineups for round 2 here on Himmelsdorf. Daki, can you see anything that stands out for you here?
Kazna with the IS-7. I mean, we've seen this IS-4 on attack. Oh, I don't know about that one. Not sure. We haven't seen the IS-4 almost at all on attack because it's really slow. Can't really rotate. So once you commit to a side with it, you're kind of stuck with it.
Now, here's something that I noticed when I looked at the lineups here. On Himmelsdorf attack, on Himmelsdorf defense, Rusty Roster have only swapped out 1 tank. So on defense, they've swapped out the Grill for an IS-4. So on attack, they had an IS-4. Kazna on attack have 4 tanks that are still the same, which is the IS-4, 2 MX-50Bs, and then the 1390. So they keep them as like core groups. Not a lot of variation from both teams in their attack and defense lineup, especially in Rusty Roster only swapping out 1 tank.
It's Himmelsdorf. A lot of teams just have their standard and small variations to it, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, so let's jump into round 2 here on Himmelsdorf. Kazna lead Rusty Roster 2-1. Can they make it 3-1, or can Rusty Roster bring it back to 2-2? We've seen a lot of draws so far today, going into at least 3-3.
So after Stefan's little accident last time on the Grille, he's not going to be playing. That one's going to be Nexus. If you remember what happened to him there. You know what he said to me? He said Alien didn't want to play it, so he played it, and he never played before. He was like, let me just get a shot.
Let me play it, guys. Let me play it. Do you know how to play it? Yeah, sure. When was the last time you played it? Never.
Bastista here. This is not a normal start at all for Rusty Roster. Bastista going into the courtyard will spot most of these Kazna crew tanks, and I think Stefan and Alien are waiting for this.
Oh, Bastista, you just drove into a couple of guns there, and they're going to overlap. Whoa, whoa! Actually nice, and the camouflage working out perfectly for him, as you can barely see him in that corner. So Figo covering the top line here.
They really wanted to catch him. They really wanted to catch him.
Surrounded by Kazna crew tanks right now, as Pasca's trying to get shots across to help out his teammate there. Bastista takes 1 to the face there for 463. He really is not going to survive long. As any one of the Kazna players, Haiba's actually going to be the one poking around and just rips his head off the shot there right into the turret. So, Rusty Roster down their scout.
Can't put somebody there if you're not covering the 8 line. I mean, Pachka is not really covering 8 line. Only now Catch Me got in position to really cover with that. Haiba was like, oh, well, a free kill, hello.
There's no crossfire coming out here. So, Rusty Roster defending to the east side of the map of the base here. Nothing in the train tracks like Kazna were doing earlier on. When they were in defense, they had the 1-2 line camped out for quite a while before they started the rotation. And now we see Kazna backing off.
Well, I mean, Kazna, they kind of got what they came for. They got that 1390 out already. It's a small advantage, if anything, This gives a lot of less spotting for Rusty Roster because they do not play with a bat shot like we see a lot of teams do, like Kazna did as well. So they don't really have that rotational tank, somebody that can spot the side. Now they do have the bat shot, never mind what I just said completely, but they're still losing some spotting.
Okay, so coverage there onto the one line from Prosto here. Not quite sure why he's aiming that way because he has a tank up at A0 spawning from as well. As Pasca takes a hit there from Eurofish. Great shot there, 480 damage there. Nothing in return, although Vetso has taken a shot in return at some point. Where did that come from?
Perhaps from the 8 line.
Maybe Pasca or Catch Me when he was over there. Maybe
Who,
Pasca
Vetso?
got shot into him.
Vetso?
Yep.
I think he took one in the beginning, perhaps from Yamto or 1 or 2 from Basista, one of the two things. Somebody from the 8 line probably hit him driving behind that robo pile. Everything is open to Kazna though, and I don't like the setup here for Rusty Roster. I mean, just look how many tanks I have towards that eastern side. Like, realistically speaking, once Kazna decides to go for that 1-2 line, the game is over.
The game is over indeed if Kazna just decide what they want to do. Once they realise they can rotate up that 1-2 line, it's going to throw Rusty Roster's defensive plans into array as Rusty Roster look to be gathering up here to try and make a push on the hill. But Rusty Roster, lads, you're defending. You don't want to be driving away from the base and driving away far.
Kazna.
Especially if Kazna realise they can do this quick rotation on 1 and Rusty Roster are grouped up in the furthest away possible place from number 1. The only place they could be further away is if they're up on the hill at E and F0.
Kazna is now making the rotation. Catch Me will be the only one there. But that still won't be enough. Pasca really getting wrecked here in that IS4. Eurofish is doing great so far. I'm guessing it's from Eurofish, perhaps from Ilian and Stefan as well. But really good stuff onto that IS4.
Pasca getting absolutely punished there as Yuzny takes a hit as well and backs off. Now, Yanto and Shevchusenian, somebody has to tell them that their job is not to cap right now. They're defending the cap circle. They can't luck about in here. You need to move out, lads. Get a bit more vision for your team and find out where Kazna are.
I mean, Rusty Roster is completely spotted the entire time. They've even spotted the hill rotation. Now Nexus will be backing off a little bit. They might be making a trap with Stefan, Isne. But Rusty Roster so far, I mean, Kazna know where they are every single step of the way. It's just a matter, do they know how they can dismantle this defense? Are they going to go back for the hill here? Because you can see Figo is up there as well. Next to Stefan, Isne. I think they're going to retake this and it's going to be bad news for Rusty Roster.
So Figo trying to play King the Hill round 2. He did get beaten in the first time. Can he do it second time round? He has additional backup from Prosto in the AMX 50B. Yuzny here in the AMX 1390 is supported by Nexus in the Gorilla 15 and Stefan in the AMX 50B. Are we going to get a fight here? So Shouchershane is still spotted down the bottom. Yuzny's going to poke round the west side of the castle. He's going to spot Figo straight away. He's going to start fighting. Stefan's going to want to come around. He sees Prosto. They're going to get shots into Prosto. It looks like they might just leave Yuzny to his fate because they can't get no fire. Although Stefan takes a shot back and loses his gunner.
Yeah, but Nexus is there as well. This is a big overmatch here for Kazna. Figo, he has to run. Nexus almost has reload available. Oh, he's going to take a hell of a lot here.
In the meantime, Pasca is able to kill out Yuzny, who's up on the hill, and he bounced there as he was able to sneak over the hill. So, bit of RNG on your side there, Figo, as you're able to escape from the hill, and you also have additional coverage coming back down with you there from Prosto. Now, on the side here, Haiba's getting absolutely wrecked as he tried to push up the railroad sign. Yamto and Shrepshire were just waiting for him. Vessel's going to get the kill here against... No, he's not going to get the kill here against Pasca Pisa as he just puts that shot right over his shoulder. Yamto gets a shot into Haiba as Shrepshire is going to come around and finish him off. Yes, that does happen. So people are getting kills when I call them rather than miss their shots. Vetso again going for Pasca
Bounces
Pisa.
again.
Again he bounces. Vetso, come on, mate. This guy should be down. Eventually it's Alien that has to get the kill here for against Pasca Pisa. Now, Rusty Roster are down 2 tanks here. Kazna Crew are down 2 tanks here. Eurofish getting absolutely smacked in the face here by one of the all-loaders as Stefan's going to jump onto Figo. Nexus is able to get a kill on Prosto. Daki, there's tanks falling left, right and centre here, but the advantage is going slowly in Kazna's favour.
Yeah, Kazna Crew edging themselves forwards here in this one. I mean, they should have been far more ahead. Nexus bouncing, Vetso bouncing twice. This should have been done and dusted already here. They left Haiba there as a bait. He did go down, but I mean, at that point, they just kept pushing Nexus and Stefan. Nexus now picks up Catch Me as well. They just kept pushing Figo with a lot of HP, got locked down in C5, and then got wrecked. This was an HE pen?
That was a 619 hit there from a 113 as Shrebs Shining goes to fight Vetso as well as he gets taken out. All we have is Yamto left on Rusty Roster as Kazna look to be taking this 3-1 against Rusty Roster. Kazna, 5 tanks left in the battle, but they are all beaten quite badly, Daki. Lots of injuries and damage modules there.
Yeah, but in the end, they're still standing with 5 guys. Rusty Roster got 1 left. Nexus probably going to be the one to pick it up. Yep, it is Nexus. Not bad.
So, yes, well played from casting the crew. As we were casting here, sounds like there's a fight going on in the Russian
I was like,
desk
wait,
opposite us.
who's getting beaten up?
I thought for a minute there was a fire alarm or something noise that was coming out there, but exciting matches on both sides of the European League here, and the Russian one opposite us and us in the European one. But less of the Russian talk, let's talk more about Europe here. And let's talk about how great Kazan are playing.
I mean, okay, it was okay.
Let's talk about how better than previous games Kazan are playing.
Okay, I'll take that. I mean, they really wanted to kill Basista in the beginning. 50 Bs like in the window, like, Basista, please drive by here. Yeah, they missed a little bit, but still, there was no cover there for Basista. He's like completely left alone. He's like, guys, don't worry, I got this. And
yeah,
he's like,
I'm
oh.
fine. The camo's keeping me
And then
hidden.
he's like, oh, Haiba's here. And
Yeah.
Haiba's like, oh, well, there's nobody
Where's the covering fire, guys?
There's nobody shooting at me. Let me just quickly kill Basista, after which the hill rotation from Rusty Roster. Kazna was aware of this, got spotted out. They took control of the rails at that point. They pretty much knew exactly that round where Rusty Roster were. Then they did the hill rotation themselves, which should have been a lot more successful in reality.
Yeah.
I mean, Figo should have taken so much damage there.
Okay, so before we jump into the stats, who do you
Nexus.
think? Nexus? He did farm a lot of damage there in the Grill 15. 12 shots, 4k damage, that's impressive. Catch Me coming in there, AMX 50B, 3000, and Yamto in the 113 doing 2600. So yeah, well played from Nexus. And Catch Me and Yamto, unfortunately there, they couldn't quite do anything more for their team. But I mean, here on the first page, it's 5 Kazna players to 2 Rusty Roster players.
Yep, I mean, Kazna just did the more damage. Nexus did 4k, Catch Me only did 3.1k. Nexus, great performance in that Guerrilla. Together with Stefan roaming around the map, that was good stuff. And this defense from Rusty Roster, I'm not sure if it was really going to work the way they set it up, because Basista was really left alone and the 1-2 lane was really left open. Kazna had a bunch of options they could really go for. They decided to go for this one, and it worked out. And I mean, Basista did 0 damage, Shrebs did 699, Prosto 738 in a 50B. Pashka got completely wrecked by Eurofish. That was not that good for Rusty Roster.
Okay, so I was about to say something else, but let's go into the highlights, Daki, and you can talk me through what happened here.
So this is where Haiba, I mean, this was already at the later stage of the round. Haiba here was left alone. You can see on the minimap, everybody from Kazna's like, well, Haiba, you're done for. They went on pushing. Pashka gets bounced here by Vetsa for the second time. I was like, that wasn't that great.
Two from Vetso.
But you can see
the IS4, even with premium ammo, the IS4 is sometimes an absolute swine to shoot at.
This is some coordination from Kazna that you like. It might not seem like coordination, but it was some. Stefan is like, Nexus, I got the bad shot, just
Yeah.
go kill, I think it was Prosto in the 50B, go kill
Yeah.
Prosto. So that's those small kind of things of communication that can edge you forward in a match like this.
Yep, and Eurofish just missing at the end there on Yamto, but then Nexus is able to come round and just get the final kill for his team. So 3-1 to Kazna crew. We're going to be going into our third map of the series between these two teams, which is Steps. Nice big open map, but you've got a smile on your face, Daki. What for?
What? I mean, I'm just happy Daki.
Happy Daki?
Happy Daki. I'm sure Chad is going to enjoy that one. Really.
Happy Daki.
Hashtag happy Daki.
Not hashtag orange Daki.
Hashtag new Daki.
Hashtag new Daki? Not nude Daki?
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa. Right now, that image is in everyone's heads right now in chat, and I'm seeing lots of the...
Kappa Pride.
What's the face, the emote where it's like the guy going...
I don't know.
No? Okay.
I know it, but I'm not going to
You know
say
it.
it.
Okay, you don't want everyone to do it.
I only want to see Kappa Pride,
Only
okay?
see Kappa Pride.
Only Kappa Pride.
Okay, not Justin Bieber hair, no?
No, just Kappa Pride.
Okay, so let's have a look at the lineups here on Steps, what we're going to see between these two teams. Now,
I don't like that 430.
You don't like the 430? No.
I'm just not a fan of the
Why
tank.
the 430? Yeah, why the 430? Now,
DPM.
yeah. So they're taking it for the DPM. Now, Steps defense, we see the Leopard 1.
I mean, last time we saw them play this was with Haiba in the Leopard 1. He did like 2.3k damage with HE. It was insane.
Yeah,
I
they
just
did good.
saw-
Now, they've got the Lorraine artillery there as well, and Rusty Ruster's got the M40, M43. How are these different artilleries going to play off against each other?
I mean, Isna's just going to sit in the base, and you use the Lorraine on the defense because you can shoot quicker, so you can reset the base on the eastern side much more reliably. So you can reset it every so often. You can also use it as a booster. So you have Batchat, Lorraine, and then the Leopard that you want to boost up.
Okay.
And the M40, you use it for the big hits. He really doesn't, it doesn't depend on how many times he can shoot. It just depends that he hits something.
Okay, so as we get the teams lined up, we're just about ready to jump into the action. It's Rusty Roster 1, it's Kazna Crew 3. Who's going to get the extra match? Let's find out as we go into steps. Okay, and here we go on steps. Let's have a look and see if they can do this boost successfully, because we did see one in the last round between Utopia and Oops, where it was an absolutely terrible boost by Oops, where the third tank left a big huge gap and didn't contribute to it whatsoever.
Ah, Kazna Crew here. This is sneaky stuff.
Sneaky Kazna.
Okay, so remember when they played KB, they boosted Haiba. They didn't really play for that side. Now what they're doing so differently is they're making a trap here. They're thinking like, oh well, Rusty Roster, they might want to come punish Haiba for climbing. So we'll make a trap and wait for them. Rusty Roster is like, okay, we're just not going to that side in general. Like, we're not going to go deal with Haiba and Isna. Last time they just completely destroyed KB, reset after reset after reset. They're like, we'll go to the other side instead.
So Nakabrod not taking the bait. Kazna Crew coming down the right-hand side. We've seen a tactic like this played really successfully earlier on. I can't remember which team it was, but it was the, I think the T62A or the Object 140 sitting where perhaps the Leopard is, and C0 just sitting back behind everybody, and he absolutely farmed damage and came out top damage dealer. Now, Rusty Roster are likely to play this very passively, aren't they, Daki?
Yeah, they're just edging forwards. I mean, you can see in C1 they have all their batches lined up. They're just clearing out the rails slowly. They want to check if there's somebody in the bushes. Bashka is just aiming on A7, B7 in case there is a heavy there. One of the 113s gets spotted. It can deliver a really big hit. Goes for the blind shot. It's not going to hit anything. Might have even tried to blind shot the climb. But so far, I mean, both these teams, Kazna went for the trap. It didn't work out. Now they go to plan B, start taking map control.
Just giggling a little bit to myself there, thinking how amazing that would be if that blind shot just connected with Vetso randomly as he's driving there. So Sharpshire Shiny is going to try and get a little move across the top of the map here and see if we can get spotted out. Yuzny was sitting in the base, like you said, for a very long time before he's decided to relocate down to in between D and E0, right actually on the corner of 4 different map coordinates. Are we going to see a rotation come around the bottom at some point by Kaznadaki? It looks like they're going for a really deep push here from Stefan and Elian.
Yeah, they're just taking map control. I mean, they're not getting spotted, so they're like, sure, fine. The more map control Rusty Roster gives them, the more Kazna will enjoy it. It's good for them. Still kind of waiting for a team to do like a reverse K-line, for example. You know, like where they boost up the K-line by themselves from the side. But look at Kazna already sending 3 bad shots into the middle.
So 3 batch shots into the middle as what sounds like thunder and lightning outside. There was some kind of massive bang out there that scared a little bit of life out of me there.
Frost was actually going for the boost.
Prosto going out for the boost here, getting additional vision for his team there. He's going to perhaps spot out the Kazna tanks rotating around between them. It's going to be very safe for Prosto if he gets up here. He could give the team a lot of vision. As Yamto faces off against the Wolfpack in the middle, Yamto has additional health coverage with him as he's going to get focus fire right now. Artillery just missing Yamto. Yamto is wrecked. An ammo rack from Uralfish there as the artillery shell comes in again, and that's a huge hit on Elian.
He's on fire again!
Elian! Paska Pizza!
He's on fire again!
What a shot from Paska Pizza there. Absolutely destroying Elian there.
Ilian on fire again. Bring a fire extinguisher, mate, because you're getting lit up.
What an exchange there. So, Rusty Roster lose Yamto to the wolf pack of Kazna crew coming through the middle. Rusty Roster fire back with artillery and eliminate Ilian. Now, Eurofish and Stefan also took damage. We see Prosto just taking a little bit of damage now, but that exchange actually is now in Rusty Roster's favour.
Yeah, Stefan here, he knows he's pretty much done for, so he's going to go and fire with Prosto because he wants to do as much damage as he possibly can before he dies. So he's trying to like get this Bacha before anything. Stefan actually wins that, so that's really good. Now Stefan, I mean, the trade was really in favor of Rusty Roster and still Prosto went down. So Yamto in that 1-1-3, all the Bachas were bouncing him, right? They were really, really bouncing him, and then he got ammo-racked.
And now as they retreat,
Great shooting.
Basista just throws his life away. Don't let your dreams be memes, Basista. You just died there for no reason. You still had a full clip in you, and you were getting shot in the back without even turning to face that who you're running from. So, Vessel coming back into action here. The advantage that Rusty Roster had has just been lost completely. Kazna crew now sit 2,000 health better than them.
They also have 2 more guns than them. Stefan even survived that exchange that really should never happen. Bashka here though. Poor Ilian. Oh, poor Ilian.
Poor Ilian getting absolutely annihilated there from the artillery. Now, Kazna crew have 6 tanks left here in the battle. Stefan, however, only has 189 health. Rusty Roster has only 4 tanks in the battle. Everyone is on pretty much full health here, although Catchme's down to 1,509. But one of these 4 tanks that they have is artillery, so it doesn't quite count when the trading starts here, unless he can eliminate another tank from full health.
Whoa, big hit again though from Pashka. He hits Vetso. Ilian, I think it was Isna gets one in return, but they need more than this.
Vetso getting hit for about 823 there as he loses his loader in his tank. So Pashka Pishka doing what he can here in artillery, but it's just not quite enough. He just doesn't have enough time to be able to get more damage out.
Just doesn't have enough guns either to support him. Look at the map control Kazna crew has. Nexus is now pushing up that side with Haiba. They have the complete map control here on this side. Now, what does Rusty Roster do to get out of this? I don't think there is a way out at all. There's too much of a surround.
There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide right now for Rusty Roster, who are on the attack and need to do something. Kashmi getting himself spotted out and getting shot at from everyone as Nexus takes a shot back in return. Kashmi's down to 1 shot. I think Nexus is going to wrap round here and be able to get that shot onto him. There's one, and there's another one. Come on. Wow, so there's crossfire coming into Nexus here as well. As Figo doing what he can to try and save his teammate, but it is a bit too little too late coming in here from Rusty Roster, as Kazna still have 6 tanks available to them and 6 guns. Figo sit in front of Paskapitska as we see Eurofish dropping down Srebshenyan, and this looks like the beginning of the end, and it's going to be 4-1 to Kazna crew, Daki.
Yeah, but it is the end here for Rusty Roster. Kazna stabilizing in that round. Another big shot.
Haiba just bullying his way through Figo there because he wants the ram kill.
Pashka kind of like blew up Nexus now as well.
So, great end from there. I think top damage is perhaps going to be Pashka Pizka there. He was doing some really nice hits there. Well, he only connected 3 of them. But I mean, he got about 14,000.
I think it's going to be something along the lines
14,000,
of...
1,400.
14,000, that's impressive.
Eyo.
I think it's going to be something along the line of the Pashka, Eurofish... No, Pashka, Stefan, Eurofish, top 3. If I get it right, what do I get?
You get an orange.
Okay. I want a fresh one.
A fresh one. Okay, that's maybe doable. We'll just go straight to the shops after tonight. We don't have an extra match, so we've got plenty of time to go to the shops.
You want to go
get
shopping
an orange
with me?
Get an orange. Get your cookie, maybe.
Cookie.
Cookie, yeah.
As long as you Hodor for me, it's okay.
Hodor. Hodor.
But
okay.
That was, I mean, Rusty Roster had the favorable trade there. I mean,
I would say that was a great match to watch. It was a great match to watch.
They did until Prosto died.
Yeah,
like,
there wasn't any big mistakes. It was a fun match to watch. It was just being outplayed. So, bam.
Close. I got the top.
No cookie, no orange.
I mean, I was pretty close, to be fair.
No cookie, no orange, Daki.
I was pretty close.
But,
I'll go get myself a cookie and an orange.
But I said Paska Pizka. This is maybe not. But hey.
I said Pashka and then Stefan.
No, you didn't. You changed it. You can't say.
No.
You can't say.
We can watch the VOD together. I said
Daki,
Pashka, Stefan, and then Eurofish.
You can't name off 7 players in top
4.
damage. Doesn't work that way. You're covering too many bases there. You're just picking the 4 best players.
It's not how it works in Belgium.
It's not how it works. You're just grumpy. He's saying it's not how it works, ladies and gentlemen, because Daki keeps forgetting to call shotgun when we're getting a lift home at night and gets really grumpy. He gets to sit in the back.
how
Not
big.
how it works.
It's not how it works. But there's some issues here for Rusty Roster, I'd say. Alien, 0 damage. Basista also 0 damage. Yanto, I mean, he took a lot of bounces there.
Alien 0 damage.
I mean, Yanto took a lot of bounces there, so the 3 Batchas that came through the middle road, they really, really didn't penetrate their shells at all. Yanto took like 700
Yeah.
damage in the beginning, and then he got Amorite from Eurofish.
Can you see how much damage he bounced?
Yes, I can, actually.
I want to have a look, and I want to see how much. I want to see Alien get eliminated
Yanto
here.
bounced 1.5k before he got
1.5.
Amoract.
Okay, so we'll see Alien get absolutely erased from the game. So
Here,
Alien's,
look how,
he's on
look how
full
little
health.
shells they have left.
Right, Alien's still on full health.
Alien,
Full health.
Amoract.
That's the Amorak there on Yamto.
This is Bashka.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Gets,
Boom.
Okay.
And then Alien is like, oh.
It's the fire. You can see the
it's-
damage. You can see the damaged fuel tank as he's burning
The
to
best
death.
part is like when Stefan and Next are driving next to him, they're like, oh, well.
We're gone. We're gone. Yep. Bye,
This was
Alien.
great play from Stefan because
There's the wreckage there.
Basista is like, well, let's go away. And Next is like, yo, what's up? And this is
Yeah,
also
that's what
why
I'm saying, it was like-
Basista is driving up for no reason. He should go around the corner. He would take a lot of damage, but he'd survive. I mean,
Oh, Alien, man, that was brilliant. Just sitting there with 3 tanks trying to do damage. Brilliant shot from Pasco, though. I mean, top damage, but top damage with that one shot. You're saying he just gets the parting
Nexus.
shot there before he
No,
goes.
Haiba, and Nexus. Yeah, you get the parting shot on Nexus before he goes.
And Haiba just bullies his way past Figo to get the ram kill on him as well. So a really enjoyable match there from Kazna Rusty Roster. Unfortunately, Rusty Roster couldn't hang around for any longer. Now, let's have a look at the lineup for the next round as the teams swap positions, where we see Rusty Roster now on the defense, and we have Kazna Crew now on the attack.
AMX 30B. Oh, well, I know
Okay.
what he's going to be doing.
Now, AMX 30B. Okay, I'll ask you a question, and then you can probably shut down the question straight away. So, AMX 30B, 2 kind of similar tanks that you'd normally see in some. Well, you see one tank sometimes, but sometimes you other see the for example, the STB. And very rarely you might see an Action X. So what's the plan here with the 30B?
Get him on the East Mountain. Get him on the
Okay.
Eastern Mountain. I mean, I don't know why they don't pick a Leo, but I'm pretty sure the AMX 30B is going to get on that Eastern climb. And they've done it before where Rusty Roster gets Pashka to boost on the A-line, and then they get the 30B to go on the Eastern climb. Like, if they do anything else with the AMX 30B, I'd be disappointed.
Okay, so do you think it's chosen over the... I mean, does it have the same gun handling as Leopard?
I think Leo just has a little bit better soft stats.
Okay, so let's jump into the battle here. Second round on steps. Can Kazna Crew seal the deal and get the win for 5-1? Or can Rusty Roster bring it back to 4-2? I'm thinking this is going to go Kazna's way.
Ooh, don't jinx him. Don't jinx him.
Caster curse incoming.
Pashka looks to be going for the same thing he did before. No surprise.
I want to see where this AMX 30B goes.
Well,
Let's have a look at Prosto.
it feels good being right. Well, Prosto is getting boosted. You can see it.
You can see the lineup, the choo-choo train with Prosto at the front. Let's have a look-see. They're still thinking about it.
Well, they're going for it.
Choo-choo! There we go.
They should be able to do it.
Choo-choo!
They're close
Oh, it's
enough
a
to
bit
each other.
squinty.
Oh, the
Oh!
timing. Isne tried to guess the timing there.
Isne. Cheeky chappy.
Oh, Pashka didn't get to do it. Pashka did not get to do it. That's a dead RU.
Pashka, good night. Run away, mate. If he had got that coverage, if he'd done it.
They've done it before.
He's done it, and he was the one that did it before.
Yep,
and it
exactly.
was beautiful. It was beautiful. Was that against Kasno though? It
No,
was
no, no.
against. Was it
no,
not?
no, it was against Swift.
Okay.
He got up against Swift, and after like 6 minutes, he was like, "Yo,
Yay! Peekaboo! And they were like, "Oh nuts, guys, we can't do anything now." At base 1. So Kasna Crew taking control of the rails here. We see Prosto up on the hill in his AMX 30B. Not a tank at all we normally see on this map. We usually see a Leopard up there, sometimes a Grill or an RU, or maybe even an AMX up there sometimes as well, yeah?
Yep." But they decided for the 30B. I mean, whatever floats their boat, you know. They decided to go for the 30B. Should
There
be
must
okay.
be some kind of plan. I know the 30B has good gun handling. I'm pretty sure it's perhaps got the most accurate gun in game, but it's just not favoured a lot of the time by people who mainly play tier 10s because it just doesn't have the turret armor. And that commander's cupola, I mean, look at the size of it. It's like a Toma. It's like not a
Stefan
Toma.
tried to do the north climb at the same time.
And he didn't make it either. He's trying to run away. So yeah, that Commander's Cupola on the top of the AMX-30B is a huge target and very easily penetrated right now.
Stefan's going for it again.
Stefan's going to try and run round again to get the boost up on that hill as we get a nice sweeping panoramic of the map and not watching Stefan.
nope,
It looks like Stefan has made it this time.
Nope. Didn't make it for the second time.
Stefan's going to try again for a third time. Perhaps we can watch him do this. Not in a zoomed in mode. It'd be really good to watch it over his shoulder if possible. So let's see if he tries this for a third time round now. And we're seeing Nexus go up in the middle here. Stefan looks like he has failed it for a third time in a row. Maybe we can watch him do it for a fourth time. There we go, Stefan. Now we're going to watch it. Are you going to do it? Are you going to show us it? Come on, mate.
He's going to try this. He already failed it 3 times beforehand. You could see it on the mini-map.
Fourth time's a charm, as we can see it. I don't think he's got... Oh, Catch Me gets hit and loses his gunner. There's a cap starting. Stefan might just abandon what he's going to do here in just a second. Doesn't have the speed.
He does.
You can't solo this one.
Yeah, you can. He can still get up from this point. He really can. He just needs to reverse. Ooh, he needs to get up a little bit higher. Like the essence is that he gets up a little bit higher. Gets up higher. Nice.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle,
yeah,
Stefan.
He made it.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on, like Shakira, the hips don't lie, Stefan.
4 times the charm.
There we go. All we needed was the camera on him, ladies and gentlemen. Stefan performs for the camera. So Elian's starting to cap here for Kazna Crew as all the blind fire shots come in from Rusty Roster. Now, 3 tanks in Rusty Roster have taken hits already. We see Pashka Pitska getting hit. He was trying to go over to the area where Stefan is just now. Catchme's taken a hit in Object on 40, and he's lost his gunner, which could be really telling in the fight later on once the main bulk of the forces clash together. Shrebshershenis is taking his second hit right now. That was about 500 something. That might have been from using an artillery there, as Basista is rotating back round with his team, and Yamto and Figo still left there as a bottom spotter, Daki, along with Yamto, but at which point are the rest of those guys going to come back round?
I mean, Kazna really have all their bases covered. There's not really a play here that Rusty Roster can go for. This high by an A6. That's close. Just missed by artillery. I was going to say, how long is it going to be if Prosto been up there spotted? Look at the angles that Kazna has. So Stefan's controlling from the hill. Hyber controls A6. Eurofish controls C5. Vetso is on D4. He can shoot anybody crossing. And then Nexus is in E1. He also covers everything. So Hyber's taking a hit and has his gun damage. That's going to affect his accuracy. Eurofish finally drops down Pashka Pitska, but Pashka is in the RU, so he's not really one that's going to be a damage dealer. He's there mainly for spotting and vision. But Rusty Roster's on defense, and they know where Kazna is now, so losing the RU not too big a thing right now, but Kazna Crew are able to extend a HP advantage now of about 2,000, Daki. Yeah, Kazna Crew's looking good in this. I mean, the Ru's already gone now. They're going to have to send somebody else to cross to go spot, and Kazna still control all the options here. They have all the bases covered. Nexus in E1, there's no potential there to flank. Vetsu is covering the middle. Eurofish is pushed up as well, so they can't do the thing what they did to Yamto. That's not an option either. Really think Kazna's in a great situation at this point. Okay, so Kazna Crew only 2 tanks damaged, so Elian has a little bit of health taken off his batch at 25. Haiba finally does the repair now that he had his tracks damaged as well. So Haiba could have fixed that gun at any stage. He was just holding off his repair kit. Not actually essential to get it fixed because he would have had the armorer skill, I believe, for his gunner, which means that the gun damage doesn't really count as being damaged. Catch Me taking another hit there in his Object 140, is losing some health, and Rusty Roster at some point need to make a move, but there is a rotation coming around the bottom between Yamto, Basista and Figo. Yeah, but Nexus will completely halt this rotation by himself pretty much. I mean, Stefan will be able to rotate, as you can see now he drops off the mountain. There's 3 batch shots coming there from Rusty Roster. Nexus is on the climb, though, so he'll spot them coming. Then this is not going to be good for Rusty Roster. Rusty Roster don't have shots into Nexus. Nexus can spot them, but they can't shoot him in this area where he is. They need to get like shaken out by artillery or something like that. Nexus gets a shot out into Yamto. Basista tries to get a shot back into him. Yamto doesn't shoot, he holds his fire. Yizne is okay where he is in artillery. Yamto is going to get surrounded, so is Basista, as Kazna just going to rotate back to deal with these backshots coming through as Stefan comes in at full speed here trying to pick them off as they run away. Yeah, Stefan is now coming in. This rotation has to halt, and all this time there has not been a reset. Not been a reset. We're down to 30 seconds. Nobody's really in a position to reset, although it looks like there is a push coming in from the number 2 area led by Catch Me and Shrebshershenyan.
Eurofish is going to see this as Alien backs off. Is Alien going to go right out the cap? No, he's going to the back of the cap circle. Shepshashanian is going desperate to get some spots. He's going to get exposed to a lot of gunfire here. If they can take out Shepshashanian, they're going to be able to cap comfortably. We're down to 9 seconds. Shepshashanian's down. Catchme's the only person now that can spot. 5 seconds. Can he get a spot onto Alien? No, it's going to go down 1 second. Alien's done it. Kazna capped, and that is 5-1 Kazna. Nice quick match, Daki.
Yep, said they were in a good position. They kept that position. Nexus spotted the rotation as we predicted that would happen. They wrecked the rotation. They never reset it during that rotation either. Then they had to suicide somebody else. And the angles Kazna had were just far, far superior to anything Rusty Roster had prepared for them. You see Haiba, Eurofish, between them two, they were really covering that part. That AMX2DB, I don't think he even penned a single shot onto Haiba.
So that's Kazna crew now going to move up into 5th position on 16 points actually, so they're tied with Oops. So that's going to be interesting. So we're going to have to see how that one works with the point stall. We might actually be able to bring up standings at the end of this, ladies and gentlemen, to show you just exactly where everybody is. I'm pretty sure this now means that Rusty Roster are out. So I think Rusty Rosters, they stay on 9 points.
9?
9 points, and they've only got one more match to go. So that would take them 12 points, and the cut-off right now at number 8 is 13 for 8th place.
Yep, that means...
So that would be them out. So let's have...
It's goodbye.
Bye, Rusty Roster. Not bye for the stream yet, not yet. So let's have a look at the post-battle stats and have a look at where the damage was done here. Vetso, Nexus, Yuzne, Eurofish, Stefan. All top 5 players, all coming from Kazna there.
Yeah, and there'll be very little damage done by Rusty Roster because a lot of Kazna crew didn't even take any.
Even then, an average damage coming from Kazna is quite low itself. I mean, top damage is 1,700 for both teams.
There was still a lot of Rusty Roster tanks alive, and there was a hell of a lot of Kazna tanks alive in the end of that one.
Yep, Rusty Roster could have done better with the cap reset. They left it a bit too late, and Alien was able to get a nice, easy cap, really, with no one challenging him. So another battle, sadly, where Alien does no damage. But this time he wasn't wiped out by artillery, so at least he'd be happy that he survived, and we'd have got his medal for capping. Invader medal.
I love how the entire second page is under 1,000 damage.
Under 1,000 damage.
It's always great.
4 people with 0 damage. This is like when you have one of those bad games in randoms. When you have like 5 people in your team doing 0 damage.
Bad games and randoms? I don't have those.
Don't have them, I call you. You never smash your mouse, you never smash your keyboard. Remind me right now, Daki, why you keep taking your work mouse home to use all the time.
Because it just feels so much better in my hand.
It feels so much better, really? And it's not because you broke your mouse at home because you did a rage quit when you got destroyed by artillery? How many keyboards have you gone through, Daki?
5 or 6 in the last year.
Last year? I was going to say the last 3 months. Okay, so let's have a look at the post. Wait a minute, before we do it. Oh, too late. I was going to ask Daki who do you think it's going to be. And he was going to say Stefan. You lying. You lying, son of a...
I was going to say Stefan. Stefan is my third bay, you know?
Your butt must be jealous of how much poop comes out your mouth sometimes.
Wow. Okay. Well, perhaps. I haven't talked to my butt in a long time, so we'll inform tonight.
Talk to it?
Like all the things in life, you need to show a little love.
Okay, so damage there, Daki. Talk us through it.
I mean, Stefan and
moving swiftly on.
Moving swiftly on before anything else happens. Stefan, there, nice. But Stefan, he played really well. Then Pashka, we saw him play really good in the RT as well.
Vetso, 4th in damage. Just imagine if you had him in your fantasy team.
It's true, but I'll have him next week.
Really?
Yep.
No, you won't.
For 3 weeks.
No, you won't. Next week you'll do new interviews and you'll tell all the other teams, hey, if I put you in my team, can I get a hoodie?
That's actually a good idea. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, luckily nobody will be watching this right now and they won't be catching on to it.
But if I put him in my team, what does it matter?
But you won't put him in your team.
Says who?
It says you.
I never said that. You approve?
We're live on stream right now.
Exactly.
Everyone knows you didn't put Vetso in.
Yeah, but like
everyone knows you didn't put Scarium in.
Quote the interview where I say
the
interview where I say I'll put you in this week. I never said this week. I said I will put you in it. That could be I could put them in next season if I wanted to.
At sometime in the future, perhaps 10 years from now,
I could do next season if I wanted to, and they agreed to it. It's not my fault I take bad
deals. You'll be happy
deals.
getting a hoodie like years from now.
No. I mean, the hoodies.
You want the hoodie now, but you put... Okay, that's not going to happen. Let's have a look at the standings actually now, because we were talking about how this affects the league. Now, down the bottom, Nakabrod, Rusty Roster. Nakabrod, I think, only have a game in hand.
Yep, 1 game left for KB.
So that would mean
against Rusty Roster.
They're out.
Yes,
They can't
are.
do it.
They are out.
Even if they win, they get 3
So
points. They're
KB
only in
is
12.
out, Rusty Roster is out, Legend is
Legend's
out.
guaranteed out. Wild Bunch are going to play against Legend. If they win this,
Wild Bunch is the
Wild
only...
Bunch get 14 points. They'll jump up to 7th
Yes.
place.
Wild Bunch would be only team that can go past them. If they get 2 points, they go tied to 13, and we have to look at how the teams match up individually. If they win it fully without losing points, then out of range and Swift, we have to look at the individual
out of
scores.
range and Swift are not safe yet. They're on 13 points, but they're not safe. Rage Quit is safe. Kazna Crew are safe. But still everything to play for. So 7, 8, 9, still everything to play for between those 3 teams. 2 of them can survive, 1 of them won't. A bit like Mad Max Thunderdome right now. 3 teams enter, 2 teams leave.
I've never watched Mad Max.
So next day's schedule, we're going to have a look at the matches we have lined up for you guys on Thursday as we see out Phase 1 of this season. Kazna Crew versus Rage Quit. Both teams are safe. Nakabroad, Rusty Roster.
That match could have been super important if if both teams like did something
if either
today.
of the teams, even if they've got,
but
even if they got 1 point today,
next week is more of a. It's a more of
playing for pride and money.
It's more of a goodbye.
Yeah, but they're playing.
See you on the other side.
They're both on 9 points, so it's playing for money to see who gets the higher position.
It feels bad that we're losing these teams.
It is a shame. It is a shame to see teams drop down. But we knew from the start we would be going from 12 teams to 8. So somebody has to go at some point.
I'm gonna
Daki.
go home and hug my pillow.
Hug your pillow. Your anime pillow.
Anime pillow?
Yeah.
No,
I've
I
seen
don't.
the
I
picture.
no,
I've
no,
seen
no,
the
no,
picture.
no. That's not me. I wouldn't-
Really?
Nah, no.
Really?
Not a fan.
Actually, see when you turn side on there, you can really see the orange in your face, and see here especially.
All right, that's enough.
Okay, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking by this evening and watching us. It's been some brilliant matches. We'll be back on Thursday with some more matches and some more excitement. Daki, is there anything you want to say before you go?
I feel bad for the teams that dropped out. I mean,
Yeah.
I hope you guys, you keep working, you come back at one point and you go for it again. It was a real nice to have you this season. We'll be giving you your proper goodbyes next week, but it wasn't meant to be.
It's unfortunate. I mean, these teams, once they drop out, they won't be able to take any further part in the rest of Season 1, where we have the 8-team split that's locked in. So those players, because they're still classed as gold, they won't be able to do it. But when we have the new season, when we have the new 8-team season, some of those players can move on to other teams. So it'll be really interesting in the transfer window between Season 1 and Season 2. So that's all for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals.
Hanging by a wire, adrenaline to the brain. Get pumped up for the finish line. We gotta get past the pain. Stop the pain. Touch the pain. Feel the pain. Feel the pain. Feel the pain.
All this comes down to is who's got nerves of steel and who's got the better strategy on this.
This is going to be a defining point here. Again, the team who doesn't pick this up is done. That's them. That's out.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Hellraisers, but Na'Vi got it done and dusted.
Reigning champions have again gone all the way.
One of the greatest matches we've ever seen in World of Tanks esports.
The 2016 Wargaming.net League World Champions, Na'Vi!
Bye.